646. Above the clouds above the great wall of sword aura, the Taoist saint stood up and bowed respectfully to the visitor. He then smiled and said, "How rare." Qingqingdu smiled and said, "The view from a high place is much better than what I can see from my small thatched hut." After exchanging pleasantries, there was nothing more to say. This big sword immortal who rarely appeared above the clouds looked towards the chaotic battlefield in the south. The Taoist saint suddenly asked, "Why does that young secluded official seem to be prejudiced against me?" Qingqingdu said, "He is prejudiced against the entire Taoist sect, not just you. Actually, he also knows that this is inappropriate, but it is hard to change in a short period of time. There were always some strange people who were able to let go of the things they said about themselves, but they were unable to let go of the things they said about the people around them." Big Sword Immortal had seen many such people. Not to mention those who were far away, there were those who were close to him, including Pang Yuanji. The Taoist saint lifted his sleeves and began to calculate. The Taoist was unwilling to do so in private, but since Big Sword Immortal had appeared, there was no need to hold back. He calculated with his fingers, and after a while, "I never thought that there would be such a huge grudge." No wonder. This Taoist saint was the person who was the furthest away from the mortal world in the entire Great Wall of Sword Aura. He had truly achieved a clean cultivation. Not to mention the matters of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he did not even care about the ups and downs of his own sect. No one would come here to look for him, and he would not take the initiative to look for anyone. This Taoist saint who was in charge of guarding the Great Wall of Sword Aura was an expert from the lineage of the Taoist ancestors' eldest disciple. If he returned to the Beko Keikyung building, there were 5 cities and 12 buildings. One of the buildings was extremely high, and it was his immortal cave abode, where he cultivated. Qingqingdu said, "It has been so many years. You have wasted your time, and it has been difficult for you to improve. It has been hard on you." The Taoist quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Qingqingdu said helplessly, "If that kid met you, the two of you would probably have a good chat." The Taoist calculated with his fingers again and shook his head, "Not necessarily." Qingqing didn't want to say anything more. But it wouldn't be good to leave so soon, so he stood where he was and looked down at the battlefield in the south. The Taoist suddenly exclaimed, "Our young hidden official actually has some connections with that Sun Taoist of Xiandu Temple." The head of Xuandu Temple, Sun Huizhong, was already extremely skilled in the sword. He was also known as the unshakable fifth person in the Qingming world. The Taoist sighed, "I never thought that Taoist Sun would actually leave his own world and make a trip to the vast world." It was fine if he didn't calculate, but once he calculated 10 times, 1,000 times. It was close to the heavens. Qingqingdu said with a smile, "That Taoism sword immortal lineage is quite something. That Taoist Sun is quite an interesting person." As long as the matter of swords was mentioned, if the big boss sword immortal said that he was something, then it was naturally something. Otherwise, why would Qingqingdu have nothing better to do? Every now and then, he would catch a person beside him and say that their swordsmanship was not good enough. In terms of swordsmanship, he was already the undisputed number 1 in the world. The 4 immortal swords represented the 4 lineages of the world's swordsmanship. The celestial master residents of Mount Longhu had 1, the most proud scholar of the Central Plains had 1, the second Taoist had 1, and the Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 great towers that the vast world had always claimed to be suppressing the last one. In fact, the immortal sword of the scholar of the Central Plains should belong to the Taoism sword immortal lineage. Logically speaking, it should be enshrined in the ancestral hall of Xiandu Temple. But this involved an extremely complicated network of origins. Furthermore, Sun Huizhong of the Xiandu Temple was a cultivator who was more chivalrous than immortal. He was unwilling to take it back to the Qingming world. This led to the scholar's magnificent feat of breaking open the Yellow River Grotto heaven with one sword, and the sentence that spread throughout the world, Bai Ye's poetry is invincible, the proudest in the world. The Daoist sighed. I suddenly thought of the Xiandu temple. When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. Even if one doesn't dare to move one's eyes, one's soul will be moved. Chen Qingdu laughed and said, not extremely beautiful. The Daoist shook his head, that's vulgar. The wine shop that had 3 shops had little business. In fact, it was not only this shop, but all the restaurants and wine shops in the city were the same. Only the old, the young, the women, and the men who had destroyed their natal flying swords and could not be considered sword cultivators would stay in the city. Moreover, the battle at the top of the city wall was fierce. Few people would spend money to drink at this time. The 2 shop assistants of the same age in the shop, the young man Qiu Long and the young lady Lu Yi, were puzzled. This was because the youngest shop assistant in the shop, the child Tao Ban, ran all the way to Feng Kangle. They whispered to each other and ran away together. When they came back, the 2 children were bruised and covered in dust. They sat down. Feng Kangle asked his father to make 2 big bowls of Yangchun noodles. He and Tao Ban just ate the noodles. They were too small and their feet were off the ground. The 2 children had to lean over the table to eat the noodles. There were no pickles because Tao Ban said that if they did not buy wine, there would not be pickles to eat. This was the shop's rule. Louis sat at the table and asked with a smile, what happened? Feng Kangle was unhappy as he buried his head in the noodles. Tao Ban said angrily, a bunch of little bastards scolded our second manager for being heartless and not a good person. Anyway, they said a lot of nasty things. Didn't they deserve a beating? So Kangle and I beat them up. The young lady quipped, who was the one beating who? Feng Kangle scoffed, they had more people, all right. How could we fight with just the 2 of us? It's said in the books that 2 fists are no match for 4. Don't you know that? The more Tao Ban spoke, the angrier he became. What's most infuriating are those who watched the show from the sidelines. All of them heard the second manager's story of not accepting money, but they did not help us. This bunch of people are even more heartless. Lu Yi held back her laughter. I'll go get those 2 eggs. You can take them to disperse the bruises. Tao Ban nodded. Kangle, get your father to make 2 more bowls of Yangchun noodles. We can each have a bowl of Yangchun noodles. With a fried egg, it'll be very fragrant. Feng Kangle leaned his head over and whispered, don't. We are injured. It'll be better later. It's best if the second manager sees it. Tao Ban asked, why? The second manager is so stingy. It's not like he'll give you money. Feng Kangle chuckled. I'll listen to a story. Tao Ban rolled his eyes. And then tell it to that little girl. You're still too young. You don't know that these pretty little girls are also smart. It's more important if your family has money or not. Feng Kangle smiled. My family has money now. Tao Ban silently ate the Yangchun noodles. Feng Kangle scratched his head and whispered, Tao Ban, if you lack money in the future, remember to borrow it from me first. My jar is full of copper coins. It's very heavy now. I can't even carry it. But those are my wife's money. When I get a wife, remember to return them to me. Feng Kangle and Tao Ban talked about everything. One time, they talked about his grievances. He got up in the middle of the night to pee outside the door. In the end, he fell asleep next to the broom at the door. He slept like a log. In the end, his parents searched for him in the middle of the night. When they finally found him, his mother spanked him until his buttocks bloomed. When Tao Ban heard about this, he lowered his head and cried. Later, Feng Kangle found out that Tao Ban's ancestors, including his parents, were all laborers in the clothing store. Tao Ban could not see his parents at all. Tao Ban suddenly laughed. Actually, I also like that little girl. Feng Kangol was dumbfounded. Tao Ban laughed. I'm just teasing you. Girl, what's there to like? Feng Kangol also laughed. The youth Chiu Long took 2 eggs and said with a smile, put it on my tab. Tao Ban imitated the second manager and gave a thumbs up. Generous. Feng Kangol nodded. The second manager and I are close friends. Our relationship is very good. Later, I'll ask him to be the matchmaker and give Lu Yi to you. The youth was speechless. The girl blushed. Her face was as red as a peach blossom. The cold shelter palace of the hidden officials had always been empty. Today, there were more than 10 people. Other than a white-haired old woman, they were all children. The youngest was 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 7 or 8 years old. There were both boys and girls, but their backgrounds were as different as the clouds and mud. There were children of rich and powerful families from Tai Xiang Street and Yushu Street, and there were also little bumpkins from the streets and alleys. The old woman said, "You are all martial artists." In the past, there were some grandmasters of martial arts in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, most of them did not live long. It was hard to live more than 100 years. The path of martial arts relies on talent and hard work. Therefore, if you don't live long, your realm will not be high. I'm one of the luckier ones. Do you know who I am? A child from Tai Xiang Street said in a childish voice, Nanny Bai from the Ning Mansion. She's an old woman with a hard fist. Yes, I'm Bai Lianshuang. I'm from the Ning Mansion. I'm a female martial artist. My fist art is not bad. The old woman nodded with a smile. She kicked the child's stomach and sent him flying. He fell on the ground and rolled around. In the end, he curled up. It was so painful that tears and snot came out of the child's nose. The old woman asked again, "Do you know why I gathered you here?" A little girl from Yushu Street said with a pale face, "Nanny Bai, I want to be a sword cultivator. I don't want to learn martial arts. It's useless." The old woman rubbed the little girl's head and pressed her gently. The latter sat on the ground. The old woman glanced at the delicate child on the ground. She weighed her for a while and could only say that her foundation was not bad. She smiled and said, "Whether you want to be a sword cultivator and whether you can become one are 2 different things. I had the same idea as you when I was young. However, I couldn't become a sword cultivator. There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be forced." Just as the little girl was about to speak, the old woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. After a month, those who want to learn martial arts might not be able to stay. Those who don't might stay." The old woman turned to look at the group of children who looked cautious but had passionate eyes. The foundation of martial arts is not as important as learning the sword, but it's only relative. But whether you can do it or not, you'll only know after you've suffered a lot, right? The group of children nodded one after another. The old woman said, "First, learn 2 fist stances from me. Without a stance or a house without a pillar, you won't succeed. First, I'll teach you 2 stances, 1 standing and 1 walking. It's easy to get started, but not easy to master. Practice 1,000 moves, and familiarity is the most important." After the old woman taught the 8 children how to stand and walk, she walked slowly. She looked at the children's awkward stances and said slowly, "After 1,000 punches, your movements will be natural. Don't believe this statement even if you want to. If you believe it, you'll need to practice more. If you don't believe it, you'll be natural after 1,000 punches. Even if you're a martial arts genius with good foundation, aptitude, and temperament, it'll still be difficult to get the fist intent in your body after 1,000 punches. The child who was rolling on the ground sat on the ground. He was really a ghoul. He gritted his teeth and said, "That genius martial artist from the central divine continent, Chao Ci, does he need to practice 1,000 punches for the same fist technique?" Definitely not. The old woman was not angry. She looked at the child and said with a smile, "In the vast world, martial arts are great. Pure martial artists can be unreasonable with their fists, but they also pay attention to etiquette before they learn martial arts, and morality before they learn martial arts." The child crossed his arms and sneered, "I'm teaching you fist techniques, and you're talking reason with me? Granny Bai, I don't think your fist technique is that good." The old woman's expression became more and more amiable. She bypassed the row of 8 children who were already swaying. "The heart is righteous, the fist is righteous, the heart is evil, the fist is evil. So, teaching fist techniques is teaching people." The child looked at the old woman who was smiling more and more. He knew something was wrong. He said loudly, "You're an old woman. Rather than learning fist techniques from you, I'd rather learn from the second shopkeeper. He's a master. I've seen him fight with my own eyes. Although he lost to Chao Ci 3 times earlier, didn't he also win against Yu Zhuanfu 3 times later?" The old woman laughed. "You're smart, kid. All right, get up. Do your stance with the others. If you do it well, you'll get hit less. The 6-step stance I taught you just now was taught by Mr. Chin." The child stood up and rubbed his stomach. He grimaced. It really hurt. The old woman smiled. The child's pain was real. It was only superficial and would be over soon. The child muttered, "I have some food at home. I don't need to do this." The old woman glanced at him. The child immediately wailed, I'll learn, okay." The old woman felt helpless. When it came to dealing with children, her son-in-law was better. Actually, she was not even good at teaching fist techniques. Even though Bai Lianshuang was the only level 10 martial artist on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even when she was teaching her son-in-law at Ning Manor, the old woman felt bad about it. She could not bring herself to give him a heavy punch. However, her son-in-law had said that the martial artist's seeds on the Great Wall of Sword Qi were insignificant on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No one knew what would happen in the future. Even if she took a step back, it was still a good thing to have a skill to rely on. Chen Pingan found a secluded area and changed his face to that of a teenager. He secretly took out a long sword he borrowed from the sword workshop and put away the broken long sword on his back. He would have to return it to Pang Yuanji when the time came. He flew on the sword again. His aura changed from an old man past his prime to a young man full of vigor. His eyes were bright and clear. The great refined flying sword Day 1 and 15, the hateful sword mountain imitation sword Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. Unless it was an emergency, he would not use any of them. The immortal weapon Sword Saint and the Daoist robe Golden Wine had been given to Ning Yao. Therefore, Chen Pingan's sword Kinesis Flight, as well as the conjuring of 1 or 2 intrinsic flying swords from the account book, was the best disguise for him to enter the battlefield as a true sword cultivator. As for the skin on the faces made by Zhu Lian, that was secondary. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. The more the better. Chen Pingan had a thought. He flew on the sword and looked at the situation on the battlefield. Soon, he flew on the sword close to the ground again. On the battlefield, thousands of sword cultivators chiseled their way down south, forcing the demon army to the south. The fiercest battle was still at the line of the Golden River. The army of the demon clan further south was swarming towards the long river guarded by the sword immortal. Usually, the moment the sword immortal struck out with his sword, the army of the demon clan could instantly pile up a sloping hill. The invisible barrier that squeezed the small world of the long river was smashed by the waves of the Golden River, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The waves came and went, leaving behind countless piles of white bones. The white bones were then covered by the demon clan behind, layer upon layer, constantly eroding the text bank on the southern bank of the Golden River. The Sword Saint could only retract his sword a little and clean up the battlefield in front of him. He did not want the bones and flesh to pile up and corrode the Golden River. The sage's words that were as small as the head of a fly, and the swaying golden lotuses in the long river were disappearing all the time. It was only because the saints of the three sects kept reinforcing the long river from afar that this small world did not dissipate too quickly. On the battlefield, there were already a few great demons who had personally broken the array. There were also demon cultivators who had the innate supernatural powers of moving mountains and moving rivers. They kept smashing down mountains on the Golden River and the Sword Saints' heads, or pouring rain that was filled with energy and filth. Some of the great demons directly used spells to crack the ground and hollow out the ground. Some of them rode on huge demons to break through the ground and dig deep into the ground. With a loud rumble, they tore the ground apart and endured the Sword Saint's sword slash. They also tried to turn the indestructible Golden River into a floating river that had no soil to rely on. They could allow the demon army on the southern battlefield to quickly connect with the army on the northern battlefield. The two saints who were sitting at the two ends of the city wall used their supernatural powers almost at the same time. Not only did the water of the entire river surge and pour down like a waterfall, but the golden lotuses also suddenly grew their roots and drooped down with the water of the river, taking root in the deeper parts of the earth. Above the golden lotuses, there were also rows of fine golden words entangled on them. The contents of the words were the famous poems of the world's literary heroes and poets who praised the lotus. In the long river near the feet of one of the female sword immortals, there was a lotus flower. It was especially large and beautiful, reaching a height of more than 1,000 feet. Its fragrance spread far and wide, and it condensed into strands of golden spiritual energy. In the end, it condensed into droplets of water that rolled onto the lotus leaves, making tinkling sounds. The rows of golden words were like little birds that relied on people. They were like the shadows of trees that danced in the wind. They were slow and cute. The flowers of water and land, the cute ones are preserved. Not creeping and not branching, the plants are pure and clear. They grow out of the mud without being stained. The female sword saint's figure landed on the lotus leaves that were constantly growing. Standing in the middle of the golden lotus, the world became clearer and more spiritual energy was abundant. Every time the woman attacked with her sword, it became smoother and more relaxed. At that moment, the female sword saint, who was already extremely beautiful, became even more stunning. The male sword saint next to her was extremely ruthless when he attacked the enemy. His sword did not stagnate at all. At the same time, he said to her telepathically, "Are you really not willing to be my sister-in-law?" The female sword saint, Zhou Qing, said indifferently, "Miyu is just an embroidered pillow. He even likes to speak sour words that I don't understand. It's extremely annoying." Mi Hu was silent for a moment and asked again, "Then what about me?" Zhou Qing was also silent for a moment before she replied, "Too ugly." Mi Hu, who had just become a great sword saint, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and attacked with a new sword. In between life and death, one could see the great elegance of a sword saint. Chen Pingan was extremely fast on his sword. He went straight to the battlefield in the south to find the group of sword cultivators who were the fastest to invade the south. With Stack Cliff and Dong Haitan opening the way with their swords, it was difficult to slow down. The demon army also gave up on the idea of charging forward. If they could successfully kill the sword cultivators who had left the city to fight, the merit would be greater than climbing the city wall. Moreover, once they approached the city wall, the sword cultivators stationed there would only become fiercer and fiercer. They would only die quickly. Besieging and hunting the sword cultivators who were in the battlefield would at least allow them to live for a while longer. Therefore, on the vast battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and north of the Golden River, encirclements of different sizes were unintentionally formed. He saw many familiar faces, near and far. Sword Saint Tao Wen was at the front line furthest from the battlefield. Together with the other sword saints, they defended the Golden River tightly. Other than Pu Yu and Ren Yi whom he met earlier, there was also the nascent soul sword saint Yizhenchuan who was acting as the guardian sword saint. There were also frequent customers of the wine shop who drank a lot of Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven's wine and ate a lot of Yang Chun noodles. There were also many bachelors and gamblers who lost money on bets. Along the way to find Ning Yao and the others, Chen Pingan could only do what he could to save a few sword cultivators who were in dire straits, allowing them to temporarily leave the encirclement. According to the rules set by the hidden officials, sword cultivators of different realms would have different distances to advance south to carve the formation and kill the demons. After reaching a certain distance, or after killing a corresponding number of demons, they could retreat north and return to the base of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to recuperate. If they had the strength to spare, they could continue south. If they suffered heavy losses, they could directly ascend the city wall and replace them with a group of sword cultivators who had recuperated and rushed to the battlefield. They could not be greedy and advance prematurely, nor could they think of exchanging their lives with the demons. If there were two groups of sword cultivators on the same battle line, one would retreat and the other would advance. The former had to be decisive. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators on the lower city continued to fight and did not retreat, they would suffer heavy casualties and would rather die than retreat. The latter could only leave the city in advance and fill in the gaps. In the long run, the entire battle line in the north-south direction would be completely ruined and become a mess that needed additional sword cultivators to clean up. At the end of the day, the hidden officials still hoped that the sword cultivators could survive and continue to attack. This way, more people would be able to survive. However, in a war, people were destined to die, and die again. They were separated by life and death. On the battlefield, they were like neighbors facing each other. The demon army whose retreat was blocked had to be completely annihilated. The sword cultivators of the middle five realms who entered the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi had to minimize casualties as much as possible. Currently, there was an endless stream of migrating armies from the wilderness to the northern battlefield. However, every time a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi died in battle, it meant that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had lost a portion of its battle strength. These were only the calculations in the cold accounts book. How could the human heart be calculated? On the battlefield where both sides were slaughtering each other, comparatively speaking, the group of sword cultivators who had left the city closest to the Golden River were like a sword formation. Everyone stopped in their tracks in an instant, no longer charging forward. Even Stack Zhang, who was in a killing frenzy, sheathed her sword and chose to retreat several hundred feet. She held her greatsword mountain suppression with both hands and bent slightly. The tip of her sword touched the ground as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huafu. Their intrinsic flying swords were still slaughtering their enemies without stopping. The reason was simple. They had broken through the formation too quickly and were constantly flanked by demons. Further back on the battlefield was Ning Yao, who was wearing a golden robe and carrying a sword case on her back. The sword case contained the sword immortal. Ning Yao only held one sword in her hand. 200 feet to the left and right of Ning Yao were Chen Sancho and Yan Zhuo respectively. Fan Dash stood even further back. This group of sword cultivators was supposed to continue advancing 150 kilometers before retreating to kill the fish that had escaped the net behind them. However, Ning Yao's words just now did not seem right. For Ning Yao to feel that something was wrong, as long as Stack Zhang and Dong Haiden had not lost their minds, they had to be careful and treat it seriously. Chen Sancho and Yan Zuo liked to use their respective Sutra and Purple Lightning as their flying swords. Apart from their respective intrinsic flying swords, the trajectories of the two swords were extremely orderly. Sutra's long sword was about half the height of Chen Sancho's waist. With Chen Sancho as the center, it quickly drew a large circle 2 kilometers away. Yan's was Purple Lightning drew another circle around the neck of the slightly taller man. The two swords did not clash with each other. Once a demon managed to break through the encirclement by luck, brute force, or a protective Dharma treasure, the two of them did not need to care about it. Everything was left to Ning Yao and Fan Dash to clean up. It was very simple and direct. As for manager Stack Zhang, who only cared about his head and not his body, and Dong Haiden, who was hacking away, Chen Sancho and Yan's was circular sword formation could not be bothered with the two at the front. After all, if there were any accidents, Ning Yao, who was presiding over the situation, would naturally resolve it. Chen Sancho originally had a cloud-patterned sword, which he had already lent to Fan Dash. These high-quality swords were all good swords that Alliance had borrowed from the Beko Keikyung building in the Dali dynasty. Only the righteous Chi had been taken to the righteous world by the Confucian gentleman that Stack Zhang liked. Ning Yao said again, there should be an ambush. In a while, I will hold back the few with the highest cultivation. You guys can retreat without worry. Her tone was similar to how she usually spoke. However, only Stack Zhang, who was also a woman, could hear some clues. Ning Yao hid a little resentment. Stack Zhang was also helpless. After all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage moved to the Summer Palace, the young hidden official had not appeared on the city wall for a long time. Even Fan Dash, who had finally become a Jindan sword cultivator, did not come to drink a jug of celebratory wine. After all, the first person that Fan Dash wanted to tell the good news to was no longer his good friend Chen Sancho. Ning Yao looked around. The situation on the battlefield was actually not out of the ordinary. Anyway, there was a dense demon army in all directions. Ning Yao frowned. She was just about to remind Fan Dash to retreat first and then let Stack Zhang and Dong Haiden, who were at the front, bring up the rear for Fan Dash to prevent him from being surrounded by the demon army. As for herself, she was relatively slower than Chen Sancho and Yan Zua. Chen Sancho had the sorcerer's robe and the life-saving talisman, while Yan Zua was naturally good at protecting himself. These two friends might not be able to kill as fast as Dai Zhang and Dong Haiden, but there was an excellent balance between killing and saving themselves. However, before Ning Yao could voice her thoughts, she was slightly surprised to find that Fan Dash had already flown up on his sword and retreated to the north without saying anything. Ning Yao was somewhat puzzled. Since when had Fan Dash become so smart? Not only that, Fan Dash was also narrowly dodged by the magical treasures and spiritual weapons of the demon army time and time again by the skin of his teeth. In the end, the person grabbed Fan Dash's shoulder and shouted, "Go," with a smile. He swung his arm and kicked the hilt of the cloud-patterned sword, causing Fan Dash and his sword to fly even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown more than 1,000 feet away. The Jindan sword cultivator Fan Dash, who had left the battlefield in a rather embarrassing manner, flew on his sword extremely quickly. He did not hesitate and did not care about anything else. There were only two reasons for this. The dash that he had not heard for a long time, and the person's concise words, "Why are you still not running? Do you want to be killed?" At the same time, a voice that could not be more familiar sounded in the minds of all the sword cultivators. It spoke very quickly, "Retreat in order. Ning Yao and I will be at the rear. Chen Sancho and Yan Zuo will be in the middle to provide support. Stack Zhang and Dong Haiden will be in charge of opening a path behind Fan Dash." Between the three of us, we only need to keep a distance of 1,000 feet. It cannot be too long or too short. The enemy has a lot of ambushes, and I have only found 2 for now. Stak Zhang is in the northeast, 300 feet away, and Fan Dash is in the southwest, about 120 feet away. Be especially careful. The enemy sword cultivators have taken the initiative to attack Dash. You will be surrounded and attacked by reinforcements. Dash, please make the trajectory of your flying sword more enchanting. It will not stop until midwinter. Once the enemy's flying sword stops in midair, are you planning on crashing into it? Sancho, Fatty Yen, be prepared to use your magic treasures at any time. The enemy is determined to kill you this time. The men of sacrifice are all sword cultivators of the demon clan. They will not let us retreat easily. Remember to protect Fan Dash at the same time. As usual, he was long-winded and fussy. Chen Pingan could only arrange his troops as quickly as possible. There was no need to say more about his guesses. There would definitely be 2 or 3 nascent soul sword cultivator deathsworn who would be hidden extremely well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. There might even be a demon sword cultivator at the Jade Unpolished Realm who would hide even deeper. He would copy the sword Immortal Eye halberd and disregard his life to deliver a single strike. The reason could not be simpler. Among this batch of sword cultivators, apart from the newly ascended Jindan Fan Dash, everyone else was on the list of people who had to be killed in the wilderness. Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, Dong Huatu, Stak Zhang, Yen Zhua. They were all outstanding figures in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. She seemed to be annoyed by that person's incessant nagging. In fact, her most beautiful eyes in the world were filled with happiness, joy, and pride. It was like the ripples on a lake that were slightly ruffled by the spring breeze. Beside Ning Yao, a slender, young man hovered on his flying sword. She and him were no longer just Ning Yao of Sword Qi Chongqing and Chen Pingan of the vast world. They were sword cultivators who appeared on the battlefield together. Everything was difficult at the beginning. This person beside her liked to think too much, so doing things was even more difficult than the beginning. But as long as she gave him a start, she did not need to worry about him anymore. For example, liking her. For example, practicing martial arts. For example, becoming a sword cultivator and then a great sword immortal. Ning Yao asked in her mind, life-bound flying sword. Chen Pingan smiled and replied, 2. Ning Yao did not speak further. See. Chen Pingan naturally did not know what Ning Yao was thinking, nor did he have the time to guess her thoughts. What worried him the most was that the enemy's loyalists had chosen not to act and continued to conceal their tracks. Ning Yao and company were in charge of the battle line. There were no more sword cultivators on the city walls to replace them. They also needed to kill the most enemies and be the fastest to penetrate the enemy's formation. Only when they approached the Golden River could they be considered to have succeeded. Once they were evenly matched, Fan Dash, who had just entered the Golden Core realm, would be the best breakthrough point. If they were to ask Fan Dash to leave the battlefield and watch from the sidelines, it would be unreasonable. No matter what, Chen Pingan was only certain that his appearance might have killed an accident, but it could also bring about an even bigger accident. This was like Xianxin and Su Ning's 2 plans. Before the results were revealed, no one knew which plan was better. The most helpless part was that Su Ning's plan might not be better than Xuanxin's once it was implemented by the hidden officials. But at the time, Chen Pingan had not been willing to say such harsh words. It was inconvenient for Chou Miao to say this, and Lin Junbai did not dare to say it. Compared to the plans of the heavens, no matter how much effort you spared, you would still give others a feeling of insignificance and powerlessness. This was the greatest feeling in Chen Pingan's heart after he became the hidden official. The group retreated as they fought. Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu did their best to protect Fan Dash as they retreated from the battlefield. With Ning Yao and Chen Pingan behind them, Chen Sancho and Yen Zhua did not have any worries. Their focus was still on killing the monsters. Ning Yao did not summon her flying sword. She only held her sword and attacked. She still gave people the illusion that the essence of swordsmanship in the world was nothing more than 2 words. Sword after sword, compared to Ning Yao's previous calm and composed demeanor, her sword became extremely fast. Sword energy swept through the air, instantly slicing apart a large number of corpses. As for Chen Pingan, he rode his sword beside Ning Yao. For a time, he had nothing to do, so he paid more attention to the clues on the battlefield. In addition to the 2 sword cultivators that had exposed themselves, there was also a monster race sword cultivator with a golden core aura that Chen Pingan had found. Because Ning Yao's sword energy had inadvertently swept past him, only this cultivator was able to dodge a little faster. There was an imperceptible stagnation in his movements, and in order to not reveal his identity, he even deliberately suffered some injuries, allowing the sword energy to cut off a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Ning Yao's sword was fast, and sometimes she even seemed aimless. This was clearly done on purpose so that Chen Pingan could see more details. Ning Yao had been the fastest to break through the array formation and was the closest to the Golden River. But unknowingly, she had become the closest sword cultivator to the city walls. Chen Sancho and the others didn't care about this at all. In any case, no one in the monster army on this line would steal from them. Moreover, no one thought that they would be slower to break through the array formation than the sword cultivators on the other lines. This was because there was Ning Yao, and now there was also Chen Pingan. Everyone felt that this was the most natural thing to do. After temporarily distancing themselves from that dangerous accident, Fan Dash hesitated to speak. Chen Sancho said in a soft voice, "It's fine. Don't feel ashamed." Stack Zhang and the others also felt that Fan Dash intended to take the lead and return to the city walls. But Fan Dash said, "My boundary is the lowest and my skills are the worst. Then let me be the bait. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Rather than everyone being distracted, it's better to take the initiative to break through the situation." Chen Pingan was a bit surprised. Fan Dash looked at Chen Pingan. "What do you think, Array Guardian Swordmaster?" Chen Pingan thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "All right." Chen Pingan looked at the front of the battlefield. An extremely strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. The monster army was gathered in a line, 1,000 feet away from the young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. None of them were willing to charge forward no matter what. Chen Pingan said, "I'll bring up the rear. You just need to attack with your swords." Then, Chen Pingan looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao nodded and said, "All right." Ning Yao's sword returned to the scabbard on her back, but the sword immortal was unsheathed and held in her hand. "I'll open the array." Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu looked at each other and smiled. "All right." Chen Sancho and Yen Zhua were filled with anticipation. The reason was simple. How did Fan Dash feel when he fought alongside them? In that case, Chen Sancho and the others, who had fought alongside Ning Yao all these years, felt even more so. Because Ning Yao had always been accommodating and taking care of these geniuses, she had been restrained for a long time when it came to attacking with her sword. Finally, Ning Yao added, "I'll open the array very quickly. Don't be unable to keep up. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book dweller." 647. Chao Ci was a martial artist with his fists. Ning Yao was a swordsman with her sword. It was as though she was born with a mystical phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was different from Chen Pinggan's first intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow in the Cage, and Qi Jinglong's rules, which he claimed to have read from books. Both of them could use their flying swords' intrinsic mystical powers to create a small world of their own. It was completely different from the first two. Therefore, when Ning Yao took the lead and walked out of the group with the sword immortal in hand, she was about to break the array. The demon army, which had already been stuck in a stalemate, began to retreat involuntarily. This resulted in the front line of the army becoming denser and more bloated. Perhaps this was how all living things reacted to the changes in heaven and earth by instinct. It was like how humans could sense the changes in the four seasons. Chen Pinggan was actually looking forward to Ning Yao attacking without any scruples. All this while, he had never seen the real Ning Yao on the battlefield. As for the sword immortal that Chen Pinggan had spent a lot of effort to tame, when it was in his hands, its temper was as bad as a big boss. However, when it landed in Ning Yao's hands, it became as obedient as a little girl. Chen Pinggan didn't mind at all. Ning Yao walked forward slowly and was not in a hurry to deliver the first strike. The sword immortal in her hand swirled with golden light. Together with the golden Daoist robe that was already eye-catching on the battlefield, Ning Yao looked like a supreme god on the battlefield. Using this opportunity, Chen Pinggan asked Qin Sanqiu and Yan Zhua about the details of the battle in which they had broken the array. For example, the approximate number of Dragon Gate Realm and Golden Core Realm demon cultivators who were not seriously injured and had a high cultivation realm, their appearances, dermic powers, and intrinsic items. During the retreat, Chen Pinggan had spent most of his time searching for the hidden sword cultivator loyalists. It was inevitable that he would miss out on a large number of details. If he were to ask about the stacked mountain seal or Dong Zhuofu, it would be a waste of time. They had killed their way through, and their flying swords had collided with each other. It was likely that these two would not even be able to remember the rough merits. Chen Pinggan quickly reminded everyone with his words, "You don't have to think too much about breaking the formation. Kill the enemy on the spot. Fan Dash and I will add a few more strikes. You don't have to think too much about anything except for Ning Yao to activate the formation. Sancho, the four of you, the most important thing for you to do is to force the group of men of sacrifice to reveal themselves by accidentally injuring them on a large scale. I will point out their identities and positions one by one. If the time is right, you can take care of them by yourselves. If you really can't handle it, then listen to my reminder. Act according to the time and place and try to work together to kill it." Fan Dash was actually a little nervous. In the end, he was still worried that he would become a burden to these friends. At this moment, after listening to Chen Pinggan's detailed arrangement of troops, he felt a little more at ease. Che. Chen Pinggan only said to Fan Dash, "How is it not heroic to pretend to be a hero in the heat of the moment?" Fan Dash took a deep breath and smiled. "That's true." Right now, Dong Zhuofu's appearance was between that of a teenager and a young man. Only his parents had given him the wrong name, but not his friends in the Jiang who had given him the wrong nickname. Dong Haiten was indeed a little dark. He would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname in his life. Dong Haiten, who spent money recklessly, never gave credit to Dong Zhuofu. He had chosen the Hongzhuang with the most feminine name and the most graceful style. The blade of the sword was as slender as a willow branch. Stacked mountain seal held Jinyu. The one-armed female head shopkeeper was actually a graceful woman with delicate features. Her sword was a broadsword with a wide blade. Dong Zhuofu and Stacked Mountain Seal, who had the heaviest killing intent, would follow closely behind Ning Yao, one on the left and one on the right. They would do their best to help Ning Yao, who was leading the charge, and tear a larger hole in the army of demons. If Ning Yao's attack would determine the speed at which the group of sword cultivators could break the formation, then Stacked Mountain Seal and Dong Zhuofu's responsibilities would not be light either. If the overall killing power of the seven-person sword formation was not great enough, even if they succeeded in breaking through the formation, they would still be able to reach the Golden River guarded by the Sword Immortal at their fastest speed. In reality, it would not be of much significance to the overall situation of the battlefield. Chen Sancho and Yan Zhua, who were roughly behind Dong Zhuofu and Stacked Mountain Seal, were responsible for helping the two in front to stabilize the battle line and slay even more demons on the battlefield. The formation was about to be opened. Chen Pingan also restrained his expression. He was immersed in his thoughts and kept his sword a few feet above the ground. His identity might not be able to fool some of the sword cultivators, but it had a hidden use. Once those sword cultivators, in order to stabilize the situation on the battlefield, used their thoughts to inform some of the important demon cultivators other than the sword cultivators, then as long as one or two of their eyes accidentally glanced at the young sword cultivator, Chen Pingan would be able to use the opportunity to find one or two more key enemies. In order to make a big deal, one had to haggle over the smallest details. As the 6 sword cultivators moved forward separately, Chen Pingan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, had unknowingly arrived at the very back of the battlefield. He suddenly laughed. As expected, the golden robe Ning Yao wore was the most beautiful. As for the snow-white robe Pu Yu was wearing, he did not have any recollection of it at all. Of course, since Ning Yao was on the battlefield, any sort of camouflage was useless. Firstly, her sword cultivator friends were all young geniuses of the same age. More importantly, if Ning Yao attacked with her sword, it would be too obvious. After all, for someone like Chen Pingan who believed that it was never a burden to have more skills, if he could use 2 taels of strength to kill an enemy, he would not use half a kilogram of strength. It was indeed rare for someone to be so ruthless as to be willing to wear the skin of a woman and even pretend to be a spy for the demon race. Ning Yao flashed and instantly traversed hundreds of feet, sweeping her sword horizontally. On the front line of the demon army, the 1,000-foot-wide battlefield was completely sliced apart by the golden sword radiance. A nascent soul realm demon cultivator who was in charge of supervising the battle gave orders from the rear. He used a spell to kill dozens of cowardly demons on the front line. Ning Yao floated forward in a straight line. After she attacked with her sword, she did not bother to attack again. Using the sword radiance to kill the demons, she only used her majestic sword Qi to open a path. Vaguely, it was very similar to Zhuo, who had the highest swordsmanship. There was too much sword Qi and too much momentum. It was simply an indestructible lesser heaven and earth sword formation. If she wanted to attack with her sword, she would have to see if the person was worthy of her attack. The demon cultivators were unwilling and did not dare to wait for death. Dozens of spiritual weapons and several natal magic treasures were crazily smashed towards the ball of sword Qi. As for whether or not it would affect the demon army on the front line, they did not care at all. They only wanted to wear down the incomparably sharp sword Qi world as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Ning Yao continued to break through the formation, the losses would be even greater. Moreover, the depletion of their troops would be extremely fast. In a grand and mighty war, it was possible to use lives to pile up the results. However, in some specific battlefields, it was not necessarily so. Against Ning Yao, it was even more impossible. In any case, they only needed to view Ning Yao as a sword immortal, regardless of her cultivation realm. Whether she was a golden core or a nascent soul was not important. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the wild world. In an instant, Ning Yao directly swept past the battlefield that was littered with corpses. On a single line, any demon that was touched by sword Qi would be crushed to pieces, even their souls being torn apart. The magic treasures and spiritual weapons that were destroyed were simply unable to stop her advance. Ning Yao wielded her sword and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at the heart of the demon army. She slightly increased the strength of her sword and grasped the sword immortal that was wrapped in golden light. She closed her fingers together and casually formed a sword seal. The golden light on the sword immortal instantly scattered in all directions. Within a radius of several miles on the battlefield, besides the golden core cultivators that managed to escape in time and those that managed to use their natal magic treasures, all of them died. Chen Pingon looked at the picture scroll from afar. It was like a golden lotus had bloomed in his heart. In another instant, Ning Yao's figure was several thousand feet away. She aimed at a golden core demon in the distance and slashed down with her sword. At the same time, she looked up into the distance and softly said, "Come here." The golden core demon that was frantically commanding his subordinates never thought that he would be so lucky to be able to withstand a single strike. He immediately summoned his natal magic treasure. It was a simple weapon that resembled a spear and halberd. It was engraved with a golden talisman. The golden core demon gripped the weapon with both hands and spun it around. It actually transformed into a large round plate that resembled a light golden talisman that was used to protect a mountain. Not only that, a large string of light golden characters on the spear and halberd flowed backwards like water, covering the entire body. It had the effect of an armor pill that was used to protect the body. He used a talisman array to protect the front of his body and wore an armor that resembled the armor of a deity from the military. The demon's physique was also tough enough. The magic treasure was both offensive and defensive. It was definitely an extremely high-quality immortal treasure. In the vast world, even a nascent soul cultivator would be envious if they saw it. Unfortunately, after a long golden line fell down, the talisman array, the armor, and the golden core demon were all split in half. On the ground, an extremely long ravine was carved out by the shockingly long golden line. Breaking the talisman array, the armor, and the body was only a casual strike from Ning Yao's sword. When Ning Yao stopped and appeared on the battlefield, the demon army around her had already retreated frantically. It was only when she casually said, "Come here," that a strange phenomenon occurred. Around Ning Yao, in each of the four directions, there was an ancient pure sword intent that wandered between the heavens and the earth. As if they had received an edict, they all fell straight to the ground. The strands of sword intent seemed to have gained sentience. Not only did they appear for the first time under the command of a sword cultivator of the later generation, they were also able to absorb the abundant sword chi between the heavens and the earth. The four pure sword intents that reached the sea of clouds and the depths of the earth constantly expanded like pillars. In the end, 4 pillars of sword intent that connected the heavens and the earth were erected in the 4 directions. Then, in an instant, they split into countless extremely fine sword intents that crisscrossed and covered the entire heavens and earth. This time, there was not a single person around Ning Yao who survived on the battlefield. Moreover, the bodies and souls of the demon army, along with the life-bound items and weapons of the cultivators, were all smashed together. Ning Yao's figure flashed forward once more, pulling a large distance away from the sword cultivators behind her. The 4 strands of sword intent converged into a line once more, following Ning Yao like a shadow and lingering around her. As a result, Ning Yao had sword intent outside of the sword chi formation. The golden sword in her hand was indeed not very useful. Even though Fan Dash was on her side, after seeing this scene from afar, he felt his scalp go numb. If Lin Junbai had the chance to see this scene, he would probably tell himself that even though he had lost, it was still an honorable defeat. He would definitely not feel the slightest bit of sadness or loss. Instead, he would be rather happy. On the path of the sword, what was there to be embarrassed about losing to Ning Yao? If you don't believe me, you can ask Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Gao Yeho. Do they have the ability to get Ning Yao to personally take action? Looking back again. Before Ning Yao became a Jindan sword cultivator, perhaps the main reason she was on the battlefield was to practice her sword and kill her enemies, while at the same time taking care of the safety of her friends. The other two injured golden core cultivators were handed over to Stack Zhang and the others to deal with. Ning Yao couldn't even be bothered to pretend and disdain to lure the opponents to attack. If I can find you, you can die. This was Ning Yao's way of attacking. Compared to the notorious second manager, the two of them had completely different styles on the battlefield. Just like that, they went south. As they approached the Golden River, a sword immortal smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Ning Yao grunted and nodded at the sword immortal senior. Then, Ning Yao finally stopped. The 7 sword cultivators finally gathered together for the first time. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingan and asked, "Kill our way back?" "Stack Zhang and the other 3, let's go north together. Me, you, and Fan Dash, the 3 of us will take one path. Is that okay?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Why not?" Stack Zhang, Chen Sancho, and the other 3 went to other battlefields from the south to the north. They turned around and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Along the way, no one had to use their swords. It was awkward to have no swords to use. Ning Yao accompanied Qin Pingan and Fan Dash. The 3 of them returned north to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fan Dash felt that he was becoming more and more redundant. Qin Pingan no longer rode on his sword. He put away the sword workshop sword on his back and shook his sleeves. Fan Dash took the lead and rode his sword north. However, he didn't dare to put too much distance between himself and the 2 behind him. After Fan Dash tactfully left, Ning Yao suddenly asked, "Is it tiring to be a reclusive official?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'm not tired now." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. She felt a little awkward but still said softly, "Anyway, you can think less when you're with me." Then, Ning Yao raised her brows. That was the truth. What was there for her to be embarrassed about? Qin Pingan turned around and raised his hand. He used his thumb to gently wipe the wound on her face. Then, he pinched her cheek and said with a gentle smile, "Isn't that so?" 648. Previously, when Ning Yao was the first to break through the formation, the demons at the front line had stopped advancing. When Ning Yao broke through the formation and led 6 sword cultivators to the Golden River, the demon army on both sides of the battlefield sped up their charge, trying to distance themselves from this sword immortal, whose sword moves were too fierce. At this moment, Ning Yao was like a supervisor helping to hold the line. The demon army rushed forward with all their might. Therefore, after Fan Dash took the lead and left the 2 of them on his sword, he inexplicably became a golden core sword cultivator chasing after the demon army alone. Fan Dash felt that just because of this, he should drink a pot of the most expensive wine in Azure Immortal Mountain. With enough battle merits, he finally didn't need to borrow money from Chen Sancho to buy wine. Qin Pingan looked at the front of the battlefield. The demon army's formation at the back was getting thicker and tighter. They were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The higher the realm of the demon cultivator, the further away they were from the 3 of them. Of course, in reality, it was just to stay away from Ning Yao, him and Fan Dash. He said, "The sword cultivators on both sides will be under a lot of pressure because of us." Ning Yao said, "Then let's try to meet the sword cultivators at the front as soon as possible." "What are the specifics?" Qin Pingan stepped on the sword workshop's long sword. He was getting more and more used to riding the sword close to the ground. He quickly rolled up his sleeves. "This time, I'll open the formation. You take the rear. Once the golden core and nascent soul demons appear, I'll leave them to you." Ning Yao asked, "You're not going to use your flying sword?" "I'll only use my fist. It's just nice to polish the bottleneck of the martial path." Qin Pingan said, "Don't worry. The speed of opening the formation is definitely not comparable to yours." But compared to other battlefields, it won't be slow. Ning Yao nodded. Then just use your fist. Chen Pingon took a deep breath and rode his sword like a rainbow. After catching up to Fan Dash, he said telepathically, Dash, you attack from the middle. I'll open the formation in front. No matter what happens during this period, don't be calculative. Just ride your sword forward. I may not be able to take care of you, but with Ning Yao taking the rear, it shouldn't be a big problem. Fan Dash said in a deep voice, okay. In fact, when the second shopkeeper didn't say, Dash, Fan Dash knew that he had to be more careful. In an instant, Chen Pingon, who was wearing 2 sets of robes, suddenly sped up on his sword. He flew in a straight line, whistling through the air. Along the way, Chen Pingon drew his fist when he was still 1,000 feet away from the demon army. With a stomp of his foot, the long sword under his feet tilted and fell. Unable to bear the weight, the sword actually flew close to the ground. In Fan Dash size, Chen Pingon's figure disappeared in an instant. He obviously did not use the Mind Talisman, but he already had the effect of the Mind Talisman. Could it be that he had broken through the bottleneck and become a Grandmaster of the distant travel state after just over a year after entering the Golden Body Realm? Ning Yao chose to ride on her sword this time. She explained to Fan Dash, he's only at the Golden Body Realm now and hasn't reached the far roaming realm yet. He wore 3 robes. Now, it was no longer to protect his life, but to suppress his fist intent. Coupled with the sword chi to a certain extent, the 3 robes could be considered as a form of training. It's similar to those martial artists who tie sandbags to their feet all day long. Ning Yao was willing to say so much. Of course, it was related to Chen Pingon. Fan Dash was her and Chen Pingon's mutual friend. Chen Pingon took care of Fan Dash. It wasn't just because Fan Dash's level was not high enough. Chen Pingon seemed to see a lot of his own shadow in Fan Dash. Pieced together, it was natural to feel close to him. It was just that Ning Yao didn't understand the specific reason behind this. She believed that when Chen Pingon was free in the future, or when the hidden official finally managed to find some free time in his busy schedule, naturally, he would tell her about it. Ning Yao said when he first started learning martial arts in his hometown, he tied a bag full of gravel to his leg. The first time he went out, he used half a caddy of talismans and 8 tails of talismans. He has long been used to this. He doesn't even know what will happen if he punches with all his strength. Since he doesn't know how heavy or fast his punches are, then his opponent won't know either. As she spoke, Ning Yao slashed out with her sword. On another battlefield, a golden core monster cultivator glanced at her from afar. Ning Yao sensed something in her heart. With a slash of her sword, she cut through the monster cultivator like a knife cutting through tofu. In particular, the monster cultivator she targeted had his body split in half. His golden core exploded, bringing disaster to countless bystanders. Ning Yao suddenly thought of a small matter. She remembered that when Chen Pingon was still young, he carried a locust wood sword case with 2 swords. The first time he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to find her, the 2 of them were alone. He liked to find things to talk about. He talked about many things in the countryside. For example, the carpenter's ink line. The carpenter's exquisite skills were very accurate. It was rare for Ning Yao to look at the battlefield after her sword strike. It was quite realistic. Fan Dash simply didn't know how to respond. In truth, standing beside Ning Yao gave him an unimaginably great pressure. His good friend Chen Sancho had once said to Fan Dash in private that if he and his friends were a level lower than Ning Yao's cultivation, it would be fine. But once they were at the same cultivation level, they would begin to doubt their lives. Am I really a sword cultivator? My cultivation level isn't fake, right? It was just that when Fan Dach saw Chin Sancho leisurely drinking wine and grumbling, Chin Sancho's face was full of smiles. The vice manager had once said that wine was the best fishing rod in the world. It could hook a drunkard's innermost thoughts back to their lips. In particular, his Sea of Bamboo Paradise wine was even more amazing. To be able to become friends with Ning Yao, even a proud son of heaven like Chin Sancho would feel a bit of pressure. But at the same time, it was also worth drinking happily. Fan Dach carefully observed the surroundings of the battlefield. The truth was that it was empty and there didn't seem to be any danger. It was similar to Ning Yao's sword Qi that had previously formed a small heaven and earth formation. Those who are careless or dare to approach me will be my fist-intense enemy first. A demon race member whose body was as large as a pavilion had already enlightened his apertures and become a cultivator. His two natal items were specially used to superimpose defensive supernatural powers. He relied on his naturally strong physique to rampage on the battlefield. In the end, Chen Pingan opened up a path with his fist. His entire body was like a long sword, slicing him into two halves on the spot. The surging blood was then dispersed by the fist intent. A single stab was better than 1,000 hits. Chen Pingan only used one punch to fight against his enemies. When he was alone, he would be surrounded by enemies from all directions. He would still strive to kill his enemies with a single punch, injuring their foundations and shattering their souls. Every punch seemed to be conserving his strength, but in fact, every punch was extremely powerful and unstoppable. The fist intent was so pure that it could actually make the surrounding sword Qi actively avoid it. A demon clan cultivator who couldn't dodge in time raised his hammer and smashed it down. He had a tall and sturdy build and was about 20 feet tall. Facing the legendary Ning Yao, he might just be waiting for death. However, facing this young man, who didn't have a flying sword and only had an extremely powerful fist technique, he didn't lack the will to fight. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and blocked the huge hammer that was smashing down on his head. His entire body was shrouded in shadow. Chen Pingan's ankle shifted slightly, diverting the huge force to the ground. Even so, his knees were still smashed into the ground. He could have dodged, but he didn't. He took the heavy hammer head-on and deliberately stagnated his body a little in order to let the hidden demon race cultivators feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. A demon race military cultivator wearing refined iron talisman armor approached Chen Pingan with a saber in both hands. His aura was like a rainbow as he slashed at him. There was also a golden core cultivator who extended his sleeve and tossed out two golden talisman diagrams depicting the true shape of the 5 mountains and the meandering rivers. He then extended a palm and lifted it up heavily. The ground beneath Chen Pingan's feet was first frozen by the golden core cultivator's technique, sealing off an area of several hundred feet around him. The golden talisman of mountains manifested 5 fist-sized mountains of different colors. 4 of them hovered around the young warrior, while only the middle peak of the talisman smashed towards his opponent's head. Holding the huge hammer with one hand, Chen Pingan raised his left hand and directly grasped the pitch-black saber that was as thick as ink. The pure fist intent in his palm rubbed against the black saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. He was still wearing a robe underneath. The mask on his face was also badly damaged. The young man casually removed it and kept it in his sleeve. Even the large hammer on the ground disappeared and was kept in an item close to him. Without hesitation, the golden core cultivator no longer cared about the talisman of the 4 mountains. He cast a unique spell and turned into several wisps of green smoke, burrowing into the ground in different directions. Chen Pingan did not deliberately pursue the golden core cultivator. Without the restriction of the robe on his fist, the fist aura became more abundant. He pushed the 4 tottering pocket-sized mountains away. As he ran forward, he threw out 4 punches from afar. 4 rays of golden light burst open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 demonic cultivators were killed or injured on the battlefield. Without the mask, someone in the demonic army took the lead to shout out the two words, "Hidden Official." The army that was originally still trying to form a formation to fight the enemy under the supervision of the battle suddenly scattered. The path that Chen Pingan took after that was no longer a straightforward charge. Instead, he chose to draw a large circle on the battlefield and then slightly shift forward. The faster he ran, the more he punched first. A pure-blooded martial artist's pure vital qi punched non-stop. When he was about to exhaust his vital qi, he would find an opportunity to take a breather. If the situation was dangerous, he would force himself to hold on. On the battlefield, no matter how many enemies there were, how could it compare to the feeding punches of a 10th realm martial artist? Dealing with the latter was truly a matter of life and death. Wouldn't the so-called toughness of the body be like paper under the punches of a 9th realm martial artist who was easily at the peak of the 9th realm? He could only guess, gamble, rely on instinct, and rely on someone who was close to divine connection and had telepathy to follow the punches. To Chen Pingan, as long as there was no nascent soul sword cultivator hiding nearby, he would be able to break through. The so-called one-man breaking through the enemy lines was not a battlefield at all. It had always been a one-on-one fight. Li Er once said that in the one-on-one battle where he almost accidentally killed Song Jianqiang, the Dali King's aptitude was, of course, good, but his fist was still too light at that time. However, the reason why Song Jianqiang was able to hold on for so long at that time was that Song Jianqiang was not only a martial artist, but also a martial artist who fought on the battlefield. After honing his fist skills on the battlefield for a long time, he naturally had a kind of "the battlefield is the enemy of 10,000 people" atmosphere. Then, he practiced it thoroughly and returned to the original state. When the opponent fought with him, it was like fighting against 1,000 troops, and they would be restrained. Together with a dozen or so sword cultivators who were heading south, they slaughtered the demon race army from the front and back. The 4 young genius sword cultivators stood in a row with a distance of 70 to 80 feet between each other. They no longer pursued the speed and depth of the formation and began to kill as many demon race soldiers as possible. Therefore, the 4 sword cultivators began to step on their long swords. Zhen Yu, Hongzhuang, Sutra, and Zidian were in a sword kinesis flight posture. They summoned their life-bound flying swords and killed their way back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Sancho's life-bound flying sword was called White Deer. One of the flying sword's life-bound abhijna was the scene of the white deer holding a Ganoderma. On the battlefield, a white deer as large as a house would appear. The Ganoderma in its mouth was Chen Sancho's life-bound flying sword. The white deer was naturally covered in sword light and its surroundings were like snow. It was also able to gather spiritual energy on its own. It was very magical. On the battlefield, the white deer with its snow-like sword light rampaged about recklessly. Its killing power was great. It was said that before Chen Sancho nurtured his life-bound flying sword, he had an afternoon dream when he was young. The white deer swam forward, knelt on all fours, and took the initiative to acknowledge him as its master. Therefore, Chen Sancho was known as a playboy among the Sword Qi Great Wall's younger generation. He definitely had the capital to back it up. He had a good family background, a good temper, good looks, good relationships, and a good aptitude. Apart from the Chen family's young master's slightly poor alcohol tolerance, there was almost no fault to be found. As for a divine item like the white deer, it was often related to illusory literary luck. Therefore, Chen Sancho obtained the Dali imitation of the Beko Keikyung building's ancient sword, Book of Sutras, which complemented each other. This was because Chen Sancho's life-bound flying sword was one of the few rare existences that possessed 2 life-bound abhijna. Other than conjuring the flying sword and causing the white deer to appear, it could also increase Chen Sancho's literary luck. Therefore, Chen Sancho was actually a connate sword embryo, and also a natural scholar. After all, in the vast world, there were only 2 scholarly sages in the 3 great academies and 72 academies who had reached the sword immortal realm. Unfortunately, Chen Sancho was born in the Sword Chi Great Wall where scholars were few and far between. Most importantly, Chen Sancho's surname was Chen. He was unable to go to the foreign land that was filled with schools and books. Every sword cultivator who could obtain the title of genius in the Sword Chi Great Wall had their own stories. As long as they were sword cultivators who liked to drink, they could get drunk. Even if they were drunk to death, they would have a reason. Ning Yao had been following Chen Pingan at a distance that was neither too far nor too close to him. Ning Yao vaguely sensed Chen Pingan's thoughts. Perhaps it was a thought that Chen Pingan himself was unaware of. If my fist reaches beyond the heavens, on the battlefield south of the Sword Chi Great Wall, anyone who goes against me, Chen Pingan, will die without even drawing my sword. Ning Yao did not feel that this was bad, but she also felt that this might not be the best. There was only one reason for this, and that was that he was Chen Pingan. Therefore, Ning Yao shouted, "Chen Pingan!" On the battlefield, Chen Pingan immediately stopped and turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Sword Heart was a little unstable for a moment. It was just a strange feeling that disappeared in a flash. Ning Yao said, "Continue to punch. I'll be behind you." Chen Pingan was taken aback. He did not know why Ning Yao said this, but he still smiled and nodded his head. The robe that he had borrowed from Pang Yuanji had already been torn to shreds. The robe he was wearing was so torn that it did not even need to be put away. He used his fistful to gently disperse it, scattering it like dandelions. Not only that, even the green robe from the Ning residence was put away. Therefore, Chen Pingan was only wearing a long robe made of the most common material. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unknowingly, there were no demons alive on the battlefield within a few hundred feet of him. Chen Pingan shook his wrist with one hand and clenched and unclenched his fist with the other. The bones in his hands were exposed. It was normal. Of course it hurt, but this familiar feeling that he had not felt in a long time made him feel at ease. If he did not feel some pain, how could he practice martial arts? Chen Pingan looked into the distance. Finally, he looked up and saw the words carved on the wall. They could not be more familiar. Fierce. The words were really ugly. Chen Pingan subconsciously looked up at the sky. He could come late, but he could not come at all. Even if he only returned to half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in his hometown, it would be good to take a look. As for whether he could use his sword, he could come and see. Chen Pingan reached out and grabbed it. However, he remembered that the sword of the sword workshop had already been destroyed. He took out the Dharma saber that belonged to the nascent soul realm demons. It was narrow, long, and sharp. It shone brightly. Chen Pingan held the Dharma saber that no longer had an owner. It was of high quality and was a first-class Dharma treasure. He gently weighed it. It was heavy enough. Then, he continued to open the array. A moment later, Fan Dash could not help but look behind him. Ning Yao was rubbing her eyebrows. In front of them, Chen Pingan was slashing wildly with his saber. Fan Dash felt that this was probably killing a thief. In an instant, Ning Yao attacked with her sword. She was not going to save Chen Pingan. Even if the person who ambushed her was a nascent soul realm sword cultivator who had hidden his strength. The person who cooperated with him and chose to assassinate Ning Yao was the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal who was proficient in the Tao of Concealment. Ordinary immortal Tao companions on the mountain would inevitably hesitate if they were of a higher realm. Even if they would not save the one of a lower realm. However, Ning Yao did not have any distracting thoughts. Instead, her sword heart became clearer and brighter. She could kill the enemy. He could survive. Ning Yao believed in herself, but she believed in Qin Pingon even more. Ning Yao, who had deliberately suppressed the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm for many years, suddenly broke through the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm. After Ning Yao attacked, she was still able to divert her attention and glanced at the city wall. Chen Qingdu stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Boss, why did you deliberately suppress Ning Yao's breakthrough?" Chen Qingdu smiled. "There's no hurry. There's no need to deliberately fight for those empty titles. Is there a need to become the first sword immortal under the age of 30 in history?" Wei Jin, who became a sword immortal at the age of 40, still did not understand. Ning Yao did not spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. She just went with the flow. "Boss, why did you use the sword Dao of the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi to suppress Ning Yao at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm?" Chen Qingdu chuckled. "I'm Wei Jin." Wei Jin was speechless. He missed the time when Senior Suo was on the city wall. Did Sword Immortal Boss mean that he was Chen Qingdu? Chen Qingdu continued, suppressing her with the sword Dao. "Then you underestimate Ning Yao too much. No matter how fierce the battle was, the gray-robed elder in the wilderness world did not care about it. He just closed his eyes and rested." At this moment, the elder opened his eyes and said to Chen Qingdu with a smile, "That's breaking the rules." Chen Qingdu answered, "You're not convinced. Let's fight on the city wall." 649. There was no reply from Jiazi tent. Chen Qingdu had a look of regret. Almost the entire savage world belonged to this old man. He only occupied a great wall of sword Qi. He did not even dare to challenge him. As expected, if a man was not a sword cultivator, he would not be able to do it. Chen Qingdu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is the bottleneck of the unpolished Jade realm so hard to break through?" Wei Jin spoke the truth. "To me, it is very difficult. When I met Senior Alliance and broke through the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm, it was already a fluke. I have always felt guilty about taking credit for myself." He thought that Sword Immortal Boss would mock him, but he did not expect Chen Qingdu to nod his head. "It is not easy to reach the immortal realm. Actually, it is difficult for a sword cultivator to break through to the next realm." Wei Jin asked, "Sword Immortal Boss, can you give me some pointers?" Chen Qingdu turned to look at the number 1 sword cultivator of the Aquarius continent, a young man who openly admitted that he was troubled by love. As for Wei Jin, in the vast world where sword fate was relatively thin, to be able to reach the upper 5 realms at the age of 40, even in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was considered a great achievement. How did Wei Jin do it? Other than his own talent being good, it was also thanks to Alliance, that bastard, imparting him his plan. The old almanac of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to the sword cultivators of the vast world, it was the golden rule. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to flip through the almanac. Alliance had no problem. He was the kind that almost finished flipping through the almanac. He was also a thief. Alliance helped Wei Jin by stacking the two methods together and risking his life to break through in advance, becoming the leader of the Aquarius continent Sword Dao. Strictly speaking, his methods were not glorious and not too brilliant. Chen Qing had lived for 10,000 years and naturally saw through Wei Jin's cultivation foundation. The saying of the strong having strong luck had some truth to it. As long as Wei Jin entered the upper 5 realms and stayed in the Aquarius continent, he would be able to occupy a continent and be at the peak of a mountain. He would be able to plunder the Aquarius continent's sword fate as he wantonly. Wei Jin only needed to follow the prescribed order. Since his aptitude was good enough, he would slowly improve in the next 100 years, and if nothing went wrong, he would definitely become an immortal. Wei Jin was a person who knew when to stop. He had only fought a battle with the heavenly monarch of the North Continent, Xie Shiwenjian, and had consolidated his cultivation base. He had immediately given up on the great Tao steps that were within his reach. Instead, he had come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If not for the appearance of the new hidden official, Wei Jin would most likely have died in battle in this foreign land. In the end, he would at most leave behind a distant and vague story of a sword celestial in the Aquarius continent. Chen Qing had always admired such a young man. He dared to fight for power and was willing to die. On the other hand, a certain bastard was unwilling to die. However, they would rather live a life worse than death. In Chen Qingdu's opinion, it was acceptable, just like himself. After Chen Qing heard Wei Jin's request, he was not in a hurry to give an answer. He laughed. "Why did you only ask today? Wei Jin, you are very smart. Letting you stay in the thatched cottage at the back, you should know that this is my tacit agreement. First it was Chao Ci, then it was Chen Pingan, and now it's you. Not everyone can be neighbors with Chen Qing." Wei Jin looked at the battlefield in the south and said softly, "As the only sword immortal of the Aquarius continent, I hope to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi without any selfish desires. Those who see others as ants are ants themselves. Back in the day, who wasn't an ant under one's feet?" Wei Jin seemed to have understood something. The old man put his hands behind his back and glanced at the sky. He retracted his gaze and looked towards the southern land. Swordsmen, sword techniques in the heavens, guests on the earth. When a sword cultivator, who was clearly a sword immortal, was willing to call himself a swordsman from the bottom of his heart, it was a little interesting. In Chen Qing's opinion, Wei Jin was lacking in this. Even if this young sword immortal had always been in the Jianghu, in fact, Wei Jin had never felt that he belonged to the Jianghu. He was a passerby of the entire human world. In the end, he still had to go up the mountain to become an immortal. He would bring his sword up the mountain with him and try his best to distance himself from the secular world. He was most afraid of the messy karma. However, Chen Qingdou looked into the distance and recalled a picture scroll of his youth. When a sword cultivator ascended to the top, he would seek the sword from the heavens. The person with the highest realm would be more involved with the human world. In the end, step by step, it would be extremely slow. Relying on the complicated threads of the human heart, it was as if he was dragging the entire world upwards. This was the earliest sword cultivator. This was the true purity of the heart of the sword. With great perseverance and great wishes, he took on great burdens and endured great hardships. He was determined to let the entire human world go to a higher place. Now, be it sword cultivators or other Qi refinement warriors, which one of them did not want to be pure of heart and few desires? They wanted to sever themselves from the secular world and become immortals on the mountain that did not stir up any dust. Even if most of the cultivators in the world had such a mindset, there would be no problem. However, if everyone was like that, there would be great trouble. Chen Qing put his hands behind his back and gently tapped his palms. He muttered to himself, "There can be more of the former and less of the latter. There must be both types of people. Neither can be missing." On the southern battlefield. After exchanging a blow with Ning Yao, the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Death Warrior was slightly injured. However, he did not want to continue fighting. He immediately used a strange secret technique to escape. On the battlefield, where blood flowed, a circle of extremely fine ripples appeared one after another. Obviously, that was where the Demon Clan Sword Immortal Death Warrior's soul was. Moreover, the escape route was not in a straight line. It seemed that he had used some kind of formation. Ning Yao's second blow missed. Not only that, there was a ripple in a pool of blood 600 feet behind Ning Yao. For a sword cultivator, this distance could be said to be very close. The sword immortal death warrior actually wanted to risk his life for a blow. Ning Yao was even more ruthless. She was determined to exchange injury for life. She could have dodged in time. However, she still deliberately paused for a moment to give the demon clan sword immortal a chance. However, the sword immortal death warrior also gave up the chance. He completely dispelled the idea of assassination and chose to leave the battlefield. According to the records in the Jiazi tent, the golden robe on Ning Yao's body was worthy of being an immortal weapon. For a top assassin like him who succeeded in one blow, it was extremely restrained. Ning Yao could not find any trace of the sword immortal death warrior. Looking around, there was no sign of him in the nearby battlefield. Thus, she gave up. However, she had already memorized the escape route of the sword immortal death warrior. She silently deduced it in her heart. If there was a chance to fight again, Ning Yao's sword would be more measured. What really annoyed Ning Yao was that the nascent soul sword cultivator that targeted Qin Pingan had also decisively retreated after his first blow failed. The demon clan army acted as a natural barrier. Ning Yao's third strike was dodged by the nascent soul sword cultivator. He formed a sword seal with both hands and the sword immortal death warrior turned into thousands of sword lights that scattered in all directions. Ning Yao raised her hand and the thousands of broken weapons on the ground chased after the sword lights like flying swords. It was as if the sky above the battlefield was covered with a torrential downpour of flying swords. At the same time, Ning Yao swept out dozens of feet and bypassed Qin Pingan in the distance. She slashed her sword forward. However, the nascent soul sword cultivator's flying sword failed to kill Qin Pingan. The so-called failure was that it did not kill Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was trapped in the formation. When a nascent soul sword cultivator suddenly attacked, there was nowhere for him to hide. The only thing he could do was to avoid being fatally injured. Thus, his entire shoulder was pierced by the flying sword and most of it was blown off. When a sword immortal death warrior attacked with his flying sword, it was not only because of its sharpness, but also because of the sword chi left behind. It used the injured person's small world as a battlefield. The fine and complicated sword chi and wisps of sword intent were like countless dragons crossing the river. The sword chi was like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing into the acupoints and chi residents. It was a recognized fact that it was the hardest to recover from being injured by a sword immortal death warrior's flying sword. The sword immortal death warrior was worthy of being ranked first among the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. On the battlefield, Fan Dash could no longer see Qin Pingan's figure. The mighty demon race army swarmed over from all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was obvious that they wanted to surround and kill the young man. The demon race cultivators were the first to recognize the young hidden official's face. After his identity was revealed, the army retreated out of a survival instinct. It was because the young hidden official had not only defeated Li Zhen, a disciple of the moon-bearing mountain who was in seclusion, but he had also defeated Li Zhen, a top genius of the wasteland world, to the point that his soul was scattered. This matter had long been spread throughout the demon race army. This news was destined to slowly spread to the south, becoming a hot topic of discussion in the wasteland world. Year after year, it was like the grass on the plains, withering and thriving everywhere. Even after 100 years, it might still be talked about by those who remembered it. Ning Yao glanced at the golden lines on the battlefield. After gathering enough sword chi, she formed a seal with 2 fingers and gently slashed downwards. It was like a heavy rain that was suspended in the air, resembling a huge pond that was just above the ground. Then, it suddenly fell to the ground. On Qin Pingan's battlefield, the ground shook and the fist aura was as loud as thunder. The nearby demon race soldiers were sent flying in all directions. A small mountain that was piled up by the demon race army seemed to have collapsed from the middle. Fan Dash heaved a sigh of relief. He finally saw Chin Pingan's figure. He looked a little wretched. His clothes were tattered and his flesh was mangled. The fist intent was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. It flowed through Chin Pingan's body as if a god was protecting his body. This was probably the world's most worthy Golden Body Realm martial artist. Although Fan Dash was a sword cultivator and dreamed of becoming a sword immortal, after witnessing this scene, he could not help but admit that the golden body of a martial artist was unbreakable. It was truly tyrannical. Chin Pingan was hit in the back by a dazzling spell technique. He only staggered a step before he took advantage of the momentum to charge forward. He moved straight for more than 100 feet and opened a path with his fist. A military demon race cultivator swept a large halberd across his waist and sent Chin Pingan flying for more than 100 feet. At the same time, dozens of spells and divine abilities and dozens of natal items followed him like shadows. In the blink of an eye, Chin Pingan had just landed on the ground. A small mountain was formed on the battlefield and he disappeared without a trace. One good thing about Fan Dash was that he did not do unnecessary things. However, Fan Dash became more and more frightened. Were those demon race cultivators crazy? Why were they so reckless with their lives? Ning Yao still left the front line to the injured Chin Pingan alone. At most, she would help to attack and hold back the two sides of the battlefield. She used the sword immortal to shave off some horizontal thickness of the demon race army. As an immortal weapon, the sword immortal had already gained some sentience. It was like an ignorant child who was learning to speak. It was clearly very carefree at the moment. In the past, it was indeed somewhat sullen in Chin Pingan's hands. It was fine that its master, who was not even a sword cultivator, could order it around at will. The key was that every time the sword immortal appeared, it was far from satisfying. Although Ning Yao was calm and composed, her sword heart was calm, and her attacks were always accurate, it did not mean that she was not worried about Chin Pingan's situation at all. How great was the merit of killing the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi on the battlefield? As long as the fist technique was good enough and the punches were heavy enough, the other party would fall to the ground obediently. It was as if they were acknowledging their ancestors on the path of fist techniques. Among the sword cultivators of the hidden officials, Deng Liang was the most stable. He was a sword cultivator born in the mountains and was later taken in by the sect as an immortal master of records. He knew the taste of the mud of the mortal world the most. He was also influenced by the ethereal immortal chi of the cave abode in the mountains. Naturally, he was not impatient. Almost everyone's calmness had been honed bit by bit. However, for some reason, Deng Liang suddenly flipped the writing table today. Then, Deng Liang instantly quietened down and apologized. After sitting in a daze for a moment, he got up and quietly set up the writing table. Sword Immortal Chou Miao shook his head gently, indicating that there was no need for anyone to say anything. With Chou Miao expressing his stance, the other sword cultivators could only turn a blind eye. Even Xian Can and Chao Gun, who were also outsiders like Deng Liang, maintained their silence. Dong Bujue glared at Guozhuzhou, who was winking at him. What the hell? Deng Liang liking Dong Bujue was not a reason for Dong Bujue to like him. Deng Liang had a gloomy expression. He took out a wine flask and drank silently. In the process of the Sword Chi Great Wall in the wilderness, 3 young geniuses from the Sword Chi Great Wall had their intrinsic flying swords destroyed. The 3 potential sword immortals who could be considered outstanding in the Sword Chi Great Wall had their great Tao severed. There was no doubt about it and there was no what if. Then, in the chaotic battle, another 4 people were killed by the demon's suicide squad. As for the young sword cultivators who were not on the list, there were even more. This was the result of the Sword Chi Great Wall having 2 sword immortals and more than 40 earth immortal sword cultivators who came down to provide support and lay in ambush. The spiritual energy of the Sword Chi Great Wall decreased rapidly. The daily consumption of resources was a huge expenditure that no sect in the world could imagine. Once it was converted to divine money, it was enough to make the Tao hearts of the cultivators who were in charge of the income and expenditure of money become unstable just by looking at the numbers in the account books. The transformation of the heaven and earth between the two sides had been subtly accelerated by the wilderness. According to the heavenly secrets revealed by the hidden official, it was not easy for the saints of the 3 sects to attack previously. After they worked together to create the long golden river that separated the battlefield, it was more like a resolute choice. There was no turning back, or it could be said that they did not want to take the original path. The situation was fierce. No matter how the hidden officials' lineage racked their brains, no matter how the sword cultivators on the city wall forgot about life and death, they could only delay the situation for a moment. It seemed that they could not change the direction of the situation. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator. It was not that he could not accept failure, but Deng Liang had never felt so aggrieved, cowardly and resentful. In the end, it turned into a kind of dejection and he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. The more he was in the summer palace, the more he could come into contact with first-hand information and observe the overall situation. When Deng Liang saw through the battles and the points gained and lost by both sides, the more deeply Deng Liang felt about the direction of the entire war, the more powerless he felt. Lin Junbai was only busy with the matters at hand. Chou Miao looked at Lin Junbai, and the young sword immortal nodded subtly. Lin Junbai was the pride of the central divine continent, and the great Tao was more lofty. Lin Junbai did not know that Chou Miao had such a high opinion of him. After arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the first thing Lin Junbai learned was to lower his own status even more. In reality, although Lin Junbai gave people the feeling that he was scheming, quick-witted and intelligent, and was outstanding in all aspects, the feeling he gave people was that he was not as trustworthy as Chou Miao. He was like a natural unpolished jade that had been carved extremely well. But precisely because of this, of course, this was comparing Lin Junbai to Chou Miao. In the main hall of the summer palace, the other sword cultivators all acknowledged Lin Junbai's 3-handed seat and sat firmly. Chou Miao and Lin Junbai were the exact opposite, simple and reserved. This young sword immortal, with a basket of legendary deeds, became a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. But he was not the new hidden official, and was slightly inferior. He had not said any words that would cause people to slap the table in praise, and had not done anything that would cause people to be shocked. But he was able to convince the masses and make people trust him. Everyone in the hidden official's lineage had probably thought that if something really happened to that young hidden official, who would become the next hidden official? It would definitely be Chou Miao, and not Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai did not have much resentment towards this. He had to admit that his skills were inferior. Lin Junbai had never been afraid of interacting with experts. He learned everything very quickly. As long as it was not a life and death situation, the improvement of his chess skills after the spar was all capital that entered his pocket. Lin Junbai was very clear that sword immortal Chou Miao's ability to convince the masses was not as simple as Chou Miao's high cultivation level. There were many things about Chou Miao that were worth him studying and learning. For example, no one would think that sword immortal Chou Miao was a brilliant and intelligent person who took every conceivable possibility into account. No one's first impression would be like this. If one said that Chou Miao's sword skills were high, but he had a gentle personality and did not have a sharp edge, the impression that the young hidden official gave people was that his cultivation level was not high, but he could fight very well. He was shrewd and scheming, but he was actually a good person. In addition, the hidden official's lineage had many sword cultivators that each had their own strengths. Lin Junbai would benefit greatly from his training here every day, so why would he leave? Even if Chen Pingan chased him away, Lin Junbai might not necessarily leave. Lin Junbai glanced at the empty main seat and shook his head lightly. He would not leave, but he definitely would not become the hidden official. "650, yes, the latest issue of the journal has been published." Ning Yao let Chen Pingan return to the city first and reminded him to be careful on the way. Dong Huafu felt that her words were a little redundant. Dong Huafu's style had always been straightforward. Chen Sancho smiled and said, "It would be troublesome if there weren't any redundant words between a man and a woman." Dong Huafu nodded in agreement and then asked, "Do you have the chance to speak?" Chen Sancho imitated the second shopkeeper and smiled. Dong Huafu was afraid that the second shopkeeper would hold a grudge against him, but he was not afraid of Chen Sancho, who wanted to be his brother-in-law even in his dreams. Therefore, he said something to make things worse. "Did my sister become a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage because she wanted to hide from you? If that's the case, then it's too much. I'll speak up for you later. I still have this bit of loyalty." Chen Sancho shook his head and said, "Not really. Your sister is a straightforward person. If she likes someone, she likes them. If she doesn't like them, she doesn't like them. She won't do it on purpose. Liking someone was always good." Besides, ever since Chen Sancho started wearing open-crotch pants, he felt that the neighbor's sister Dong did not become good just because he liked her. She was really good. Just like the first time Chen Sancho saw the words, "childhood sweetheart," in a book, he felt that it was the most touching phrase in the world. Things like a calm lake or a fiery autumn mountain had to be put aside. To say that Dong Bu was beautiful was actually not enough. It was just that after so many years, the more Chen Sancho drank, the more he liked her. Before Chen Pingan arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Sancho would always head over to Dong Bu's side to observe the battle from afar. This time, when the situation was dire, Chen Sancho had lent a helping hand. Dong Bu thanked her after the battle and gave her a heart-wrenching reply. This was the second time Dong Bu had explicitly told Chen Sancho that they were both sword cultivators and friends. They could help each other on the battlefield, but he advised Chen Sancho not to have any thoughts of becoming Dao companions on the mountain. Whenever Dong Bu thought of this, goosebumps would appear all over his body. That time, Chen Sancho returned to the city and drank some wine. On the way home, he pushed walls and crashed into trees again. Chen Pingan's injuries were not light. Not only were his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones damaged, the most troublesome part was the sword chi left behind by the sword cultivators' flying swords and the injuries caused by the many demon cultivators attacking his natal item. However, Chen Pingan's spirit didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Ning Yao hadn't seen Chen Pingan with such bright eyes in a long time. Words. He picked up a damaged sword of unknown origin. The sword itself was not too mysterious, but it was heavy. It was probably made of good materials and was worth some money. In the Jianghu of the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, this was a real divine weapon. Even the gods of the mountains and rivers of those places were afraid of it. Chen Pingan took the lead to fly north on his sword. He chose a place where the demon army's battle formation was weak. He punched a little along the way. He did not go directly to the top of the city wall. Instead, he rode his sword to the highest point of the word Meng on the city wall. He sat cross-legged and took out the blade-strengthening gourd. He drank a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine and observed the battlefield closely. Enjoying the incense offerings of the mortal world, one does not need to cultivate to be able to stabilize their golden body. Immortals who do not die are those chi cultivators who are now lying in the mountains. When scholars write history books, they always delete and subtract. Over time, they get further and further away from the truth. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the 3 great academies and become the reclusive disciple of that old scholar. You can flip through a few worthless old books. You still have the face to do that. Chen Pingan only listened and remembered these sayings. They were not significant for the time being. If he were to be more pragmatic, it could be said that they were meaningless. However, the following statement made Chen Pingan's ears perk up obediently, afraid that he would miss a single word. First you travel far away, then you reach the peak, then you reach the 10th realm of martial arts. It is divided into 3 levels: vigor, purity, and godly arrival. What is godly arrival? I remember there is a saying in your hometown. What is it called? Arrival. Chen Pingan blurted out, if a person's skills are good enough, whether it is farming or making porcelain, others like to praise him as a rival. Chen Qingdu nodded. Arrival. 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 How do you walk? Who will guard the door? The answer is in your hometown. What is it again? Chen Pingan said, me. Chen Qingdu smiled and nodded. He then explained in detail the 3rd level of the 10th realm. But for the first time, the old man had a nostalgic expression. In the Aquarius continent, he had an old friend. He had also drawn a circle on the ground and imprisoned himself for 10,000 years. So Chen Qingdu said something off-topic. Embroidered tiger Cui Dong is really powerful. Chen Pingan said, that year, in the first round of the Truth Heart game, because Mr. Qi was there, I passed it safely. When Mr. Qi was not there, I could not pass the 2nd round no matter what. And that was because Cui Dong did not put all his effort into the game. Chen Qingdu said, all the sufferings that are difficult to endure are like a hole in the heart. The bigger the hole, the more it can hold in the future. Chen Pingan nodded. But it was also possible to make up for that hole for the rest of one's life. For example, the more the world owes a person's childhood, the more that person will make up for it when they grow up. Leaving the city, Chen Pingan flew on his sword to the private residence of the Summer Palace. He began to recuperate in peace. After a short 2 days, Chen Pingan made a trip to the Summer Palace. He came and went as he pleased. He held the jade token in his hand and did not need to use a contraction talisman. Chen Pingan chose a secluded place and watched Grandma Bai teach the children martial arts. She was talking about what the whole body is a fist meant, how to learn, and how to practice. Chen Pingan was familiar with one of the children. Then, he called Sword Immortal Cho Miao and went to Spring Banner House on Inverted Hanging Mountain. They also went to the Plum Blossom Garden. The book that Madame Ruoyan sent to the Summer Palace was not thin. Therefore, Chen Pingan brought 2 more things that were close to him on this trip to Inverted Hanging Mountain. They were borrowed from Yan Ming and Nailan Saihuan. In the empty Plum Blossom Garden, Sword Immortal Cho Miao looked at the hidden official who was moving things with shining eyes. He could not help but ask, you were also like this when you were in the Ning Mansion's secret vault? Chen Pingan did not bother to talk nonsense with him. How could it be the same? When they arrived at Spring Banner House and carefully looked through the account book, Wei Wenlong explained some of the tricks in it in a low voice. Sword Immortal Miyu was a little sleepy. The result that Cho Miao and Lin Junbai were most worried about had not appeared yet. The 8 States ferry was still unimpeded and could reach Inverted Hanging Mountain smoothly. On the way here, Cho Miao suggested that they could raise the price appropriately. Chen Pingan thought it was feasible and discussed the details with Yan Ming, Nailan Saihuan, and Xiao Yunyan. The price of some important materials remained the same. Otherwise, the financial operation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be too stressful. Even with the addition of the 2 private residences, Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, it would still be far from enough. However, for some of the second-rate, spare materials of each fairy in the 8 continents, they could increase the price appropriately. After returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, this was the first time Chin Pingan got close to the mirage north of the city. He did not enter it, but only looked from afar. Sword Immortal Cho Miao looked up at the sky and said telepathically, "Let's not talk about the killing power of the sword. If we only talk about the essence of the matter, can you do what boss did?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "It's very difficult." On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Ning Yao and the other sword cultivators took the lead to return to the city on their swords. Everyone was injured, and Stack Mountain was the most seriously injured. Chen Qingdu walked out of the thatched cottage. Chen Sancho called him ancestor, and Chen Qingdu grunted in acknowledgement. That was all. If an outsider met Chen Sancho when he was drinking, it would be very hard to imagine that this handsome young drunkard was Chen Qingdu. The old sword immortal Chen Shi, who was able to carve the character Qin on the city wall, had once privately asked ancestor Chen Qingdu if he could let Chen Sancho leave and follow a certain scholarly sage to study in the vast world. Chen Qingdu only asked one question. Would Chen Sancho's surname be Qin in the future? In the end, Chen Shi dejectedly left the city wall. Are you going to treat my master to pickled fish when he comes home? Zhou Mili frowned and said timidly, not a big bowl, but a small bowl. Pei Qian was happy, but also a little sad. After growing up, it was difficult for him to be like before, with all his worries and worries. He was always like a guest who came and went quickly. In the past, Pei Qian didn't quite understand why his master didn't want him and sister Bao Ping to grow up quickly. Now, looking at little Meili, Pei Qian understood. Chen Lingjun was about to board the cross-continent ferry. Pei Qian patted Zhou Meili's head. Let's go and say goodbye. Remember, Master said that if a friend takes the immortal ferry to travel far away, we can't say that it's a smooth journey. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. I know. A stupid melon seed, Nuanshu, Pei Qian, and little Mili all said goodbye to him. Chen Lingjun was a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, he was also a little happy. However, he didn't want to show his feelings on his face. After Chen Lingjun left, Pei Qian and the other 2 waited until the ferry passed through the sea of clouds before returning to Luopa Mountain. Chen Wanshu turned to look at the sea of clouds. Pei Qian said softly, "Don't worry, it's fine." Chen Lingjun might not be serious usually, but he's actually very smart. Chen Wanshu smiled. Pei Qian held the hands of a little girl. Now, Pei Qian's height had surpassed them by a lot. He finally looked like a young girl. Chen Lingjun was in the room on the ferry. With nothing to do, he lay on the table in a daze. In fact, at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, Chen Lingjun regretted it the moment he boarded the cross-continent ferry. He really wanted to jump off the ferry and sneak back. Anyway, now that Luopa Mountain was big and had a lot of territory, he could just find a place to hide. Wei Pai would probably be annoyed to see him and might not be willing to talk to old chef and Pei Qian about this. In a few days, he would go to Luopa Mountain to show his face and find a random reason to fool them. He forgot to look at the almanac and pick an auspicious day. He was worried about Yellow Lake Mountain and forgot to go to the Imperial River to say goodbye to his friends in the pugilistic world. There was nothing wrong with concentrating at home, working hard, and cultivating diligently. There was a big bamboo box on the table. In fact, it was rare for Lord Wei Shan to be so generous and lend him something close to him. In the bamboo box, there were many maps of the North Continent. There were maps drawn by the immortals on the mountain, as well as many secret treasures of the imperial court. In addition, there were a lot of messy local chronicles and a few booklets written by Chen Pingan. They were all things to take note of. In old chef's words, it was as if he had written down everything except where to pee and poop. If he still couldn't succeed in crossing the river, he might as well drown himself. It was rumored that the fox immortal that the Sioux family's ancestor met had 7 tails, but no one knew if there was an additional one now. The fox skin beauties produced by the Clear Breeze City's Sioux family were expensive, but they were rare and in short supply. It was a specialty of the Aquarius continent. As the number of cross-continent ferry ships in the North Continent increased, the Clear Breeze City's Sioux family became more and more wealthy. Especially a few years ago, the Sioux family's patriarch changed the ancestral law and allowed the fox country to activate the mirror flower, water moon, causing the price of a fox skin talisman to double. The Sioux family hired a master painter to draw the 4 beauties painting and the 18 ladies painting. They were either meticulously engraved or copied. Along with the scattered 4 marquises and folding fans, they were all sold out the moment they were released. Some of the immortals on the mountain who were not on good terms with the Clear Breeze City said sarcastically. The Sioux family was only short of selling erotic paintings. If Su Hun dared to sell them, he would be a true hero. They purposely belittled Su Hun as a man who rolled in a pile of women. However, this man was indeed a true nascent soul realm military cultivator. After obtaining the strange Swansea armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. His combat power was extraordinary. He was one of the few people below the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent with outstanding killing power. In a private room of a restaurant in the downtown area of the Clear Breeze City, a young man continued to eat. A scholar in a green robe had already put down his chopsticks and got up to stand by the window. He looked at the bustling crowd outside. There were indeed many good-looking women. Lu Qiqing waved his folding fan and smiled. This couple in the Clear Breeze City, one concentrates on cultivation while the other manages the household to earn money. They are a perfect match. The young man just buried his head in eating. Lu Qiqing rarely moved his chopsticks but ordered a large table of dishes. There was a lot of food left on the table. Lu Qiqing turned to look at the young man and asked with a smile, "Gu Kan, you didn't say why you came here and deliberately left Xing Yi and Ma Di out. Can you tell me now?" Gu Kan wanted to talk to someone, so he put down his chopsticks and swallowed the food. He looked up and said, "I have a friend who was almost beaten to death by a man named Lu Jingchen. This Lu Jingchen is a descendant of the Lu clan on Fortune Street. He seems to be doing well in the Sioux clan in the Clear Breeze City. In the Pearl Grotto Heaven, the Song, Li, Zhao, and Lu were the top families of the 4 great clans. However, the Lu clan in the small town had too much to do with the destroyed dynasty, so they had the most miserable ending. After the Pearl Grotto Heaven fell, the Lu clan in the small town had no achievements to speak of. If you don't sell it, how can you live peacefully in the future? Xing Dafeng grunted in agreement. Therefore, when it came to dirty and troublesome matters, there were many in the marketplace. Every household who didn't have chicken shit or dog shit. But when it came to intelligence and kindness, there were also many. Every household who didn't have a few bowls of clean rice. The woman suddenly felt sad. "I'm getting old." Xing Dafeng smiled. "That's right. Your son is now a scholar. I heard that he has the nickname of Little Shotsai. What do you think? Your big brother Defeng never lies to you. That kid looks like a good material. He's a serious scholar." The Spring Festival couplets in the wine shop were written by that kid, and they look very good. Sister, you can just wait to enjoy life in the future. The family heirloom isn't about money, it's about doing good deeds. Huang Ernyang glanced at him. Jing Dafeng pretended to be shy and blocked her gaze with his wine bowl. Sister, your gaze isn't very proper. Brother Dafeng looks like he's naked. Huang Ernyang was helpless. She really had to thank him for teaching the child. In the early years, when she was a widow with a child, she really wanted to cut off her own flesh to let the child eat, drink, and wear warm clothes. When the child grew older, she couldn't bear to scold or beat him. The child became wild and even dared to skip school. She only felt that it wasn't good, but she didn't know how to teach him. She tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Every time, the child would agree verbally, but he would often go down the river to catch fish and snakes in the mountains. Later on, Jing Dafeng was drinking and among a bunch of vulgar words, he hit a sentence about how to earn money. Huang Ernyang listened to him and gave him a good beating. Soon, the child became obedient. Huang Ernyang suddenly said, 2 minds at the same time, no 3 no 4, 5 no 6 people, a total mess, 8 or 9 out of 10, a coward. This was what Jing Dafeng used to scold people in the wine shop. In fact, it didn't have much strength. It was too sour and didn't hurt or itch. However, Huang Ernyang found it interesting and remembered it. Compared to these women who scolded first and then scratched their faces, as well as those country bumpkins, it was a different way of scolding people. Jing Dafeng pretended not to understand and instead began to feel sorry for himself. It's chilly to be single. How poor can I be? Rats starve and have to move. Mosquitoes and lice can barely drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Once I've saved enough money, which girl would be willing to visit me? Huang Ernyang smiled and asked, how old is the girl? Jing Dafeng glanced at the woman and laughed. Her age can be neither too old nor too young, but she still has to be old when she needs to be. Huang Ernyang threw a handful of melon seeds at the man. Jing Dafeng dodged. A bowl of wine would eventually be finished. He put down the bowl and patted his face. What a good saying. Drunk like a whale sucking in hundreds of rivers, drunk like a jade mountain about to collapse. Sister, you're in luck. Huang Ernyang sneered. You're a wooden club. Drunk and run away. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Drown in the latrine, eat until you die, it's all up to you. Jing Dafeng said, let's go, I'll definitely pay you back in the future. Huang Ernyang suddenly asked, going on a long trip again? Jing Dafeng said, it's not too far. The blessed land of lotus roots was near Luopa Mountain, but it was also far away. Huang Ernyang lowered her voice. Haven't you suffered enough? What's so good about the outside world? Jing Dafeng turned his head and smiled. I once read a sentence in a book. Huang Xinyang's house is full of flowers, but it's not as good as Huang Ernyang. Huang Ernyang asked, can't you just not leave? If you owe me money for the wine, then so be it. Jing Dafeng shook his head and left. The woman watched as the man with his arm around her gradually disappeared into the distance. She couldn't see him clearly anymore. Jing Dafeng came to the Yang family's shop to help out temporarily. The precocious junior sister, Su Biao, and the unenlightened junior brother, Shi Shan, had both left to gain experience. Currently, there was only one Yang family disciple looking after the shop. Jing Dafeng was much more thick-skinned now. Even if his master still didn't like him, he just stayed at the front of the shop and didn't bother the old man in the backyard. As he neared the shop, Jing Dafeng quietly dispersed the smell of alcohol on his body and entered the shop. The young shop assistant was dozing off. When he heard the sound of Jing Dafeng moving a small stool, he woke up and went back to sleep. The young family disciple had been annoyed by Jing Dafeng for a long time and didn't want to have anything to do with him. He was just a bachelor who went on a long trip, lost half his life outside, and came back dejectedly to continue guarding the door. How good could he be? If it wasn't for the young family's old master saying a few words, a sloppy man like Jing Dafeng wouldn't even be able to rely on his relationship with the old man in the backyard to help out at the shop. The young family had not been doing too well in recent years. Even the descendants of the young family were not doing too well. In the past, apart from a few of the 4 surnames and 10 clans who had directly moved to the capital of the Great Li dynasty, as long as there were still some people left in their hometown, each one was doing better than the other in the provincial capital, raking in large amounts of money every day. Therefore, those who were young and had some ambition were more envious and passionate. The old master of the young family, on the other hand, was secretly cold-hearted. He was unwilling to care about this group of descendants who were not doing well, so he let them do as they wished. The old master's only confidence was old Yang's prescription in the backyard. However, this business was handled by only 3 people in the entire family. It was just 3 generations. Without the worry of not having enough descendants, it was enough. When there were many descendants, the head of the family liked to give more to those who were truly capable. Those who were poor would be raised and wouldn't starve to death. Those who could earn money would only be richer. Jing Dafeng moved a stool and sat at the entrance of the shop. Basking in the sun didn't cost any money. He didn't need to be tanned. Admiring the flowers and moon on the mountain and joining in the bustle at the bottom of the mountain were 2 good things. Jing Dafeng raised his head and looked at the sun. See everything? He looked at it for a long time. It had been like this since he was young. After looking at it for a long time, it didn't hurt his eyes and he didn't feel anything. Later on, when Jing Dafeng learned boxing and martial arts, he didn't think too much about it. Jing Dafeng retracted his gaze and patted his knee. Last year, I hoped that this year would be better. This year, it's still a lousy cotton-padded jacket. This year, I hope that next year will be better. Next year. The young man at the counter muttered, so noisy. Jing Dafeng turned his head and smiled. Are you dead? The young man glared. How can you say that? Jing Dafeng looked puzzled. If I don't use my mouth, do I use my buttocks? The young man slammed the table. Jing Dafeng, you better watch your mouth. Jing Dafeng smiled. He raised his hand and gestured a few times. He said patiently, lower your voice. The tables of us commoners are either used to place rice bowls or incense burners. It doesn't matter what other things are used for. For example, the abacus. It doesn't matter. So don't slam the table. It's disrespectful to the gods of heaven and earth. That's unacceptable. The young man sneered. Don't king spout nonsense here. You're a cripple with a rotten hunchback. You'll be a lowly watchdog your whole life. Do you really think this shop is your own home? Stabbing someone with a sharp knife was worse than stabbing someone with a sharp horn. However, Jing Dafeng didn't spar with his senior brotherly air the most. Instead, he sparred with his mouth. There weren't many commoners in the town, but there were many experts in the art of talking. Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley were places full of outstanding people and experts. That taciturn Chin Pingon didn't make any moves during his youth. In fact, this skill was accumulating internal energy day after day. Jing Dafeng was immediately happy. Su Dian was too stubborn, Shi Lingshan was too simple-minded. Finally, there was someone who knew how to talk. Jing Dafeng moved a stool closer to the door and laughed. Young Xia, I heard that you love to burn incense at the Tifu River Water God Temple. Don't you know the real rules of burning incense? Let's not talk about other things. For this kind of thing, do you have to pay attention to the rules? Do you know why you have to hold the incense with your left hand? Do you know that you're left-handed? If that's the case, it won't be good. The young man named Yang Xia was a little shaken, but his face was still full of disdain. He was too lazy to talk. Xing Dafeng laughed. 15 loves the woman next door. 30 loves other people's children. 60 is his good daughter-in-law. The third branch of the Yang family has good family style. Yang Xiao's face immediately flushed red. He picked up the abacus and threw it at that bastard. The head of the Yang family's third branch indeed had a bad reputation in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. He was the kind of rich person who didn't have a knot in his belt. Xing Dafeng reached out and caught the abacus. This is your Yang family's money-making tool. It can't be lost. If it's broken, who will pay for it? I'm a barefoot man, and you're a little rich. Even if you throw dirty water at me, will it work? Who do you think will pay in the end? You're waiting to wade into muddy waters and go to the provincial capital to earn that heartless fortune. In my opinion, it's better not to go. The rise and fall of a family depends on etiquette and righteousness, not on wealth or poverty. Study hard. If you can't do it, give birth to a few more children. There's still hope for you to rely on your descendants to bring glory to your ancestors. Yang Xiao's face turned ashen. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Xing Dafeng shook his head and raised a hand. Don't fight with me. I don't know how to control my strength. If I punch you, you'll probably start practicing drunken boxing. The kind that doesn't need a teacher. Yang Xia was about to walk around the counter. It wasn't a fight. It was time to go home. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted. The old man said, Yang Xia, you're competing with a doorman. Don't you find it embarrassing? Yang Xia snorted coldly. However, now that he had a way out, he still had to leave the Yang family's shop. He just slowed his steps and walked more steadily. When Yang Xia stepped over the threshold and finally disappeared into the distance, old Yang, who rarely walked to the front of the shop, came to the door and said, Is it fun to compete with a piece of trash? Does he understand human language? Xing Dafeng had already stood up and straightened his back as much as possible. When an old man took in a disciple, it was of utmost importance to respect his master and his teachings. Xing Dafeng followed the old man to the backyard. The old man lifted the curtain. When he passed the threshold, he casually put him down. Xing Dafeng gently supported him. When he passed, he still supported him and gently put him down. Old Yang sat on the steps of the main room. He tapped his pipe and picked up the tobacco pouch at his waist. Soon, he began to puff again. The thin bamboo pipe had been given to him by someone else, while the tobacco leaf had been given to him by that little brat Li Huai. After all these years, the pipe had changed from its original verdant color to a faint bamboo yellow. Old Yang said, It's just a tiny lotus root paradise. Even if you go, what's the point? Xing Dafeng said, It's still a vast world. Old Yang gave his disciple a sidelong glance. Being too smart was never a good thing. Xing Dafeng helplessly said, I'll listen to master. Great. This time, he really did have to go on a long journey. Old Yang said, When you get there, you'll have to start all over again. The road will be even harder to walk, but as long as the road isn't hard to walk, there will be more people. There's a reason why Fan Junmao was made Mountain Lord Nanyue and not you. In any case, Xing Dafeng just listened to the teachings. Old Yang asked, Why do you think the Confucians opened up a fifth world at this time? You have to know that the world was discovered long ago. Xing Dafeng replied, It's to prevent the 100 schools of thought from not helping when the war is imminent. Instead, they'll be a hindrance. Now that a world has appeared out of thin air, we'll fight for it if we have the ability. Old Yang asked again, do you know why the vast world is the most tolerant of Taoists and Buddhists? Is there a place for the Confucian academies and Buddhist temples to stand in the green world? Jing Dafeng's expression was solemn. He definitely couldn't think of an answer to this question by himself. Old Yang waved his hand and dispersed the smoke. He asked, I once scolded the saints of the three schools of thought as Pishio, right? Jing Dafeng nodded. The old man smiled and said, I just don't know who will be the first to slap me. Now that his master was on his side, he didn't mind saying more. However, Jing Dafeng missed the bleak days when his master didn't talk much. Jing Dafeng was suddenly stunned. Old Yang sneered and said, you finally remembered. You thought that you weren't as smart as Li Er and were never convinced. Li Er had once reminded Jing Dafeng to think carefully about why his master never spoke more than 10 words to him. Back then, Jing Dafeng felt that his master felt that he was an eyesore and wasn't willing to speak more. 10. Martial artist 10 realms. Back then, as a martial artist at the peak of the far-wandering realm, he had traveled south to Old Dragon City and guarded that dusty shop. Later on, he had met Chin Pingon and broken through. He had really almost, broken through 2 bottlenecks consecutively and directly advanced from level 8 to level 10. Old Yang sneered and said, if you had the ability to make me speak more, you would have reached realm 10 long ago. There wouldn't be so much trouble now. You wandered to the east and wandered to the west, asking questions to Qi Jingchen, chatting with that old man Yao, so what? Are you realm 10 or realm 11 now? Yes, multiplied by 2, it's almost enough. Jing Dafeng was still more used to such a master. However, Jing Dafeng rarely talked back. Mr. Qi and old Yao are still very knowledgeable. It's my own poor comprehension that can't learn the subtleties. Did I say that your comprehension is good? Old Yang twisted out some tobacco shreds, his face full of sarcasm. What's the most damaging thing about a house? The window paper is torn. The door is rotten. Is that a big deal? Even a poor family in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane can't afford this little bit of repair money. Let's just say that Chin Pingin's ancestral house can be replaced with a new one every time a child goes up or down the mountain with a hatchet. No matter how well you learn other people's principles and think you understand them thoroughly, it's just the work of putting up door gods and hanging spring festival couplets. In just a year, the wind and rain will weaken it. Jing Dafeng said, it's changing beams and pillars. It's making a big fuss. Old Yang nodded and said, do you think it's so easy to learn other people's principles? You have to tear down the original beams and pillars. That's the real meaning of cultivating the mind. You have to endure it when you're competing with yourself. Old Yang sighed. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about Qi Jingchen. He's been in Lizhu Grotto Heaven for 60 years, but he still can't think of a great Tao that's right and proper. Look at Chin Pingon. How many principles do you think he knows? Not many. Just a few. What kind of person am I? How should one understand the world through scholarship? How should one establish oneself in the world? How should one live in harmony with the world? How should one live better? Just these 3 things and a few principles. Whether one is a good person or not, many little things make an ocean. Is it complicated to be a truly good person? It's very simple, but is it easy to do? It's very difficult. Old Yang could roughly guess Qi Jingchuan's knowledge in the past. The Taoist ancestor once said that losing the Tao was followed by virtue, losing virtue was followed by benevolence, and losing benevolence was followed by righteousness. Qi Jingchen was probably trying to think of a way to solve this problem. She might be trying to push it back. It was not the order, but it was the order. In fact, Qi Jingchuan's concerns were even greater than this. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Jing Dafeng asked, "Then what about me?" Old Yang asked in return, "The master leads the way. Do I need the master to teach me how to eat and poop?" Jing Dafeng said, "I'll go to that world. I'll think about it carefully." Old man Yang raised his hand and shook his sleeves, throwing out the small temple that he had refined and put away. The old man waved his hand, and specks of golden light flashed and disappeared into Jing Dafeng's forehead. Jing Dafeng did not move. Old Yang said, "It's returned to its owner. Leave it with me. It's not an eyesore. I won't look at it anyway. It's just annoying." The golden light was Jing Dafeng's soul. Jing Dafeng stood up and bowed. "Disciple thanks master for teaching and protecting me." Old Yang puffed out a cloud of smoke. Jing Dafeng immediately sat down. It was not very respectful to just stand like that. Jing Dafeng turned his head. Not long after, a young man in a scholarly robe walked in. He carried a bamboo chest and held a walking stick. Jing Dafeng's face was tense. The travel-worn young man walked quickly to old Yang's side. He squatted down and rubbed his shoulders. He said, don't worry. Your muscles and bones are still strong like a young man. It's not too much to get a wife. Dafeng, you're really something. How can you be a disciple and not help your master find a wife? It's hard to find a wife, but is it hard to find a wife? Old Yang did not care. Jing Dafeng was not surprised. In the entire world, probably only Li Huai dared to treat the old man like this. Old Yang asked, "You're going to Mount Cloud Forest and Deer Academy to study again?" Li Huai sat down on the ground. "This is secondary. I'm going to fight with Pei Qian." "Of course it's a fight. We haven't seen each other for a few years. She and I have accumulated a lot. Isn't this a battle at the square outside the ancestral hall of Ji Se Peak? It's a Jianghu event. She went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and met at the academy. She said she had to pack up her treasures and fight later." Li Huai said regretfully, "It's a pity that Li Baoping went to travel alone. It's fine if I lose to her, but if I win against her, without Li Baoping's help, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave Luopa Mountain." Jing Dafeng laughed. "There's someone you're afraid of?" Li Huai nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid of Mr. Qi, Baoping, Pei Qian. There are so many teachers in the academy. I'm afraid of them all." Jing Dafeng joked, "Is Chen Pingon afraid?" Li Huai thought seriously and said, "With him, I'm not afraid." Fulu Street. There was the scholarly Xixing who traveled to North Continent. Li Baoping who was studying in the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Zhao Yao who went to Central Continent. Peach Leaf Alley. There was Xiaoling, a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Taoya, a servant of the Wei family who went to the capital of Dali. There was also Lin Shui who cultivated and studied peacefully. Clay Bottle Alley. There was Chen Pingon who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gu Ken who started a storm at Book Slip Lake. There was also Song Jisin who became the king of Dali. There was also the servant GQ. Apricot Flower Alley. There was Ma Kushuan who was known as the young genius leader of the continent. There was also Li Lu and Li Huai. There was Dong Shuijing who was a businessman. There was also the shop of the Yang family. There was also the shop of the Su family. Rock Spirit Mountain. Those who were the luckiest in the town were usually the ones with strong foundations. For example, Li Huai and Gu Kan. Back then, the one who had the most leaves on the old locust tree was actually Gu Kan. No one knew. Back then, the little slug had packed a big bag of leaves. When he returned to Clay Bottle Alley and was reminded by Chin Pingon, he realized that there were so many locust tree leaves in his bag. The one who had the toughest life was probably Chin Pingon. However, in the blink of an eye, nearly 15 years had passed for the children and youngsters in the streets and alleys of the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Everyone had their own encounters, opportunities, and achievements, but it was not a smooth journey. Unknowingly, 15 years had passed. Many children in the town were already in their 20s. The group of young people back then was already in their 30s. End of chapter. 652. A tall, large young man and a beautiful woman entered the territory of the Dragon Province of the Dali dynasty together. It was a treasured land of feng shui after Li Zhu's dwelling shattered and took root in the earth in the past. There were many stories about the landscape here, and it was one of the best cultivation grounds of the Aquarius continent. However, all of the landscape and people seemed to be tainted by the mist of the mountains' feng shui, obscuring everything. When the two of them made their way towards Huaihuang City along the Tiafu River, they passed by an ancestral temple of the water goddess that flourished with incense. Due to their identities and cultivation foundations, neither of them were bold enough to enter and offer incense. When they finally saw the eastern gate of the city after so much difficulty, the young man felt like he had been relieved of a great burden. He sighed emotionally, "We're finally here. Miss Ma, should we pay Mr. Chen a visit first, or should we visit Gu Kan's home in the provincial city? Luopa Mountain might be a little harder to find, but the provincial city is relatively easier to find." The couple's journey north through the Dragon Province this time had not been easy. It was mainly because Gu Kan had suddenly told them to head north by themselves. He and the strange scholar called Lu Qiqing wanted to visit the Su clan in Clearwind City, which made the timid Xing Yi extremely uneasy. In his early years, the caretaker of Green Gorge Island, Zhang Yi, had dragged him out of the fiery pit on Reedy Moon Island and brought him to the thatched hut at the entrance of the mountain. After meeting the accountant, Xing Ye's life underwent an overwhelming change. Afterwards, he met Gu Kan. From fear to intimacy, and now to dependence, it had all happened in just a few years. To cultivators who liked to meditate, it was like the snap of a finger. Before he knew it, Xing Yi, who would have nightmares from a casual glance from Gu Kan, instead felt uneasy without Gu Kan by his side. He went on a sightseeing tour, feeling unsteady every step he took. In reality, Xing Yi, who was naturally suited to the path of ghost cultivation, had broken through quite quickly in the past few years. As a matter of fact, it could even be described as extremely fast. It was only because he had Gu Kan by his side that he did not stand out. Xing Yi was now a true sea-viewing realm qi practitioner. In the Jianghu and mountains of regular vassal states, he could be regarded as an immortal of the middle five realms. Due to the fact that Xing Yi had cultivated unorthodox techniques, her yin qi was rather heavy. Therefore, when Xing Yi traveled to the north with Gu Kan, she was still able to get close to the mountains, rivers, temples, and immortal mountains. However, when she parted ways with Gu Kan, she did not have the guts to do so. In addition, Ma Di, who was by her side, was even more ghostly. She was only able to walk in the human world by relying on the fox skin talisman. In the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain who had profound Taoism, whether it was Xing Yi or Ma Di, they were easily regarded as disgraceful and filthy existences. Ma Di had a jade pendant hanging from her waist. It was the peace and peace jade pendant that Gu Kan had given them as a protective amulet. She thought for a moment and smiled. "Let's go to Luopa Mountain first. We are so familiar with Mr. Chen, so we shouldn't be rejected. Even if Mr. Chen isn't there, it shouldn't be difficult to ask someone for a cup of tea, right?" Xing Yi grinned and said, "Okay, I think so too." There were always some people who would feel more at ease when they thought of this. After passing Huaihuang County, they asked the local people for directions. However, they couldn't understand each other. They finally found a shopkeeper who could speak Dolly's official language. However, the shopkeeper didn't know the specific address of Luopa Mountain. He only gave a general idea. After passing the small town, they first found Jinju Mountain, which was just a small hill. Then they would find an opportunity to ask the immortals in the mountain for directions. After entering the continuous mountains full of spiritual qi, the two of them searched for a long time before they found Mount Huimeng, which was the territory of Luopa Mountain. After going south, they reached the foot of Luopa Mountain's cliff, which was not too far from the southern gate. However, Tsing Yi and Ma Di saw an incredible scene. First, they saw a little girl in black with her back to them. She was looking up at the sea of clouds hanging on the cliff like a snow-white belt. The little girl carried a small golden pole on one shoulder and a green bamboo walking stick on the other shoulder. She shouted loudly, Pei Qian, don't jump wrong this time. It's so troublesome to fill the hole." Tsing Yi glanced around the little girl. The ground was full of potholes. The green bamboo walking stick on the little girl's shoulder was very familiar. The little girl in black suddenly turned her head and looked at the two foreigners who had stopped in their tracks. She slipped away as fast as lightning. Tsing Yi suddenly looked up. A black dot broke through the sea of clouds. With a whistling sound, it suddenly fell. In an instant, a short thin figure fell heavily on the ground. There was a loud noise. The earth trembled and dust flew. Tsing Yi concentrated and stared into the distance. He saw that in the big hole, there was a girl with dark skin and a thin figure. She bent her knees slightly and slowly got up. She turned her head and looked at the little girl in black who was holding her head and squatting at the edge of the big hole. She complained, "Little Mealy, what's going on? If I didn't have sharp eyes and changed my landing route, you would have fallen into the hole. What if you got hurt? Didn't I tell you not to move?" As she spoke, the girl with a shocking demeanor walked casually to the little girl's side. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, she stood between Zhou Mealy and the two foreigners. Ma Di noticed that the girl was wearing a pair of sloppily woven straw sandals. Fresh blood was flowing out. Ma Di couldn't help but glance at the cliff and then at the girl. Was she jumping off the cliff to commit suicide or was she playing around? Tsing Yi and Ma Di were not pure martial artists. They didn't know the many subtleties of the girl jumping off the cliff. Ask fist. The girl was using the ask fist with her body and the earth. She had to restrain all her godlike fist intent. She had to rely on her physical body to deliver the heaviest punch, as if she was falling from heaven to the mortal world. In the girl's words, she was going to give the little girl on the ground a hard blow to the head. This was a method that the girl came up with herself. Nuanshu obviously didn't agree. He felt that it was too dangerous. Pei Qian was still at the bottleneck of the fifth realm. His physical body wasn't strong enough. Little Mealy felt that it was feasible. Just as Chen Nuanshu was about to ask the old chef, Pei Qian stepped on the 6 green bricks on the ground outside the bamboo building, opened up a path with the 6-step walking stake, and leaped into the air, disappearing from sight. Zhou Mealy was lying on the cliff with her but sticking out. Chen Nuanshu was very anxious. Old Chef had appeared at the edge of the cliff unknowingly. He glanced at the ground and clicked his tongue. Chen Nuanshu was relieved. It seemed that everything was fine. Later, Pei Qian quickly climbed up the cliff. Then, limping, his eyes shining, he laughed and said, "Awesome. Awesome." Zhu Lian didn't say anything. He turned and left. Then, there were many big holes on the ground. Zhou Mealy secretly made a fierce gesture to Pei Qian. Chen Nuanshu, who was rarely angry, scolded her. Then, there was the scene that Xing Yi and Ma Di saw today. If this was how Luopa Mountain treated their guests, it was a new experience. Pei Qian looked at the two strangers who came from afar and asked, "Is the sound of the abacus on the left or the right?" Xing Yi was confused. Ma Di answered, facing the mountain gate. "It's the accountant's room on the left." Pei Qian smiled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Tseng and Sister Ma," Pei Qian, the first disciple of Luopa Mountain. Ma Di sighed in his heart. What a clever girl. She had good taste. Gu Kan had said in private that Lu Qiqing had cast a camouflage spell on them that could help hide the aura of the otherworldly item. However, Gu Kan also said that there was no need to reveal this to Xing Yi. When traveling outside, Xing Yi should be careful. Ma Di laughed and scolded at that time. She was worried that he would cause trouble by wandering around, right? Gu Kan smiled and didn't say anything. She just handed over the priceless piece and safety token. Ma Di didn't argue with Gu Kan. In the end, it was Gu Kan who thought more and was more experienced. Sometimes, when he got along with Xing Yi and Ma Di, even without Gu Kan, he would sigh with emotion. Gu Kan learn things too fast. No matter what she learned, cultivation was needless to say. She spoke official dialects everywhere, traveled with the heroes of Jianghu, chatted happily with the officials who went for a spring walk, and chatted with the woodmen in the countryside and the common people in the marketplace. It seemed that Gu Kan could always do as the Romans do, pulling Ma Di and Xing Yi apart. At this moment, Zhou Mili was standing beside Pei Qian, tilting her head and frowning. Then, she pretended to understand and nodded gently, pretending that she was used to the Jianghu and understood everything. Since they were entertaining guests, it was not good to take the cliff home. Pei Qian took the two guests to take a detour to the mountain gate. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce little Mili, the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mili reminded in a low voice, "It's the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. She used to be the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley, but now she's..." Pei Qian coughed. Zhou Mili immediately shut up, tiptoed, and stretched out her hand to cover her mouth. Don't record it, don't record it. I haven't let it slip yet." Pei Qian rubbed her little head and didn't say anything. What record? In fact, little Mili and Wanshu only had merit books. There was no account book at all. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be said. Otherwise, little Mili would be arrogant. After Ma Di heard this, his expression was normal. In fact, he was stunned for a long time. Xing Yi, on the other hand, was fine. Mr. Chen had always been calm when looking at things in the world as long as there was no reason. When they arrived at the mountain gate, Xing Dafeng was no longer there. Now, young Yuanlai was temporarily staying there and was in charge of guarding the gate. Qin Yuanji just happened to practice martial arts from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. She was now a fourth realm martial artist, but breaking through the third realm bottleneck was a bit difficult. It was not good either. Old Chef said it was very good, but Qin Yuanji was not very satisfied. No matter how good her relationship with Yuan Bao was, both of them were pure martial artists. There would definitely be competition. Women were often like this. No matter how good their relationship was, there would be a little competition between their cute eyes and sweet smiles. This was human nature. Compared to the competition between men, it was more graceful and moving. Moreover, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai's master was Liu Baixiang, and Qin Yuanji had always regarded old Mr. Zhu as her teacher. Old Mr. Zhu and Liu Baixiang seemed to be of the same generation in Luopa Mountain. The two seniors didn't compete for anything, but as their disciples, she and Yuan Bao still had to compete. The green-robed youth, Yuan Lai, took advantage of his sister's absence to sit by the wall and read. When Sun Yuanji reached the foot of the mountain, he was no longer in the mood to read and looked at Miss Yen. Before Uncle Jing left, he left a lot of books for Yuan Lai in the study room of the house. He also told the young man that when he was older, he could go to old chef's private library. The books there contained a lot of knowledge. The youth was somewhat fascinated. Seeing Pei Qian and the others, the youth could only pull his mind out of Miss Sun's beautiful eyes and hurriedly walked to the Mountain Gates Memorial Arch. After listening to Pei Qian's introduction, he bowed to the two guests who were old friends of the young mountain lord. The youth suddenly realized that this was the etiquette of a scholar. If his sister knew, he would be scolded again. Yuan Lai hurriedly cupped his fists and smiled. After Sun Yuanji greeted them, she continued to practice her martial arts and climb the mountain alone. Old Mr. Zhu had once told her that if she walked on the right path, she could make up for it with hard work. She could not practice until she was dead. If she wanted the fist intent to enter her body, she had to find a source of fresh water in the fist technique. This was the so-called martial artist who practiced martial arts to reach a high level. In the end, old Mr. Zhu asked Sun Yuanji to think carefully about what she wanted from practicing martial arts. If she understood, practicing martial arts would not be a difficult task. When they reached the mountain, Pei Qian realized that old chef was not at home. Fortunately, Chen Wanchu was there, so she did not have to worry about neglecting the two guests. As long as they were guests of Luopa Mountain, there was no difference in status. Zhu Lian went to the sword prayer platform. Sword cultivator Cui Wei, youth Zhang Zhezhen, and Jiang Chu were all staying here. Wei Pai stood at the foot of the mountain and slowly climbed with Zhu Lian, who he had called over at the last minute. Wei Pai smiled. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Dragon Spring Sword sect is not Master Wan, but Miss Xiu. Otherwise, even I might not be able to cover everything. Zhu Lian's expression was not relaxed. That woman's identity has been confirmed. Wei Pai nodded. She is the fairy woman that Qin Pingon asked us to find. She is called Chen Shui. Back then, after the cross-continent ferry crashed into the territory of the Zhuiying dynasty, she was lucky enough to survive. She changed her name to Shi Qiu and exposed the collusion between the heavenly lord Xie Shi and the Song clan of the Great Li through the catoptric deflection on a small immortal mountain. She framed the Zhuiying dynasty. Regarding this matter, Emperor Dali's imperial study had a special discussion. If not for the imperial tutor Cui Dong who felt that this matter was a leak, it did not matter if the matter was exposed. Or rather, Cui Dong was hoping to use this matter to lure the big fish to take the bait. Otherwise, even if the fairy maid was secretly taken away, with the interwoven web of Dali's spies, a female cultivator of the lower 5 realms would not be able to escape death even if she was rescued by an expert. Zhu Lian asked, "This matter is very troublesome." Wei Pai smiled. "Of course. Why would I ask you to come if it was not troublesome? This kind of matter may seem big or small, but it is ultimately a taboo." Zhu Lian said, "It is not troublesome. I just need to confirm one thing." Wei Pai nodded. "As long as you know. Anyway, my reputation is terrible. I am not afraid of this matter." Zhu Lian shook his head. "It is not that simple. All right, I know the way. I will walk on my own. You go back to the cloud-padding mountain and pretend that you know nothing." Wei Bo furrowed his brows. Zhu Lian said, "Don't ruin the relationship if you want it to last. Brother Wei, we are friends and business is business. Since we are friends, there are some things that I should not involve you in." Wei Pai smiled. "Then I will keep an eye on the surroundings of the sword prayer platform. If there is any movement, we will discuss and come up with a plan." Zhu Lian nodded. A friend was honest and kind, so he should return the favor. This was the righteousness of the Jianghu. Wei Pai, who had previously detained the group of people from the border of the northern peak to the sword prayer platform, disappeared. Zhu Lian saw the travel-worn group of people. Cui Wei, who was at the golden core bottleneck of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was confused. He could only watch over the group of people who had mysteriously appeared on the mountain top. There was a young master surnamed Dugu, a maidservant named Meng Long, and a girl named Shi Qiu. After Zhu Lian arrived, he nodded to Cui Wei, who left on his sword. Zhu Lian looked at the girl whose real name was Qiu Xunyer and asked, "Miss Qiu Xunyer, I have 2 questions. Please answer them honestly." The maidservant, Meng Long, looked somewhat displeased. The pale-faced young master, however, looked calm. Qiu Xunyer nodded. Zhu Lian had a kind expression. He smiled and asked, "First, did Miss Qiu Xunyer want to find my young master? Second, when did you have this idea? Did you want to find the only person you can trust in a foreign land after the ferry crashed, or did you have no choice but to do so now that you have no other choice?" Qiu Xunyer's eyes were clear. She said, "I have never thought of finding Chen Pingon before. The reason why I changed my mind now is because I have implicated you and caused you to be hunted down. I only hope that you can survive and that Chen Pingon can hand me over to the Dali dynasty." Qiu Xunyer paused for a moment and smiled sincerely. "It may be childish, but it is the truth." Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. "I trust you, Miss Qiu Xunyer." Then, the hunchbacked old man turned his head with a smile. "You are a noble of the Zhuiying dynasty who has been exiled all over the world, right?" Young Master Duge nodded. "Indeed, I dare not lie to you. My real name is Duge Duanshuan, and I am now known as Xiaopa Xian. I am from a fallen country. I do not want to die yet, which is why I came up with this plan. I used a favor to coerce Miss Shi Qiu into bringing me to Luopa Mountain to seek protection." Zhu Lian asked, "Do you think you can survive at Luopa Mountain, or are you desperate?" Young Master Duge said, "It's the latter." Along the way, the 3 of them had been intercepted twice. The first time was an unexpected encounter, while the second time was when the cultivators accompanying Dali's army had come prepared. Zhu Lian smiled. "What favor do you owe Miss Qiu Xunyer? Tell me about it. I'm only in charge of some trivial matters on Luopa Mountain. I haven't studied much, so my knowledge is limited. I really do need to consult young Master Duge properly." Duge Duanshuan was speechless. He obviously had impure motives for risking his life to save Shi Qiu. He definitely did not do it out of pure righteousness. The maidservant, Meng Long, was miserable. How did her young master end up in such a state? After a moment of silence, Zhu Lian asked, "Where did the final battle take place?" Duge Duanshuan said, "Around the borders of the Kingdom of Southern Stream, extremely far away from the Dragon Province of Dali. The reason why I was intercepted was because someone among the cultivators accompanying Dali possessed the Imperial Jade Seal of the Zhuiying Empire. They were able to follow the traces and find me. After the battle, I first pretended to head south. Along the way, I severed the dragon vein in the miniature world in my body before silently making my way north. I shouldn't have been followed by Dali." The young man's words were concise and to the point. As for the great danger involved and the price he had to pay, no one would know about it. Zhu Lian asked, "Immortal Xiaope, are you willing to struggle at death's door here, or are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your country?" Duge Duanshuan smiled. "Senior, you're asking too much." Zhu Lian nodded. He looked at the female cultivator of the North Continent with a tragic background and smiled. "Miss Qiu Xunyer, do you know that you'll cause a very great problem for my young master by doing this?" Qiu Xunyer was just about to say something. However, Zhu Lian had already smiled. "What are you thinking? I've said it before. I have a good memory, so I'll know once I hear it. That's why I'm only telling you the truth right now. Cho Shunyur nodded. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. One of her hands was hidden in her sleeve. She gripped something tightly, and her arm trembled slightly. Apart from repaying Sir Dugu for saving her life, she actually had selfish motives. She hoped that she could send something to Luopa Mountain. After that, even if Luopa Mountain wanted to take credit for her and the Song clan, it would not matter. Zhu Lian chuckled and looked around. There were many wild persimmon trees on the sword prayer platform. In winter, the persimmons hung on the tall branches. They were bright red and cute. In the hometown of the lotus flower-blushed land, persimmons had another name. It was very unique, Marquis of Icefrost. Zhu Lian finally said to the dazed young woman, "If my young master was here, he would be very happy to be able to reunite with Miss Cho Shunyur after a long separation." After saying this, Zhu Lian left the sword prayer platform. The maidservant Meng Long asked softly, "Sir, what's this?" Dugu Duanchuan smiled broadly. "It's not bad to live under someone else's roof and beg for food." After Zhu Lian walked down the sword prayer platform, Wei Pai appeared. Zhu Lian laughed angrily. "Is there a great mountain lord like you who is so unlucky?" Wei Pai laughed. "I have nothing better to do." Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "That Miss Shi Qiu must be saved. As for the other two, we just need to understand one thing." Wei Pai said, "That is, whoever tells him to come to this unknown Luopa mountain will be able to live." Zhu Lian said with a shocked expression, "Brother Wei is wise." Wei Pai gave a polite smile. Zhu Lian scratched his head and laughed. "That's good too. I can find something to do. I can't always be a chef wearing an apron and be despised by people every day. It's time for our Luopa mountain to take the initiative to solve our problems. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble will only increase." Zhu Lian sneered. "Pick on a soft persimmon." Wei Pai smiled knowingly. It seemed that he was still angry about the matter of the jade liquid river water goddess. Wei Pai looked in the direction of Luopa Mountain and said, "What a coincidence, we have guests." The two disappeared into thin air and appeared on Luopa Mountain. Xing Yi and Ma Di saw the handsome immortal. As for the kind-looking old man beside him, he was far from being comparable to the handsome man with the golden earrings. They could not take their eyes off him. Chen Wanchu hurriedly stood up and introduced Zhu Lian, Wei Pai, Luopa Mountain's manager, old Mr. Zhu, and the Northern Mountain Lord, old Mr. Wei. Xing Yi and Ma Di were scared half to death. Among the 5 mountain lords of the continent, Wei Pai's realm was the highest and he was the most famous. Pei Qian reminded, "Old chef, it's time to eat. Bring out all your best skills." Xiaomi wiped her mouth. "Of course." Zhu Lian called out softly and immediately went to the kitchen in the backyard to get busy. It was as if the small kitchen was Zhu Lian's little world. Wei Pai felt helpless in his heart. He could rely on his face to make a living than Jiang Shangzhen. Why did he have to be a chef? At the Dragon Riding Alley's New Year shop, old friends were also reunited. Dong Shuijing, Lin Shui. There was also the little girl who was worried that the nickname Little Stone would spread. After following her family to Dali's capital, she was now a married woman. Shi Jechuan. Li Baoping's best friend. The Dragon Riding Alley's New Year shop and the grass shop next door were both Shi Jechuan's ancestral businesses. Shi Chuanjia and Shi Lingshan, who came from Peach Leaf Alley, were also relatives. However, Shi Chuanjia's seniority was higher. If the two really met, they would have to call her aunt. The world was unpredictable. Schoolmates and good friends separated in the small town. More than 10 years later, they had completely different identities. Shi Jiachuan was now happy to take care of her husband and children. Her husband was a son of an aristocratic family. His surname was Bian and his name was Wen Mao. His family had no relationship with the painting master who could place his painting in the imperial study. Bian Wenmao's family had lived in Dali's capital for hundreds of years. Their ancestors were the aristocratic family of the Liu dynasty. Probably because the family's influence lasted for a long time, the family that took root in Dali was not prominent in the officialdom. However, most of their identities were very noble. Many of the family's advisors were scholars who had a small reputation in the literary circle in Dali. There were also the honorary members of the family of the immortal on the mountain. They were even more extraordinary. One of them was an elder of the Eternal Spring Palace's ancestral hall. The other was unlucky. In his early years, he and a few good friends who had lived in the mountains for a long time passed by the sky above Lizhu Grotto heaven. For some reason, they had a conflict with Saint Wan Jiao. Their ending was not good. However, they managed to keep their lives. They were luckier than the other friend who died directly. This time, they met because Dong Shuijing went to Dali's capital to do business and looked for Shi Jiachuan. Shi Jiachuan wanted to arrange a time for her schoolmates and good friends to gather in her hometown, Huaihuang Town. However, this time, Li Baoping went to the south to travel and missed it. Therefore, Shi Jiachuan was now complaining about Baoping. The group sat in the backyard of the shop and reminisced. The shopkeeper, Shi Rou, moved the table and stools, brought tea and pastries, and quickly left. Dong Shuijing listened to Shi Jiachuan's nagging and laughed. Baoping didn't even give you face. She shouldn't have. Lin Shi nodded. I'll let Li Huai talk to her later. Shi Jiachuan rolled her eyes and said, Li Huai. Forget it. Your guts are the size of a needle's eye. How dare you kick up a fuss in front of my Baoping? Suddenly realizing that her husband was sitting beside her, Shi Jiachuan quickly sat up and restrained her expression. Bian Wen Mao was a distinguished and elegant scholar. His elders gave him an excellent name. Now, he was compiling history books in the Hanlin Academy. He was an outstanding talent among Dali's native officials. Although he was not considered outstanding, he was able to gain a foothold in the literary world of Dali's capital at such a young age. He was also working in the Hanlin Academy, which was known as the place of Prime Minister. Once he was sent out, his official position would not be small in the future. It was only in Huaihuang County, where the Chao and Yuan surnames were bound to compete. In other places, Bian Wenmao would be a first-class yeoman's guest. Bian Wenmao's impression of these two young men was very ordinary, and the other was passable. The ordinary one was Dong Shuijing, who came from a merchant family. The passable one was Lin Shi, who was studying at the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy. As for their family background, Shi Jiachuan had briefly mentioned it, but it was all unintentional. Dong Shuijing's family background was not too good, but he had started his career early. As for the matter of him starting a family, it was a bit uncertain. Lin Shi's father had worked under 3 dragon kiln supervisors. It was said that he was now working in Dali's capital, but he did not have much contact with the Shi family. Bian Wenmao also did not feel that it was worth making friends with a foreign Lin family. On the other hand, Lin Shi was able to study at the Cliff Academy. In the future, he would be able to enter the Dali's officialdom. Li Huai energetically walked into the rear courtyard. Well, little Shi too, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but you're speaking ill of me as soon as we meet? Shi Jiachuan turned his head and was stunned for a long time. How did the dignified Li Huai suddenly grow into a tall young man? Lin Shi and Dong Shuijing, the former did not change much and had always been the same. Dong Shuijing was also fine. Only Li Huai did not seem to be the same as when he was young. For example, When Li Baoping threw his underpants on a tree, Li Huai rolled on the ground and cried, just to attract Mr. Qi. Shi Zhechuan stood up and joked, "Li Huai, you must have eaten a lot these past few years." Bian Wenmao slowly stood up and smiled without saying anything. Li Huai was one of his wife's classmates who talked a lot with his wife. He spoke without restraint and said a lot of embarrassing things. Therefore, he was also the one that Bian Wenmao was least interested in. At first glance, Bian Wenmao could tell that he was a blockhead who did not know how to read. He only got into the Cliff Academy because of his ancestors' good deeds. This kind of person would not be able to stand up even if you gave him a few excuses. Sooner or later, he would retreat to the bottom of the stairs. Anyway, Dong Shuijing was good at something. There were some rumors that he had clung onto Supervisor Chow and County Chief Yuan at the same time. If this was true, his business should not be too small. Li Huai first greeted Shi Zhechuan, who obviously did not like him very much and was polite and distant. However, he could not embarrass his good friend Shi Zhechuan, so he had to smile. Then, he sat down opposite Shi Zhechuan. Li Huai grabbed a piece of cake and said vaguely, "Before Baoping left, she said that she would go to the capital to find you before returning to the academy." Shi Zhechuan smiled and said, "At least she has some conscience." Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing sat opposite each other. In fact, they had a good relationship. However, Shi Zhechuan thought it was funny. The reason was simple. They both liked Li Huai's sister. Shi Zhechuan did not think that Lin Shui had a good family background. He was also a scholar, so Li Lu would definitely like Lin Shui. Shi Zhechuan always felt that Li Lu, who often went to the private school to pick up her younger brother from school, was strange. However, he could not tell what was strange. Logically speaking, Li Lu was older and was already a young girl. She was gentle and weak in front of everyone. Compared to GQ, who was by Song Jisun's side in the mud bottle alley, they had completely different temperaments. They were both beauties. However, Shi Zhechuan felt that if he really got along with Li Lu, the maidservant GQ, who did not smile in front of anyone, might not be as difficult to deal with as Li Lu. Bian Wenmao still had a social gathering with friends in the provincial capital. However, it was rare for his wife to leave the capital and return home. Moreover, they were all her childhood friends. This Tanhua scholar restrained himself and did not show the slightest bit of emotion. Shi Zhechuan was very considerate. After about an hour at the shop, he got up and left for the provincial capital. His husband's friend's carriage was waiting for him at the Dragon Rider Alley. Li Huai and the others saw him off at the door of the shop. Coincidentally, Yu Lu and Xie Xie had also come down the mountain from Linlu Academy. They came to the Dragon Rider Alley, planning to go to Luopa Mountain with everyone. Earlier, Li Huai had gone there alone. When he returned to the Cloud Peak Academy, he repeatedly talked about how he had lost. Bian Wenmao did not take it to heart. He politely said goodbye to everyone and helped his wife into the carriage. Finally, he bowed and said goodbye. After watching the carriage leave, everyone went to the backyard of the shop to chat. Li Huai held the back of his head with both hands. This Bian Wenmao is so arrogant. Lin Shui said indifferently, "Shi Zhechuan is looking for a husband. As long as Bian Wenmao really likes her, it's fine. Shi Zhechuan is not looking for a good friend for us." Dong Shuijing nodded. Li Huai pursed his lips. "I just think that Shi Zhechuan can find someone better." Lin Shui shook his head. "It doesn't make sense." Li Huai suddenly became worried. Is it really okay for Baoping to wander the Jianghu alone? She is not a cultivator. Lin Shui thought about it, but still did not reveal the secret. Yu Lu and Xie Xie had similar thoughts. The only one who was kept in the dark was probably Li Huai, who was unlucky and could only see if there was dog shit on the ground. Before Lin Shui went to Luopa Mountain, he asked Li Huai and the others to wait for a while. He went to the ancestral house to clean the courtyard and the ancestral hall. The young scholar was alone, silently reciting his family's teachings. Finally, he lit 3 incense sticks and murmured, "Thank you to the ancestors." Li Huai was impatient. He said that he would go to Zhenju Mountain first and wait. When he arrived at the small hill not far from his ancestral house, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili were already waiting there. Pei Qian said, "The general of a defeated army." Li Huai quickly said, "It's an honorable defeat. I don't dare to say that I'm brave." Pei Qian nodded and said. Pei Qian asked, "Where are the 2 minions of our branch?" Li Huai said guiltily, "They wrote the wrong articles and were scolded badly by the headmaster. Now they are chewing their pens." Pei Qian shook his head and then pointed to Zhou Mili beside him. "Zhou Mili will be the deputy chief of our branch from now on." Zhou Mili was stunned on the spot. Good news. Now she had a lot of official titles. Li Huai was overjoyed. The branch, which originally had a total of 3 people, finally had a strong army. Then everyone went to Luopa Mountain in a mighty manner. When they reached the mountain, Yu Lu stopped at the mountain gate and said that he would go up the mountain later to chat with Yuan Lai, who was guarding the door and flipping through books. Xia Xia also wandered alone. At the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain, he met Xin Yuanji, who was practicing martial arts, and the girl Yuan Bao, who was practicing martial arts. Xia Xia looked a little absent-minded. It was as if he saw himself in the early years of his carefree cultivation on the mountain. After that, Pei Qian brought Xiaomi to Lotus Root Blessed Land after old chef and Wei Ba nodded their heads. They followed the path they had taken before, trekking through mountains and rivers until they reached the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. They passed by Zhuangyuan Alley and went to the temple to burn incense. Then they sat in the corridor in a daze. Zhou Mili just accompanied Pei Qian. When Pei Qian was happy, Zhou Mili would talk more. When Pei Qian was not happy, she would be silent. In the end, Pei Qian chose a private house which she secretly bought with money. Old chef also knew about it and turned a blind eye to it. That was the quiet house where the great demon Ding Ying, and Zhou Shi of the Spring-Tide Palace stayed. Pei Qian sat there cross-legged and rolled up her sleeves like her master. She closed her eyes to rest and nourish her fist intent. The reason why she came here was to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. Pei Qian wanted to take back as much of the martial arts fate of Lotus Root Blessed Land with her own ability. And when the time came, Wei Pai would open the gate of the Blessed Land. Pei Qian would also follow her master and scatter all the martial arts fate she won from the vast world to nourish Lotus Root Blessed Land. Grandpa Chui had left and there was no way to go home. Then she would take the martial arts fate left behind by Grandpa Chui back to Luopa Mountain. In the central area of the Aquarius continent, they had already started to dig an unprecedented path into the sea. It involved dozens of rivers and dozens of mountains with mountain shrines and local temples. Such a big project made even the elders of the fallen country sigh. That Dolly barbarian really dared to think about things that no one else dared to think about. The Dolly imperial court was so wasteful and the young emperor was so greedy. Wasn't he afraid that he would die suddenly? When the time came, wouldn't it be the people who would suffer? Just hearing that Lakeview Academy, the new Zhongyu that had a good reputation, and the Yunlin Jiang clan with a long history would all participate made people have mixed feelings. Could it be that the entire Aquarius continent would be surnamed Song in the future? Becoming a place with only one surname. The Greatly Imperial Court selected 3 people from the local area to be in charge of the excavation of the Great Desecration Tunnel. They were Guan Iran, the direct descendant of the Guan family of the Upper Pillar State, Lu Xuanmei, the general of the capital, and Lu Qingfeng, the civil official of the Qingyuan state. Except for the last one whom he had never heard of, the two young people, Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei, were no strangers to the officialdom of Dali's capital city. Firstly, both of them came from high families. Secondly, they were both outstanding figures among the younger generation. Especially Guan Yiran, who joined the border early and grew up in a pile of corpses as an army cultivator. Lu Xuanmei was not bad either. She had fought her way to the south to become an official. The Guan clan had been in charge of Dali's Ministry of Personnel for many years. They were known as stable as a mountain, as well as smooth as water. Generally speaking, assistant ministers, especially the left assistant minister, were transferred to other places to serve as officials of the border. Even if their ranks were the same, it was still considered demotion. Therefore, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was a joke in Dali's officialdom. It was said that there were once two officials who left the capital to become officials of the border. They were both from the same background as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the Dali imperial court was extremely unfamiliar with Lu Qingfeng. In fact, even the Ministry of Personnel, where Master Guan was in charge, didn't know much about Lu Qingfeng. The vassal Qingyuan's reopening of the water transport, the Ministry of Personnel's evaluation was only good. He didn't make any contributions, but he worked hard to be in charge of a region. He was transferred to a border county to serve as a governor. He never thought that he would immediately have to go up north to deal with a large group of unreachable mountain and mountain gods. He was promoted from primary 4th rank to secondary 3rd rank. The Dali imperial court granted him a temporary position of great blasphemy supervisor. Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei's ranks didn't change, so they instead seemed to have been reduced to the assistance of a small vassal state civil official. However, Lu Qingfeng was not the first to be promoted from a vassal state to a high official of Dali. Wei Li, the governor of a county in the Great Sui Kingdom's old vassal state of Huangting, skipped several ranks and was promoted to the current governor of Dali's Dragon Province. Among the mountain and mountain gods, a certain local lord in the confluence of the 3 rivers in Red Candle Town was promoted to the city god of a province's city god pavilion. These were all strange stories in officialdom. It was said that the governor of Qingyuan, Wei Liang, also showed signs of being promoted. The Ministry of Personnel in Dali had already leaked some news. The Qingyuan kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent had mysteriously gone from a remote place to a prosperous land of feng shui. Officials could distinguish between the clean and the turbid. The greatest distinction between the clean and the turbid in the Aquarius continent actually depended on whether or not they were born in Dali. However, these changes in the officialdom were nothing compared to the Chitun mountain lord Wei Ba of the remnant god of the holy water country. Wei Ba's promotion to the mountain god of the Pailuan mountain and his subsequent promotion to the mountain lord Beiyu of the continent was nothing. It was not worth making a fuss over. The Dali Iron Cavalry had been fighting in the south for many years now. There were actually even more young faces who had risen to the ranks of generals. Apart from the descendants of the families of generals, there was no lack of people from poor backgrounds. It was just that the people of Dali border army died quickly and were promoted quickly. The people of Dali had been influenced by more than 100 years and had long been accustomed to it. The system of civil officials in mountains and rivers had always been strictly operated. Therefore, when someone suddenly appeared, it was relatively more eye-catching. Today was the first gathering of the 3 officials in charge of the great blasphemy excavation. There was no welcoming banquet, just on the banks of a large river. Lu Qingfeng, retainer Wang Yifu. Guan Yiran was confused. This descendant of the surname of Pillar Country was also baffled. According to his great-grandfather, he was supposed to be in charge of a north-south mountain ferry route. He had even arranged for his friends. In the end, he ran over here and naturally got scolded. Lu Xuanmei, 2 guards by her side, Chao Jun and Wei Xian. Wei Xian followed Chao Jun, whose ancestral home was in Mud Bottle Alley. Following Lu Xuanmei, who did not look like a descendant of a noble family, he could be considered to be doing well. Wei Xian, as a cultivator accompanying the army, relied on his real military achievements to obtain a military merit officer. Now, he had real power in his hands. Together with Chao Jun, he was Lu Xuanmei's right-hand man. It was rumored that Wei Xian had an impression of Dolly's second hunting inspector, Chao Gui. As for Chao Jun, he was extremely famous in Dolly's army. The 3 of them introduced themselves. In fact, Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei were best friends. Therefore, the only person they needed to know was Lu Qingfeng, who appeared out of nowhere. Then, not far away, a young man in white came, riding on the back of a child, holding a branch in his hand and shouting, "Go, go, go, go." Approaching the crowd, the young man laughed and said, "I have a little donkey that never says it's hungry." In Qingfeng City, a woman in red led a horse out of the city. In the night, she walked into a mountain valley 30 miles away from the suburbs. In the middle of winter, peach blossoms bloomed along the way. Li Baoping led the horse slowly, looking around. The scenery was pleasant. There were green mountains on all sides, and white clouds were constantly rising from the mountains. Not far ahead was the destination of this trip to Qingfeng City, which was a thatched cottage with a green water and a firewood door. Li Baoping looked up at the sky. A big round jade plate hung high, which was the largest mooncake. At the thought of this, Li Baoping suddenly laughed. It seemed that she had become the little girl who walked through the mountains and rivers with her martial uncle. Her mind was full of these thoughts. But at that time, she was still swinging a small bamboo box behind her and wearing small straw sandals. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket liked to circle around her martial uncle. The mountain was high and the road was long. It seemed that no matter how far it was, she was not afraid. Li Baoping lowered her head and glanced at the snow-white narrow saber at her waist and the blade-strengthening gourd. Li Baoping stood in place. The human-faced peach blossoms stood in the bright moon. "6:53, Li Baoping was leading the horse. The person she was looking for was an elder from her hometown and her grandfather's chess friend. One of them claimed to be the best chess player in Fulu Street, while the other claimed to be the best chess player in Peach Leaf Alley. Every time they played chess, they were very serious, as if they were betting on the reputation of their respective streets. However, Li Baoping didn't like playing chess. It was hard to tell whether the 2 elders were good at chess, but they always changed their excuses and couldn't be compared to Mr. Cheese. Back then, the old man's ancestral home was at the end of Peach Leaf Alley, not far from Fulu Street. Of course, for the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket at that time, the town was not far away. She went to the immortal tomb to look for crickets and weavers, to the old porcelain mountain to pick up broken pieces, to the Dragon Tail Creek to catch fish, prawns, and crabs, to look at the high hanging mirror in front of a house, to jump on the stairs in Dragon Riding Alley. She could smell the fragrance of peach blossom cakes from afar and hear a house suddenly had a nest of swallows chirping loudly. When Li Baoping was a child, she seemed to have endless fun things to do every day. Her daily schedule was full, so the little girl had to run fast, like the wheels of a car turning non-stop. It was as if she ran too fast and left her childhood behind. When she grew up, her childhood would stay in place. Occasionally, she would look back, but the more she looked back, the farther she went, blurrier and blurrier. A thin old man with a laurel belt came out of the thatched cottage. He laughed and called out to Miss Ping, then hurriedly opened the wooden door. The old man's face was full of relief. It seemed that little Ping had grown so big in just a few blinks of an eye. She really changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood, and she was much more demure. Was this still the lively little girl who liked to jump over the wall and sprain her ankle? Did she catch a crab home, or a crab caught her and moved home? But even so, the old man still liked this little girl from the bottom of his heart. Some children always had a good relationship with their elders. Little Ping from Fulu Street and Zhao Yao, who used to be Mr. Chi's page boy, were actually such children. Li Baoping led the horse to the door and bowed. After straightening her back, she smiled and said, "Grandpa Wei." The old man's surname was Wei Benyuan. He was the former head of the Wei clan, one of the 4 clans and 10 surnames of the small town. Before the Black Pearl Cave was shattered and fell, he had written letters to the outside world. At that time, the person who delivered the letters was a clear-eyed teenager with straw sandals. Although Wei Benyuan had only met him once, he had a deep impression of him. Sure enough, after the teenager grew up, less than 20 years later, he had already built up a huge family business and even became Bao Ping's junior uncle. When Wei Benyuan saw Li Baoping, his smile did not diminish. He said, "You don't have to tie the horse. Just let it go." Li Baoping then let go of the reins and gently patted the horse's back. The mystical horse then went to the stream to drink water. Li Baoping asked, "Where is Sister Taoya?" Wei Benyuan said, "Unfortunately, she went to the Fox country to gain experience a few years ago and received a small blessing. She needs to sharpen her Taoist heart. If she really becomes a Qi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm, I'll let her accompany you to travel the mountains and rivers." Li Baoping did not say anything courteous. Of course, she was not willing to travel the Jianghu with Sister Taoyi. Being close to Sister Taoyi did not mean that they had to be together all the time. Being a good person did not mean being a good person who nodded and said yes every time and did not reject anything. In fact, it was difficult to be a good person who could take good care of oneself and others. Moreover, since young, Li Baoping did not like to be restrained. Otherwise, when she went to school to study, she would not be the last one to go to school and the first one to leave. However, this did not hinder Li Baoping's respect for Mr. Qi. The two of them walked into the yard together. There were stone tables and stone stools that could withstand the rain and sun. Of course, they were made of immortal materials. The old man opened the fangsuan object and began to make tea. There were a lot of porcelain in the tea set, and the color was bright. Even those who didn't know the industry would be happy to see it. These were the substandard products that the Wei family had intercepted in the small town through their relationship with the kiln's supervisor. The so-called flaw was actually just a sentence from a real supervisor. It wasn't easy to pick out a small mistake. The supervisor just had to nod casually and turn a blind eye to it, and they would be able to get a favor from the old masters of the big families for free. Why wouldn't they do it? Wei Benyuan was the same as Li Baoping's Yuanyin grandfather. They were very rare cultivators in the small town in the early years. However, Li Baoping's grandfather was more of a talisman and had high attainments. But for some reason, he declined the invitation of the late emperor of the Song family and did not become a minister of worship in the Dali imperial court. Wei Benyuan, on the other hand, was good at alchemy and left his hometown early. Other than the Wei family's ancestral house that was left idle in the small town, the Wei family's descendants also went to other places to spread their family. The Wei family's feng shui was good and their descendants' character and aptitude were not bad. They had the potential to study and cultivate. Wei Benyuan himself chose a place with feng shui on the outskirts of the Qingfeng city. The peach trees and streams were specially chosen and suitable for making alchemy furnaces. Wei Benyuan hoped to break through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage. This paradise was exchanged between Wei Benyuan and the Su family of the Qingfeng city. Back then, the late Emperor of Dali treated the big families in the small town generously and could buy the immortal mountain in the west at a very low price. Wei Benyuan complained that cultivating there was too noisy and not peaceful. It would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable. Therefore, he exchanged it with the Su family for this 1,000-year-old ancestral land. However, Wei Benyuan did not agree to become a minister of worship of the Su family. The Su family's wife pestered him several times and the family head, Su Hun, personally went there, but Wei Benyuan did not agree to become a minister of worship of the Su family. Wei Benyuan was a little worried. Li Baoping's horse and the snow-white saber in the scabbard at her waist were too eye-catching. The old man could not help but ask, traveling alone this time, are there any accidents? Without waiting for her to answer, the old man said angrily, Old Li really dares to be so careless. Bad chess skills, half a bucket of ink in his stomach. Not only that, but now his brain is also muddled. Li Baoping smiled and said, Grandpa Wei, I'm not young anymore. Wei Benyuan said, I don't care what old Li does. If someone bullies you, tell Grandpa Wei. Grandpa Wei's realm is not high, but there are a lot of messy relationships. It's a waste not to use them. Many of them can't be handled by my descendants. I can't bring them into the coffin. Li Baoping shook her head and said, Grandpa Wei, there's really no need. I didn't make any enemies on this trip. Wei Benyuan joked, are all the lechers blind? Can't you all see that our little Ping is so beautiful? Li Baoping said helplessly, Grandpa Wei, please show some of the demeanor of an elder. Wei Benyuan smiled and said, that grandson of mine, you really don't like her. Li Baoping shook her head. Wei Benyuan suddenly laughed and said, my little Ping won't like that guy. In fact, although the old man was never the kind of strict elder with a straight face and put on airs, he wouldn't laugh like this either. The old man was stunned for a moment as he heard Li Baoping's voice. The old man nodded and replied with his mind, indicating that there was no trouble here and there were no spies of the Su family in Qingfeng City. The peach garden itself was a protective array. Even a normal nascent soul cultivator might not be able to enter quietly. Even if Su Hun was not a normal nascent soul cultivator, the head of the Su family had a strong physique and was proficient in attacking spells. He also had the mace armor and was known for his fighting skills. Therefore, there was no need to worry about someone using the mountain view Abijna in the cottage. Li Baoping then took out 2 green talisman and handed it to the old man. She explained, my brother sent this from the North Continent. The letter didn't say much except for the names of the 2 talisman. One is the Core Formation Talisman and the other is the Mud Pill Talisman. My grandfather should have sent it personally, but since I was going to travel, he asked me to bring it with me. Wei Benyuan took the talisman. After hearing the name of the talisman, he put it on the table and shook his head. He said, Little Ping, although you're a cultivator, you might not know that these 2 talismans are priceless. I can't accept them. If I accept them, I'll never be able to repay them in this life. It's a good thing to have a high level of cultivation, but it makes me feel awkward. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to give up my cultivation and keep my heart. Wei Benyuan smiled and said, I'm the one who's being awkward. I appreciate your brother's kindness. You're indeed the sage she who I've been teaching since I was young. I'm not being polite on purpose. Little Ping, don't you know what kind of person Grandpa Wei is? The 2 green Taoist talisman on the table, the Core Formation Talisman, and the Talisman Gallbladder were like a small house blessed by fortune. Golden light overflowed and filled the room. The Mud Pill Talisman was painted with a lotus talisman pattern. It looked like a high throne in a Dharma sect. Purple chi lingered around it, creating a grand atmosphere. Li Baoping seemed to have expected this result. She smiled and said, my brother said that if I don't accept these 2 talisman, I'll never come to Grandpa Wei again. I'll listen to my brother. Wei Benyuan waved his hand. The cultivation of the Great Path involved the fundamentals. It was not a child's play. It was not a child's play. Li Baoping said, I'll really listen to my brother. That person looked down at the cottage in the call and smiled. The elixir stove has just started and the immortal peaches are falling. Your alchemy skills are not good, but you are good at picking a place. The Su family has treated you well, but you are courting death. You are not even willing to be a consecrator in name. This person. He purposely let Wei Benyuan discover his tracks so that he could appear in the open. He appeared to be calm and unhurried. Of course, he did not rely on his cultivation level to be arrogant. Instead, outside the formation of the call, he also carefully set up a formation that surrounded the whole kernel. To crack Wei Benyuan's mountain river formation, one had to find the flaw first and then make the final decision to break the formation with brute force. But once the formation was broken, there was no point in hiding. Wei Benyuan made a gesture in his sleeves. The mountain wind and mist condensed into white clouds in an attempt to block that person's vision. He did not expect that the Qi cultivator who spoke in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent seemed to have extremely profound Dao skills. As far as the eye could see, the white clouds connected to the formation of the call actually dispersed on their own. Wei Benyuan looked around. This guy had a good trick. The water of the stream was already suffused with a faint green glow. There was obviously a magic treasure hidden in it. The glow quickly spread to the shore and spread out like a colony of ants. The most important thing in alchemy was the mixing of water and fire. The reason why Wei Benyuan chose this place to build the cauldron for alchemy was that this stream with innate water fate was extremely important. Wei Benyuan did not hesitate and silently recited the incantation. He wanted to use the method of flipping the back of a turtle to directly smash the mountain root and water fate of the stream. Even if he could not succeed in alchemy, he wanted to interrupt the infiltration of the other party's magic treasure into the mountain river formation. That person did not care about Wei Benyuan's clumsy trick at all. How could a Jin Dan who was not even an array master be able to break through his own magic treasure and secret technique? He only thought for a moment and was worried that Wei Benyuan wanted to make some movements so that he could seek help from the Clear Wind City. He silently recited the incantation and the faint glow that came to the shore immediately burrowed into the ground. Wei Benyuan's flip the mountain technique was actually unable to shake the stream at all. That person laughed and said, "This technique is very good. It's a pity that you have used it so badly. After I capture you, I will definitely detain your soul and interrogate you. It's an unexpected surprise. Indeed, when luck comes, it can't be stopped." That person's line of sight shifted. He looked at Li Baoping and said, "Little girl, your family background is really frighteningly rich. I didn't dare to make a move earlier and could only follow you all the way. At the same time, I also helped you to kill 2 groups of wild cultivators. How are you going to thank me for saving your life? If you are willing to repay me with your body and be my personal maid in the future, I don't mind if I get both the money and the person. A blade strengthening gourd, the auspicious symbol knife, and 2 unexpected talisman. I want them all and I will spare your life." Li Baoping patted the small wine gourd on her waist and said, "Come and get it. Stop talking nonsense." That person sneered and said, "A lousy Jin Dan who is not good at attacking only knows how to burn some elixirs and make friends everywhere. When the time comes, he can't protect a little girl like you." Wei Benyuan was shocked. First of all, he only thought that Baoping's knife was the magic weapon of the mountain. He did not see through the silver wine gourd's camouflage. Li Baoping wrinkled her nose secretly. Forget it. What else could she do? She would dislike little uncle tomorrow. Gu Kan didn't do anything. It was not that she didn't want to stop him, but it was meaningless. The gap between their realms was too big. Gu Kan was full of hatred. This unpredictable Lu Qiqing must die in her hands in the future. Therefore, Gu Kan immediately telepathically said to Li Baoping, Li Baoping, I am Gu Kan from Mud Bottle Alley. Don't be impulsive. Survive first. Li Baoping shook her head. I don't want to die, but I won't live for nothing. Then she smiled and said, You don't allow me to make a mistake out of kindness. Besides, it doesn't involve anything major. Gu Kan, I have to thank you. Live well. Remember to tell little uncle that I miss him very much. Lu Qiqing glanced at the paper in her hand. The words on it were flowing. Lu Qiqing frowned, and his expression became solemn. If it had something to do with the Learning Palace, it would be troublesome. After all, the whole world was a place for scholars to study. In the peach forest, a man in a Confucian robe was trying to hold back his laughter when he saw Li Baoping shaking the peach talisman. It was rare to see little treasure bottle so childish and cute. At this moment, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to Li Baoping's side. He looked up at the golden body and the pink-robed Taoist. Li Baoping said in surprise, Brother. Li Shixing nodded and turned around with a smile. Your brother is angry. He doesn't want to talk. Li Baoping laughed and said, My brother can be angry. Li Shixing smiled and nodded. Lu Qiqing's intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. It was just that the young scholar in a Confucian robe didn't seem to be in a high realm. It didn't seem to be because of the camouflage. It was impossible for him to be in the immortal realm. As for the ascendant realm, Lu Qiqing was not crazy. After leaving White Emperor City, he had suffered twice in the past 1,000 years. The first time, he was suppressed by the Grand Celestial Master. Of course, the Grand Celestial Master didn't need to use a Taoist seal or a sword. It was just a spell. The reason why the Grand Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain took action in person was to show White Emperor City that Lu Qiqing's senior brother should not interfere. The second time, he was inexplicably hit by a sword in that small shabby temple. It was just an ordinary wooden sword, but it easily broke Lu Qiqing's protective array. In an instant, Lu Qiqing's intuition was confirmed. The river of time stagnated. Outside of his own small world, an even larger world had appeared. Li Baoping, Wei Benyuan, the golden avatar Dharma idol, and Gu Kan, who was at the mountain peak, couldn't even move their minds. Except for Lu Qiqing, who was deliberately spared. With a casual glance, the sky was high and the earth was flat for thousands of miles. Lu Qiqing was miserable. It seemed that he couldn't fight at all. Obviously, he was an unreasonable stubborn person. When cultivators go out, they still have to talk about respecting the heavens and earth and having a conscience. Li Shixing walked forward slowly and said, Well, this is what a scholar should say. Lu Qiqing said with a smile, Okay, let's talk reason. I'm a person who listens to the principles of scholars. Li Shixing said, Next, I'm going to reason with you as Little Treasure Bottle's brother. Lu Qiqing was about to leave this place and drive the small world to collide with the big world to escape. As for the realm and the face of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, it didn't matter if they were on the ground or not. Between heaven and earth, the Dharma idol of a middle-aged Taoist suddenly appeared. Lu Qiqing's legs went soft, and he sat back down. He was still desperately suppressing his Taoist heart that almost collapsed on the spot. As for the nascent soul cultivator under his butt, he had already put away his Dharma idol and left with Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing said to Gu Kan in his mind, I'll wait for you in Qingfeng City. There's no hurry, you can catch up first. Gu Kan suppressed the doubts in her heart and landed on the thatched cottage. She went straight to the point and said, Li Baoping, I'm sorry about today's matter. In terms of heart and mind, I'm half right and half wrong. Li Baoping was a little surprised. How could such a Gu Kan make martial uncle so sad back then? Or could it be that Gu Kan had changed a lot in just a few years? Li Baoping thought for a moment and told Grandpa Wei that she was going to take a walk by the stream with this fellow villager. Wei Benyuan was confused, but he still nodded and said, Be careful. Li Baoping and Gu Kan walked by the stream. The two of them had only met when they were young and had never chatted. One liked to move, while the other liked to be quiet. When they met in their hometown, they just brushed past each other. At most, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who walked in a hurry had a deep impression of the little boy's 2 streams of snot. Back then, the little slug thought that the little girl in red, who was a little older than him, did not look like a child from a rich family at all. She really did not know how to enjoy life. These two were almost the 2 most naughty children in the town. The only difference was that they were born in different families. One was born in Fulu Street, while the other was born in Mud Bottle Alley. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket passed through the streets and alleys, and the big white geese could not catch up with her. The little slug was a little different. In fact, he did not want to move. Under the hot sun, he lay on the ridge in the field to fish for eels, guarded the old locust tree, and hunted the oriole with a slingshot under the tree. Gu Kan's family had a few tea leaves. The little boy carried a small bamboo basket that fit him very well. The little slug picked the tea leaves with both hands. In fact, he was faster than the person who helped him. However, Gu Kan was only good at doing this, but she did not like to do it. She put the tea leaves on the bottom of the small basket he gave her and went to a shady place to slack off. After all, Lu Xianyang was his only friend. So what? The little slug in Mud Bottle Alley was still his only family in this world. The water in the stream was shallow and crystal clear. The two of them were silent for a long time. Li Baoping said, Think about how difficult it is for youngest martial uncle. Gu Kan said, I have. Li Baoping said with a smile, Don't get me wrong. Youngest martial uncle didn't say much about you and Book Slip Lake. He has never liked to talk about people behind their backs. Gu Kan laughed. Of course, she would not get him wrong. What's more, so what if she said it? Gu Kan had never liked to suffer, but she was good at being scolded and beaten. Deep in Gu Kan's heart, he still did not care about other people's opinions. Even Chen Pingan did not know that Gu Kan had been to Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley earlier than him. Lu Xianyang said that there were many rich people there. Their money bags were too full, and they often dropped money on the ground. Gu Kan had tried to pick up the money, but she didn't manage to pick it up even once. Even Gu Kan had run out of patience. She was so angry that the little slug had been sneaking around Peach Leaf Alley, kicking one peach tree after another. From beginning to end, Gu Kan had taken care of all of them. During this period, whenever he encountered pedestrians, he would immediately pretend to squat under a tree and watch ants. Gu Kan now recalled that those peach blossoms, leaves, and branches that had fallen on the ground back then should have been gathered and hidden well. Li Baoping continued, But youngest martial uncle is so familiar with you. As long as you have a little bit of promise and do something well, youngest martial uncle will not be stingy with his praise. The first time you traveled with youngest martial uncle's topic of the whole hometown almost always revolved around you and Lu Xianyang. But after youngest martial uncle came back from Book Slip Lake, he did not talk much about you. Li Baoping raised her hand and pointed at her eyes. A person is the best at telling the truth. Youngest martial uncle did not say anything, but he said everything. Gu Kan grunted in agreement. Li Baoping said, let's call it a day. Gu Kan did not dawdle. He said goodbye and left. Suddenly, he stopped and said with a smile, Li Baoping, thank you. Li Baoping asked with a smile, you only remembered to be polite now. Gu Kan's eyes brightened. He shook his head and said, I'm not being polite. It's because you were the first person to accompany him out of his hometown. If Li Baoping had not been at his side back then, he might not have been able to reach Gu Kan's side. Li Baoping smiled. Gu Kan also smiled. Back then, in that small temple whose walls were covered in names, Lu Xianyang stood on a ladder while Chen Pingon held the ladder. Gu Kan threw some pieces of charcoal at Lu Xianyang and wrote down their names. The positions were extremely high. Finally, Gu Kan said, Li Baoping, you will probably meet Chen Pingon earlier than me. When you meet him, tell him that Gu Kan is in White Emperor City, cultivating the great Tao. "654. Outside the Clear Breeze City, on a small hill in the wilderness, under a lone mountain peach tree, a pair of big eyes stared at each other. Lu Qiqing stared fiercely and wiped the blood on his face. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was as beautiful as the peach blossoms. The gathering vitality wild cultivator who was detained here was actually a short, young man. However, his hair was white and his face was a little old. The strange thing was that there was a long string of ancient jade pendants and small bottles hanging on his white jade belt with dragon patterns. This person was shaking, but he was still trying to maintain a standing posture. He was afraid that he would be killed by the pink-robed Taoist if he tilted his head or swayed his legs. His mood at this moment was like facing a sumptuous meal. He was about to eat, but the table was suddenly flipped. He didn't even get a chopstick and the table hit his head. Until now, he still didn't know how he fell. From the bottleneck of gathering vitality, he fell all the way to the bleak scene when he just formed Golden Core. What was more strange was that the other party was so powerful and seemed to be seriously injured. The problem was that he didn't do anything at all. He used to be a hero who dominated a region and was worthy of the title of the retired emperor behind several small countries. He liked to hide his identity and look for treasures everywhere. He was famous in the entire Aquarius continent for being stingy. He fought with Li Tuanjing in the Wind and Thunder Garden and survived several attacks. He was chased by an old immortal of the Divine Grandeur sect for thousands of miles and still didn't die. In the early years, he and Lu Laoqing were enemies and friends. They once explored the ruins of the Immortal's mansion in the secret land of the Gu Shu country. They didn't share the loot equally and were almost killed by Lu Laoqing, who was at the same level as him. Later, even though Lu Laoqing reached the sky in one step, he still killed several disciples who were traveling on Gong Lu Island. Lu Laoqing couldn't find him, so he had to give up. His life could be said to be brilliant and varied, and he had experienced all sorts of strange things. However, none of them were as confusing as today. Who was the other party? How did they do it? Why did they come here? Would he die here? Lu Qiqing shook off the blood on his hand and smiled. Thank you. Seeing that the senior was a Taoist immortal, the young cultivator from the mountains and lakes decided to cater to him. He bowed and said softly, I'm Chai Bofu, and my Taoist name is Long Bo. I believe you've heard of me before. With a few steps, mountains and rivers would shrink, and huge clouds would form with a breath. He was talking about this renowned Count Xiu of the wild mountains and lakes, and he was extremely skilled in assassination and fleeing. Moreover, he was skilled in water element attacks. According to rumor, he'd had a conflict with Lu Jimao of the Slip Lake in the Grand Tao, and they'd even fought for an immortal secret manual that could reach the heavens. According to rumor, both of them attacked ruthlessly without holding back, and they'd almost fought to the point their brains sprayed into the surroundings. Lu Qiqing gnashed his teeth and said, F***CKU. My name is Lu Qiqing, a citizen of Baishui. Have you heard of me? Chai Bofu braced himself and said, Junior is ignorant. I have never heard of Senior's name. Lu Qiqing fell to the ground with his back against the peach tree. He looked dejected. Picking up chicken poop in the cracks of stones and dog poop in the mud. It took me a lot of effort to accumulate this little bit of cultivation, but it's gone with a slap. You don't want to live anymore. Kill me. Chai Bofu didn't move at all. He didn't pretend to be frightened, and he wouldn't say a few words of loyalty and sincerity. It was rumored that Gu Kan, as Lu Jimao's direct disciple, had a nascent soul realm water dragon when he was still a child. He had killed a lot of people at Book Slip Lake, but for some reason, he suddenly fell silent. The water dragon disappeared, and Gu Kan disappeared without a trace. Then, the entire Book Slip Lake was taken over by foreign cultivators and became a subordinate sect of the Jade sect of the Tongya continent. Those who obeyed were probably fed to the fish by the True Realms sect. Those who understood the general situation seemed to have taken a divine bath in Book Slip Lake, washing away the filth of the wild cultivators. Chai Bofu felt that his recent luck was really terrible. How did he meet this little devil? How did Gu Kan get involved with Lu Qiqing, who had crossed the river, and White Emperor City? Lu Qiqing pointed at Gu Kan. Whether you live or die, you can ask my future junior brother. The higher Gu Kan's cultivation, the easier it would be for Lu Qiqing to return to White Emperor City. Gu Kan said, if I die, I won't have to die. Lu Qiqing couldn't help but laugh. This was quite a novel way to put it. Chai Bofu said in a deep voice, Gu Kan, why are you so aggressive? Why do you insist on killing me? Even if I have some old grudges with your master, you are a wild cultivator, and I am even more so. What is this little grudge? Lu Qiqing said playfully, Brother Longbow, you and Lu Jimao. Chai Bofu said, to fight for a copy of the River Severing Sutra. Speaking of this, Chai Bofu suddenly realized something. Gu Kan, does Lu Jimao really think of you as the successor of the family? He also learned that sutra. Is he afraid that if I stay by your side, the great Tao will clash everywhere and ruin your fate? Chai Bofu said to himself, Lu Jimao is the most narrow-minded person. He can't wait to kill all the cultivators in the world. How could he be willing to teach you the fundamental method of the great Tao? Gu Kan naturally wouldn't reveal the inside story. Back then, Lu Jimao didn't have much confidence in breaking through in seclusion. It was very likely that he would die. Otherwise, Lu Jimao wouldn't have been willing to give Gu Kan the Water Technique Sutra. Gu Kan wouldn't have been approached by the true owner of the sutra, Lu Qiqing. After Lu Qiqing was schemed against by Cui Dong, he once took in a registered disciple. That young man was old Demon Mi's disciple. His name was Yuan Tian Tian. Unfortunately, Lu Qiqing spent some effort, but the results weren't good. He was too embarrassed to keep him by his side, so he threw him on a small mountain and left him to fend for himself. The young man also had the little fox demon by his side. When Lu Qiqing parted with them, he didn't give any alms to his registered disciple. Instead, he gave the little fox demon a cultivation method and 2 protective items. However, she probably wouldn't be very diligent in her cultivation in the future. As for whether Yuan Tian Tian could learn the cultivation method from her, and what kind of grudges they had in the end, Lu Qiqing didn't care. On the path of cultivation, everything depended on luck. Lu Qiqing didn't mind being a wild man for beautiful women, but he didn't want to be a wild father for anyone. In the early years, Lu Qiqing helped the little fox demon not because he pitied her fate, but because he pitied himself. After Lu Qiqing left Yuan Tian, he traveled alone. He didn't expect that his river-severing sutra would fall into the hands of a wild cultivator, Lu Jimao. He was quite successful and got the title of river-severing lord. On the path of life, there were always flowers that didn't bloom, but willows that were unintentionally planted would grow. Gu Kan glanced at Chai Bofu and suddenly smiled. Forget it. In the future, when we travel together, we can learn from each other. Since Lu Qiqing didn't want to kill people, and Gu Kan didn't have much confidence in killing him, it was better to keep him by his side. In fact, Lu Qiqing didn't care about Chai Bofu's level. Even if he returned to the nascent soul realm, what could he do? Even if he worked for Lu Qiqing, what was the point of coming to White Emperor City? Cultivating in White Emperor City was not the way of cultivation of ordinary immortal sections. They didn't pay attention to huddling together and sharing the same breath and branches. The real reason why Lu Qiqing didn't kill this person was that he hoped that the eldest senior brother could use the karma relationship between Chai Bofu and Li Baoping to help the eldest senior brother play chess with the middle-aged Taoist priest in the future. Even if the White Emperor City only had a little more chance of winning, it would be a great thing. He believed that his little abacus had already been calculated by the middle-aged Taoist priest. It didn't matter. When the time came, the eldest senior brother would have a headache. The junior brother would do his duty, and the senior brother would play his chess. Then, the three of them didn't ride the wind. They walked together to Qingfeng City. Lu Qiqing said casually, "Brother Longbow, your 6 natal items are all gaudy. 2 of them are only at the level of spiritual weapons. What's going on?" Chai Bofu smiled bitterly. It's the most difficult to start cultivating in the mountains and lakes. For cultivators in the lower 5 realms, it's already a great fortune to have 1 or 2 spirit weapons successfully refined into natal items. When your level is high enough and you have enough magic weapons at hand, you can forcibly change your natal items that are deeply rooted and related to the Great Tao. It's possible, but it's too painful. I'm most afraid that the enemy will know the news. Isn't this kind of closed-door training courting death? Even if you don't die, those immortal masters of archives who have nothing better to do secretly follow the clues and interrupt your closed-door training. The loss outweighs the gain. Chai Bofu sighed and said, "If you provoke an enemy before forming the Jin Dan, it's not a big problem to change your natal items if your level is not high. Unfortunately, since we can form our Jin Dan, how can we not provoke our peers of the Jin Dan realm and some immortal masters of archives who cry for their parents after being beaten?" Sometimes, when you look around, you really feel that you're surrounded by troubles and enemies. Immortals visited each other to seek revenge or visit relatives, but it was not like ordinary people who went on a long journey. No matter how big a continent was, it was very small when it came to opening a Taoist field. In places with good feng shui and good feng shui with slightly better spiritual energy, there were local tyrants everywhere. Famous mountains, deep lakes, and swamps were all occupied by immortals for many years. If it was not a mountain of archives, it was a mountain of mountains and rivers. The reason why it was difficult for cultivators to succeed was that they didn't have any advantages. Lu Qiqing nodded to show that he understood. Gu Kan smiled slightly. Chai Bofu was stunned for a moment before Lu Qiqing pressed his head and crushed his Jin Dan. The latter collapsed on the ground, covered in blood and twitching. Previously, when he fell from the Yuanying realm to the Jin Dan realm, it was too mysterious. Chai Bofu did not suffer too much. This time, when he fell from the Jin Dan realm to the Dragon Gate realm, he was really suffering. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Okay, now you can change your natal item in peace. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck of the Yuanying realm. Brother Longbow, don't thank me." Lu Qiqing rotated a finger and formed a formation to help Brother Longbow hide his breath. The spells taught in White Emperor City were very complicated. Lu Qiqing once had a senior sister with amazing aptitude. She made a great promise to learn 12 kinds of great Tao spells before she gave up. As a result, every 100 years, that senior sister's face turned uglier. In the end, she became the person with the worst temper in White Emperor City. Chai Bofu sat cross-legged. His Yuanying and Jindan had disappeared and shattered one after another. He no longer cared about the damage to his Tao. He had to survive first before anything else. Gu Kan squatted beside Chai Bofu and asked, "I'm very curious. Why didn't you pretend to be Su Hun? Why didn't you even think of framing him? How did you become a rogue cultivator? What's the secret behind it?" Gu Kan stretched out his hand and pressed Chai Bofu's head. "You practice the water arts, and I happen to have learned the river severing sutra. If I take this opportunity to intercept your natal primordial chi and water fate, and then refine your gold core fragments, it will be a wonderful thing that will happen naturally. Tell me, what kind of secret relationship do you have with Clear Wind City or Fox Nation to make you so righteous when you kill people for their treasures?" Chai Bofu, who had the appearance of a young man, had a pale expression on his face. Although his white hair looked old, it was still shiny and full of vitality. But now, more than half of his hair had withered away. Gu Kan casually pressed his head, and some of his hair fell to the ground and turned into ashes in midair before they could fall to the ground. Gu Kan slightly increased his strength. With one of the trump cards of the River Severing Sutra, he began to wantonly seize the water fate of Chai Bofu. The small world of Chai Bofu's body was already in a mess, like a flood pouring down. Gu Kan's technique was like cutting a big hole in a shaky dam, taking only the water fate and taking it into his pocket. As for whether the flood would break all the dams and make Chai Bofu's path of cultivation even worse, Gu Kan did not care at all whether he would have a chance to return to the Jindan or Yuanying realm in this life. Chai Bofu immediately spilled the beans and began to reveal the truth. "Su Hun's wife and I used to be brothers and sisters in the same sect. So, I want to set a trap for Su Hun, the city lord, but I don't want the entire Clear Wind City to be in danger. The Su family doesn't even have a chance to cry out for justice. That little girl is in trouble, and as the city lord, Su Hun cannot absolve himself from the blame for failing to protect her. But if I were to pretend to be Su Hun and snatch the treasure, and accidentally leave the little girl or Wei Benyuan half dead, the Clear Breeze City would lose the great future of the sect. I don't want that junior sister's efforts to go down the drain." Chai Bofu had mixed feelings when he mentioned his junior sister. His expression and eyes were filled with regret. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Infatuated, really infatuated. I like it. No wonder I hit it off with Brother Longbow." Gu Kan thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Su Hun's son?" Chai Bofu said angrily, "Su Hun is not a fool. Why would he help me raise my son? My sister and I are innocent. Don't you dare insinuate and spout nonsense." Gu Kan retracted his hand and said, "What a pity." Gu Kan suddenly stretched out his hand and continued to intercept the water and extract the gold core fragments. He asked, "You don't think Su Hun is a fool, but you think I'm a fool? Tell me, is your sister at a higher level than you, or does she have something against you? Otherwise, your sincerity is too much. Wild cultivators have their reasons for breaking the rules. Since that kid is not your son, your reason is not enough. Love? If you really can't forget, when Clear Wind City is in danger and is about to be destroyed, Su Hun snatched your sister and you took his wife and son to raise. Can't you do it?" Chai Bofu opened his eyes, as if he wanted to see the young man's face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I'm a wild cultivator, I don't think there are any natural wild cultivators. Gu Kan, good boy, you are one." Chai Bofu was silent for a moment and said, "My sister has been shrewd since she was young. After I worked with her to kill my master, before she married into the Sioux family of Clear Wind City, I only knew that she had another sex inheritance. It was very secretive. I have always been afraid of her and never dared to offend her. Gu Kan turned to look at Lu Qiqing and said with a smile, "My level is low, so it doesn't matter if I'm a fool. What about you? Do you still think this brother Longbow is infatuated?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I'm a fool." Gu Kan retracted his hand and stood up. He looked at Clear Wind City, which had a high chance of becoming an immortal sect. Uncle Chai's heart turned to ashes. After being tormented by that little bastard Gu Kan, even his Dragon Gate realm was going to have holes everywhere, and it was going to be very difficult to mend them. Gu Kan said, "Let's not go to Clear Wind City. Let's go back to the town." Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Up to you." Gu Kan said, "When we're in my hometown, I advise you to take it easy." Lu Qiqing's face was extremely ugly. Back then, Chen Pingan, Qi Jingchen, and today's Li Baoping and the Sage of Lust. In addition, there was Gu Kan, who was too lazy to hide his killing intent, Ma Kuxuan, who had joined Marshall Mountain, and Songmu, the young lord of Dali. They were all F***king people who had walked out of that **TTY place. Lu Qiqing immediately changed his mind. "Let's go north first. Then Brother Longbow and I will wait for you at the border of Pearl Cave Heaven. We won't go to the town with you." Gu Kan said with a smile, "As long as you restrain yourself, you don't have to be so cautious." Lu Qiqing said in a heavy tone, "What if? Why bother?" Gu Kan asked, "What if Li Baoping goes to the Fox Kingdom?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "That little girl is not as simple as you think. Let's just talk about her own means. In the small Fox Kingdom, whoever dares to touch her will have his tail cut off." Gu Kan's face was gloomy. "Lu Qiqing, although I don't know why you changed your mind, don't forget that I'm going back to my hometown. Don't make me go to the Li family's ancestral house on Fulu Street." Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Oh, you. Your habit of turning your back on me is scary." Lu Qiqing was angry when he said this. He looked down at Chai Bofu, who was still sitting on the ground. He raised his foot and stepped on the head of the young, nascent soul. He slightly increased his strength and smashed the young man into the ground, leaving only half of his head above the ground. Chai Bofu didn't dare to move. Lu Qiqing squatted down. The sleeves of his wide pink robe were spread on the ground, as if an unusually beautiful peony had bloomed out of thin air. Lu Qiqing said impatiently, "I'll give you half an hour at most. If you can't stabilize the small Dragon Gate realm by then, I won't protect you anymore." Gu Kan suddenly asked, "Have you been to the inverted hanging mountain?" Lu Qiqing didn't even raise his head. He said frankly, "I don't dare to go unless I'm with you." It didn't have much to do with the level of cultivation. The key was that Lu Qiqing's identity was not suitable to get close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gu Kan said, "What about Lu Qiqing?" Lu Qiqing said, "When we reach the White Emperor City, I will return this skin to him. If he is lucky, he will have a chance to become your fellow disciple." In the cottage in the call, Li Baoping and Wei Benyuan also set off for the Fox Kingdom, which was allied with the Qingfeng city. Wei Benyuan naturally felt that the place where he refined elixirs was too dangerous. If he went to the Su family in the Qingfeng city, he could at least give Ping Nizi a protective talisman. Wei Benyuan summoned the talisman boat, and it was extremely elegant. As it traveled with the wind, illusory jasper lotuses appeared around the boat. They suddenly grew and stood tall, and then slowly dissipated. Wherever the talisman boat passed by, it was as if a small boat had crashed into a lotus pond and opened up a waterway. When Li Baoping boarded the boat earlier, she took advantage of the fact that Grandpa Wei had boarded the boat first. With her back to him, she put her feet together and jumped onto the boat. It had been a long time since she made such a witty move. Obviously, she was in a good mood. She saw her brother, protected Grandpa Wei's place of cultivation, and could meet her youngest uncle again. When Wei Benyuan sat down at one end of the boat, Li Baoping was already standing and did not sit down. It was such a beautiful scenery. It would be a waste if she did not see it. Riding a horse and looking at the mountains and rivers was different from looking down on the earth. Wei Benyuan and Li Baoping told some hearsay. As for the truth, it was estimated that even the Su family's disciples did not know what was written on their almanac. In the Fox Kingdom, where tens of thousands of fox spirits lived, the seven-tailed fox had been in seclusion for a long time. 700 years ago, it was divided into three forces. One wanted to integrate into the Qingfeng city and the Aquarius continent, the other wanted to fight for a small world isolated from the world, and the more extreme side wanted to completely tear up the alliance with the Su family in the Qingfeng city. In the end, in the hands of the current master of the Qingfeng city, Su Hun, it became a confrontation between the two sides. The third force was encircled, killed, and imprisoned. It was also an important channel for the Qingfeng city to continuously produce the fox skin talisman. Moreover, after the woman took charge of the affairs, she had a knack for creating resources and making money. The overall number of fox imps in the Fox Nation had steadily increased. She had signed several secret agreements with the Fox Nation on behalf of Clear Breeze City. One of the agreements had long been a semi-public secret. The Su clan had always provided the Fox Nation with cultivation resources, but if every fox imp failed to break through to the next realm, they had to maintain their fox pelt intact as a form of repayment to Clear Breeze City. Then there was the Qingfeng city in the Fox Kingdom, which built many mansions for tourists to enjoy. There were immortal masters who went down the mountain to travel, pure martial artists who roamed the Jianghu. Husbands, elegant scholars, they were all distinguished guests who did not need to pay out of their own pockets, all for the sake of making the fox spirits fall in love. Within the Fox Kingdom, the Su family had painstakingly built scenic spots everywhere. There were cliff carvings by calligraphy masters, poetry inscriptions by literati, and old residences of immortals who had achieved Tao. Wei Benyuan smiled and said, "The Su family is very good at making money, but their reputation is not very good." Li Baoping bought some books about scholars and beauties in the Qingfeng city. They were beautifully engraved, almost comparable to the books of the secular dynasties. However, she might not read them and planned to give them to Pei Qian in the future. In fact, Li Baoping did not have much yearning for the Jianghu romance and the supernatural beings of the mountains and rivers. She could not compare to Pei Qian and Li Huai. In these years, apart from studying in the academy, Li Baoping had not been idle. She asked Lin Shi and Xia Xia about the ways of cultivation, and asked Yu Lu about the martial arts. The three of them naturally told Li Baoping everything they knew without holding anything back. Occasionally, they would meet Li Huai on the road, but it was a veritable chat. The Fox Kingdom was located in a broken paradise. The fragmented historical records were not very detailed, and most of them were just rumors and could not be taken seriously. Wei Benyuan landed the talisman boat at an entrance. It was a wooden building, hanging a plaque with the words, "Intertwined Branches." Most of the couplets on both sides were missing, but the lower half was well preserved. It was, "A pair of infatuated lovers appeared in the world." The upper half was only left with the three words, "Home of warmth and tenderness," at the end. There were also allusions, saying that a wandering immortal once cut it with a sword. Some said it was Li Tuanjing in the Wind and Thunder Garden, while others said it was Wei and Jin dynasties in the Wind and Snow Temple. The memorial archway was crowded with people. Most of them were men, especially scholars. Because the Fox Kingdom had a temple on a mountain, it was said that the two places were rich in literature. It was very efficacious to come here to pray and burn incense. It was easy to be proud of the exam results. As for some poor scholars who deliberately took a detour, hoping to earn some money in the Fox Kingdom. The beauties in the Fox Kingdom were famous for their preference for scholars. There were also many down-and-out scholars who were willing to die of old age and tenderness in the Fox Kingdom. It was not a lie to say that the Fox Immortals were infatuated. Whenever their beloved man passed away, they would not ask to be born in the same year and month, but they would ask to die in the same year and month. If one wanted to travel to the Fox Kingdom, the rules were very interesting. One had to give poems and essays in exchange for the passage fee. Poems, lyrics, songs, prose, and even essays for the exam were all acceptable. As long as one was talented enough, even a couplet was fine. However, if one's writing was not pleasing to the eyes of the Fox Immortals, one could only return home. It did not matter whether one had to hire someone to write for them. If one could not come up with a good essay, then one could only spend the Immortals' money. Li Baoping glanced at the splendid loft not far from the memorial archway and frowned. The Su family of Clear Breeze City and the Fox Kingdom were accumulating literary fortune here. Many little drops make an ocean. What were they trying to do? What could they do? The Su family of Clear Breeze City had lowered themselves and married off their legitimate daughter to a concubine's son. They also wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar Nation of Dali. Could it be that the Su family had some ulterior motive for the future of the Dali kingdom? They wanted to let a Su family disciple who had the ability to carry the literary fortune to occupy a position, step by step to become a high-ranking official, and eventually control part of the politics of the Dali kingdom and become the next Pillar Nation. Li Baoping began to think back to the time when the Su mother and son from the Clear Breeze City had gone to the small town. No, I have to ask grandfather if the Su mother and son had used any kind of concealment techniques to conceal their true plans. There was one thing that youngest uncle did not mind, but Li Baoping always had a small knot in her heart. That was the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and the little girl who had stayed with the Li family on Fulu Street in the small town. If that was the only thing, it would be fine. But she was afraid of the conspiracy of these people on the mountain. Zhu He, Zhu Lu, and her second brother Li Baozhen had already done 2 things. They could not do more than 3 times. Wei Benyuan took out 2 sums of money and walked into the Fox Kingdom with Li Baoping. Otherwise, Grandpa Wei will not be at ease. Taoya's realm might not be as high as the old man's for the time being. However, her 2 natal items were too mysterious. They could attack and defend and could be regarded as the cultivation of a golden core cultivator. Li Baoping smiled and said, "Forget it. I won't delay Sister Taoya's cultivation." She winked at Sister Taoya. Taoya understood and blushed. She was even more puzzled. How did little treasure bottle know that she had a man she liked? If she did not have a man she liked, why would a woman who lived alone put on light rouge? As for the old man, if he did things with Taoya's cultivation, he would be very attentive. As for such details, why would he care? Li Baoping said goodbye and left. From the south to the north, they traveled through the mountains and rivers and passed through the Fox Kingdom. On the way, there was a heavy snowfall. A young woman in a red cotton-padded jacket stood beside a cliff and stretched out her hands to breathe. The narrow saber and the blade-strengthening gourd at the woman's waist were compatible with the heavy snow. Therefore, at that moment, it was as if there were only 2 colors in the entire world: the bright snow and the woman's beauty. In the capital city of Nanyuan Country, lotus-blessed land, a young girl stood up and went to the yard. She opened the boxing ring and said to the little girl squatting on the railing, "Little Mealy, I'm going to punch. You go to Zhuiyuan Alley and buy some melon seeds." The little girl in black was a little reluctant. I'll just take a look. I won't say anything. There are still some melon seeds in my pocket. In fact, it was her duty. She was the right guardian of Luopa Mountain and also the deputy leader of the branch. How could she not help Pei Qian at this time? The young girl glared at her and said, I don't know how to control my punch. How can it be? Martial arts don't have eyes. They come over like knives falling from the sky. How big is the pot of pickled fish tonight? Zhou Mili quickly got up and jumped down from the railing. She took a small pole and a walking stick and ran far away. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around to ask, how many kilograms of melon seeds do you want? I heard from Sister Nwanshu that if you buy more, it'll be cheaper. If you buy less, you won't get a discount. Pei Qian said helplessly, it's up to you. Zhou Mili frowned and raised the small pole high. Then I'll pick up a sack at the end of the pole. The little girl felt that she was already so clever that she was out of control. Pei Qian nodded. In fact, she was already speechless. Zhou Mili looked at Pei Qian and knew how to control the situation. She immediately tiptoed and jumped over the courtyard wall. After Zhou Mili left, Pei Qian stepped out and stomped the ground. Almost the entire capital of Nanyuan Kingdom shook. To be able to cause such a phenomenon, it was naturally not something that a fifth realm martial artist could do with a stomp. Although Pei Qian's mind and body had been deliberately defeated by herself in the past, she had always been a short and dark girl. However, when it came to people's hearts, even when she had just left the blessed land of lotus flowers, Pei Qian was really not a child. Otherwise, the two constables in the border town of the Great Spring Empire would not have been fooled by her nonsense and sent her back to Junyang's inn with courtesy. Later, even Li Huai and his two friends from the academy still thought that Pei Qian was the princess in distress. Pei Qian declined Wang Guangjing's invitation and wanted to go back to the house to meet Xiaomi. Unexpectedly, Wang Guangjing did not give up and kept pestering her. He mentioned Prince Wei Yun, saying that his prince was the most polite to the wise and especially to the martial arts. Even if Pei Qian did not want to go to the prince's mansion, it did not matter. The prince could visit in person. As long as Pei Qian nodded, the prince would definitely come. Pei Qian's head hurt. He did not speak nicely. He was either using his backer to scare her or talking sarcastically. Why did Wei Yun find such a silly guest? Was he helping the prince's mansion to recruit people or to drive them away? Pei Qian immediately thought about it. Although this Wang Guangjing was full of lies, it was not a mistake for him to go into seclusion. Instead, he had succeeded and successfully entered the cave realm. He could be considered as one of the earliest batch of Qi refinement warriors in the 5 middle realms in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. He could indeed be considered as half an immortal. At present, the spirit energy in the Blessed Land was getting more and more abundant. More and more people were climbing the mountains and cultivating Dao. However, there were still very few people who could enter the 5 middle realms. Each and every one of them was precious. The key was to take a quick step forward. The next time the Qi refinement warriors with the best qualifications stopped would be when the Lotus Root Blessed Land encountered the bottleneck of a middle-level Blessed Land. As for when the Lotus Flower Blessed Land could become a high-class Blessed Land, the old chef said that even if they could afford the Guyu money, they were not in a hurry. Moreover, the Luopa Mountain did not have the money. At that time, everyone in the courtyard was looking at Qin Lingjun, who had not traveled far to the North Continent. Jing Dafeng was still guarding the door. Everyone looked at Wei Pai. Jing Dafeng teased at that time, "You have to talk slowly. You have to earn money quickly. Wei Pai smiled and said, "If all of you continue to be like this, I will flip the chessboard." At this moment, Pei Qian suddenly remembered the old chef's reminder before they left. Do not learn from your master. You have your own path to walk. If you are too similar to your master, he will always be worried about you. In his eyes, you will always be a child who needs his support. Pei Qian sent a telepathic message and asked in confusion, "Old chef, why did you change your face?" Zhu Lian said helplessly, "The wind on the mountain is strong, it blew away." Zhu Lian turned to look at the young immortal who was dozing off on the street and remained silent. Pei Qian suddenly asked a question. "Old chef, will you not be free in Luopa Mountain?" Zhu Lian sighed. "You have indeed grown up to be able to ask such a question. I thought you would only ask me this when you returned home." Pei Qian smiled. "I'm just asking casually. You can tell me the answer later." Zhu Lian said slowly, "The freedom to punch may not be great. But in life, the freedom to speak without restraint, the freedom to cook, the freedom to earn money and how to spend it, the freedom to flip through books, the freedom to look up and enjoy the scenery, the freedom to play chess with a good friend, the freedom to watch the younger generation grow day by day. Which one of these isn't freedom?" Pei Qian was not used to talking about old people who were not old chef, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "What about Wang Guangjing who pretended to be dead?" Zhu Lian said, "Yu Lu and Xia have already asked for leave from the Maoshan Mountain Master of the Academy. In the next 2 years, they will travel to the Lotus Root Blessed Land together. When the time comes, we can borrow people from Wei Yun and let Wang Guangjing lead the way. With Yu Lu, cultivating the heart will not be a big problem." Pei Qian asked curiously, "Li Huai did not join in the fun?" Zhu Lian shook his head. According to Brother Feng Feng, if Li Huai were to join in, the cultivators in the Lotus Root Blessed Land would not have any great opportunities. Pei Qian had an idea, but he did not dare to say it. Zhu Lian asked, "Do you want to go to the Lion Peak of the North Continent to find Li Huai's father?" Pei Qian nodded. "Senior Gu is no longer in this world, but Uncle Li's fist technique is still very good, and he taught Master before. I want to go there to practice. Li Huai also wants to go there to see his parents and sister." Zhu Lian thought for a moment. "Okay." Pei Qian sat on the edge of the roof and was a little disappointed. But Master should have agreed to this kind of thing. Zhu Lian squatted beside him and comforted him softly. If young Master was here, he would definitely agree. On the street, a little girl carrying 2 bags of melon seeds ran over. Zhu Lian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You want to eat melon seeds like rice?" Pei Qian leaped forward and landed on the street. As Zhou Mili ran over, she carefully walked around Wang Guangjing who was lying on the ground. She kept her back to the unconscious Wang Guangjing. "I didn't look at you, and you didn't see me." Everyone was in the Jianghu, and everyone minded their own business. After walking past the sleepy man, Zhou Mili immediately quickened her pace. She stood still with the 2 sacks dangling on the shoulder pole. When the woman's family took a carriage to a temple in the capital to burn incense and pray for blessings, Pei Qian followed from afar and didn't show up. In the end, Pei Qian helped Master and went to Zhuangyuan Alley. In the early years, there was a story of a poor scholar who was going to take the exam and a woman with a pipa in her arms. The lovers didn't get married. After asking the shopkeeper of the local bookstore, Pei Qian learned that the scholar had taken the exam twice in a row but still failed to pass the exam. He cried bitterly and seemed to have completely given up and returned to his hometown to open a school. Pei Qian didn't know if the scholar would meet the girl he liked again in this life. Who knew? On the last day of leaving Nanyuan country, Pei Qian went to the roof at night. Zhou Mili also followed. A young thin girl and a young girl were lying on the roof together, looking at the full moon. Zhou Mili was eating melon seeds and asked casually, "Why is it that the more you practice, the less you dare to use your fist?" Pei Qian said, "Master treats other people's life and death like porcelain that will break with a knock." "Master didn't say this, but I've always seen it." Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. "Very good. Then don't be in a hurry to use your fist." "Pei Qian, let's not be in a hurry." Pei Qian said with a smile, "What are you talking about? You don't practice boxing." "It's good that you don't practice boxing. In fact, it's very hard. Look, Master told me not to practice boxing too early. The only time I didn't listen to Master, I suffered a lot. So, you must listen to Master." Zhou Mili secretly moved her hand away from the melon seeds and said some sad words. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed nothing. The little girl laughed and quickly moved her hand back. Pei Qian. Looking at the sky, he smiled and scratched his head. He originally thought that he could see Grandpa Chui once when he reached the highest place to use his fist. Gu Kan and Lu Qiqing traveled north with Chai Bofu, who had fallen 2 realms in a row. Lu Qiqing stopped at the border of the 2 provinces. Gu Kan traveled alone. Lu Qiqing and Brother Long both strolled in a bustling city of Qi province. Lu Qiqing wanted to see the beauties at the foot of the mountain. Chai Bofu, who was young and had a white head, didn't even care about the camouflage. He was healing himself all the way. He had no choice. He accidentally said something wrong and was slapped by Lu Qiqing. He almost couldn't defend the Dragon Gate territory. Gu Kan, who seemed to be ready to dig a hole and bury him at any time, was beside him. Count Long, who was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm and had wrestled with many top figures of the Aquarius continent, seemed to have returned to the bleak days of the lower 5 realms. When Lu Qiqing and Chai Bofu returned to the Immortal Inn, Lu Qiqing, who was walking with a swagger, was struck by lightning. He asked Chai Bofu to get away. There were 2 pairs of master and servant, a total of 4 people. 3 of them were returning home. The vassal of Dolly, Song Jisun, and the servant girl GQ from Mud Bottle Alley. Ma Kushuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. As for Ma Kushuan's servant girl, Xu Dian, she seemed redundant along the way. And Song Jisun was disgusted by Ma Kushuan, who pretended to be a bodyguard all the way. The ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain. Ma Kushuan took Xu Dian to the river god temple of Longshu River. Song Jisun and GQ went to Mud Bottle Alley. But GQ left the house alone in the night. She looked at the clean yard next door and the Spring Festival couplets, and walked out of the alley. After she left the alley, Song Jisun took a small stool to the yard in the dead of night. But he did not sit down. He stood on the other side of the yellow mud wall that seemed to be getting shorter and shorter, looking at the neighbor's yard. GQ went to the iron lock well first. She reached out and scooped up a handful of water, weighed it in her hand, and poured it back into the well. Then she walked out of the town. Near Li Huai's house, she looked at the hill called Jinju Mountain and frowned. Buried there was the body of the real dragon that was refined and defeated by the saints of the 3 sects and 1 family. Jinju Mountain. Zhu, Wang Zhu. Jinju was the real body of Wang Zhu. On the other hand, Wang Zhu's current physique was transformed from the true dragon Li Zhu, and it couldn't be considered her true body. Someone still needed to add the finishing touch before he could rightfully take back that true body. Only then could she restore the real dragon's identity. At that time, all the luck of the flood dragon in the world would be gathered on her alone. Helping her break through the bottleneck of the gathering vitality realm was nothing. It was not difficult to break through the bottleneck of the pure jade realm. As long as she stabilized the immortal realm, her combat power was comparable to half of the ascendant realm. The writer and the person who added the finishing touch was the peasant boy who signed a contract with her in the early years. After GQ left the Iron Lock Well, the first person she saw in the snow and cold season was Chen Pingan. However, at that time, Chen Pingan's soul was too weak, and his luck was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. She didn't want to be implicated by him, so she chose the neighboring prince of the Greatly, Song Jisin, as her master. Why was the four-legged snake that was thrown to the yard next door by Song Jisin and would run back by itself? Why was it so despised and still unwilling to stay at Chen Pingan's house? It was also one of the 5 opportunities of the Great Tao. Chen Pingan gave the little loach to Gu Kan. Gu Kan not only accepted it, but also caught it without any problem. Logically speaking, Song Jisin had been thrown away several times, so it should be Chen Pingan's opportunity. However, how could the four-legged snake with horns on its forehead be on the same level as Wang Zhu? Like Wang Zhu, it recognized Chen Pingan as its master. The master-servant relationship between Wang Zhu and Song Jisin next door was just Wang Zhu's camouflage. Later, Song Jisin changed the name to GQ, which was a great trick. The 2 words GQ originally belonged to the supervisor, Song Yuzhang. In fact, it was given to Song Yuzhang by Cui Dong. Then, Song Jisin, coincidentally, saw it and knew about it. Unconsciously, he remembered it in his heart and kept it echoing. Finally, he helped Wang Zhu to name it GQ. The 2 words GQ were related to the illusion of chiseling the wall to steal light. The plaque hanging in the main hall of the house in Mud Bottle Alley, Huayuan Palace, was written by the late Emperor of Dali. They were all very particular. Therefore, during those years, GQ was able to slowly absorb the dragon energy of the Dali dynasty. Therefore, Song Jisin missed out on the dragon throne. It was not without reason that he was only a vassal and not an emperor. Heaven's will and destiny were in the unseen world. When GQ met Lu Qin, who was looking for her in Mud Bottle Alley, GQ subconsciously mentioned Chen Pingan instead of Song Jisin. GQ stood where she was and looked at the Zhenju mountain in silence for a long time. Song Jisin walked to her side. GQ told him the inside story in her mind. There was no point in dragging this out any longer. He might even become enemies with Song Jisin. Unexpectedly, Song Jisin smiled and said, "I don't mind." Wang Zhu blinked and said, "I don't mind either." Song Jisin was speechless. Then, he felt a dull pain in his heart. The 5th world. The old scholar was above the sea of clouds, looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers. He said, "The poor scholar moves. Moving books is like moving mountains. Only those who have books on the shelves are rich." The scholar standing beside him was empty-handed. He did not have a sword in his hand because there was a sword light in the middle of the world far away. The scholar said, "The great rivers and mountains are going to be slaughtered again." The old scholar smiled and said, "Saints do not hurt things. Those who do not hurt things cannot hurt things." The scholar shook his head and said, "Saints are like that. How many saints are there?" The old scholar also shook his head and said, "As far as I can see, there are saints everywhere. It can be seen that your fighting skills are better, but your vision is lower." The scholar was speechless. There were only the 2 of them in this world. This boast was not false. He was indeed an old scholar who did not take advantage of others. These words were said by the old scholar himself. It was not slandered by others. The old scholar was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he became spirited and said, "Since you have nothing to do, why don't I tell you more about my isolated disciple?" The scholar took a deep breath. He was going to talk again. It wasn't that he was impatient, but no matter how patient he was, he couldn't withstand the old scholar's nagging. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Can you stop talking about this?" The old scholar sighed and said, "It's a regret in life." The scholar sighed in relief. Using the sword was not as tiring as listening to the old scholar's nagging. The old scholar suddenly said, "If I don't talk about it, why don't you?" This is a very novel idea. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, the scholar's residence. He said, "Don't you know what my father's personality is like and what my family's situation is like? Back then, who dared to come to my house to play? Back then, was Baoping bold? How many times have you seen her come to my house?" Lin Shuyi's father was even weirder. When he worked in the construction supervision office, he was all by himself. When he returned home, he was all by himself. When he was with his concubine-born son, Lin Shuyi, he was almost harsh, but he was also another person. That man was all too clear with almost everyone he interacted with. Because he was efficient in his work, he had a good reputation in the construction supervision office and got along well with several construction supervision officials. Therefore, other than the praise of his colleagues in the construction supervision office, Lin Shuyi, as the head of the family, or as a father, seemed somewhat harsh and heartless. When he traveled to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, the letter he sent to Lin Shuyi was always concise and to the point, as if he was calculating accounts. No matter how famous Lin Shuyi was now in the Great Sui Kingdom, even in the officialdom of Dali, that man didn't seem to have such a son. He never wrote to Lin Shuyi to ask him to come home and visit when he was free. Shi Chuanjia remembered something and joked, "Lin Shuyi, even my friends have heard of you. How capable must you be to be able to spread your deeds to the capital of Dali? They say that you will definitely become a sage of the academy. Even a gentleman dares to think about it. You are a successful immortal on the mountain, and you are also good-looking." Speaking of this, Shi Chuanjia turned sideways and looked at Lin Shuyi, who was dressed in a green robe. "Oh, you are really handsome. I couldn't see it at all in the past. You always have a straight face, like a little teacher. You are not likable." Lin Shuyi said, "If you have the ability to say this, say it in front of Bian Wen Mao." Shi Chuanjia smiled and said, "I didn't say that you are better looking than my husband." Lin Shuyi shook his head and said nothing. Shi Chuanjia was a little emotional. At that time, Yu and Li Huai were the only ones who had the latest books in the school. They were the same for a year. Li Huai didn't like to flip books. He would feel sleepy as soon as he read. You were the most careful when flipping books. Lin Shuyi smiled and said, "You still remember such a small thing?" Shi Chuanjia asked in return, "If not these, what should I remember?" Lin Shuyi nodded and said, "It's a good habit." Lin Shuyi hesitated and said, "In the future, if something happens in the capital, I will ask Bian Wenmao for help." Shi Chuanjia was stunned and then laughed loudly. She pointed at Lin Shuyi and said, "Since you were young, you spoke the least and had the most complicated thoughts. Why would Lin Shuyi need to ask Bian Wenmao for help?" This kind of thing of helping others and building a ladder was probably Lin Shuyi's unique gentleness and kindness. Over at the school, Li Huai was cleaning while loudly reciting the beginning of an article about his family's teachings. Rise at dawn, sweep the courtyard. Thinking back to the past, every morning, Mr. Qi would start cleaning the school early. He would always do these things himself and didn't need Xiao Yao to do it. Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "It has to be clean inside and out." Shi Chuanjia wiped the table. Hearing this, she waved the rag in her hand and said, "Close the door after fainting." Nearby, Lin Shi smiled. "I will personally check." Lin Shi wiped the windowsill carefully. Studying at the foot of the mountain, cultivating on the mountain, cultivating the body and the mind. Was this not the same? Shi Chuanjia's husband, Bian Wenmao, had also returned to Huaihuang County. The town belonged to the prefectural government. Bian Wenmao had sent a letter of invitation to visit the prefectural government of Baoshi, Fuyu. Fuyu was also the son of an aristocratic family of the capital with quite the status. The Bian family and the Fu family had some ties. They both belonged to the Dali faction. However, the Bian family still paled in comparison to the Fu family. However, the Fu family was not as wealthy as the Chao and Yuan surnames. They were not a surname of the pillar of Shangzhou after all. Fu Yu had once been the secretary of the first district magistrate of Longquan, Wu Yuan. He was very well hidden. After the Longquan commandery was elevated to the Dragon province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingci, Baoshi, Sanjiang, and Burning Incense. The prefectural government of Qingci had been promoted on the spot, while the governors of the other 3 commanderies were all officials of the capital. They came from both aristocratic and frigid clans. Baoshi commandery had been taken over by Fu Yu. Bian Wenmao was willing to submit to the governor's estate of Baoshi, but he was afraid to visit the government office of Qingci commandery. This was due to the prestige of the surname of the pillar of Shangzhou. In reality, although Fu Yu was of the same rank as the grandson of the Yuan family, both governors of a commandery, whenever he visited the provincial governor's residence in the provincial capital to discuss matters, even the provincial governor, Wei Li, found it difficult to deal with Governor Yuan. It was not just Governor Yuan's background. Governor Yuan's personal integrity and methods of governance were key as well. Yu Lu and Xie Xie visited the Yuan family's ancestral estate first before hurrying over to the school. They chose 2 empty seats. The 2 of them had once been students from the Old Cliff Academy in Dali, except they were not as close to Mr. Qi as Li Huai and Xie Xie. They had migrated here as descendants of the Lu family, but they had only seen Cui Dongshan. They had not seen Mr. Qi, who had founded the Cliff Academy and the school in the small town. Very coincidentally, Song Jisun and his maidservant, GQ, were also revisiting this place today. They did not go to the school and take their seats. Aside from Zhao Yao, Song Jisun basically had no contact with Lin Shi and the others at the school. Song Jisun took GQ to the back courtyard. He sat by the stone table, where Mr. Qi had taught him how to play chess with Zhao Yao. GQ stood outside the wooden door to the north like usual. Song Jisun was dejected. He extended his hand and brushed it across the table. He did not know if Zhao Yao, who had lost to him in chess, was still safe in a foreign land. Song Jisun turned his head and looked at GQ, who was bending a willow branch. She stood on her tiptoes and gently shook the branch. Song Jisun looked at her side profile, which he liked even more. He could not hate her, was unwilling, and could not bear to part with her. She turned her head, as if she had completely forgotten that day's open discussion. She became the maidservant who depended on Song Jisun for survival again. She let go of his hand and smiled sweetly. "Young master, do you want to play chess?" Song Jisun shook his head slightly. "I am stepping on the mud of the shabby alley, even my boots are dirty." Yuan Darren is the bronze mirror above the high-hanging door, noble character and unquestionable integrity, open and aboveboard. Yuan Jingding frowned. "After all these years, you only learned how to talk." Chao Gingxin asked back, "Then have you learned it?" Yuan Jingding said in a deep voice, "It's not child's play." Chao Gingxin hung up the small wine pot and cupped his fists to beg for mercy. "Lord Yuan, you only care about your own ability. Don't worry about whether a lazy person like me can make progress." Yuan Jingding sighed in his heart. He didn't like this person's style. But deep in his heart, Yuan Jingding still hoped that this son of the Chao family could be a little more careful in his official career. Of course, Yuan Jingding mainly did it for himself. Whether it was the officialdom, the literary world, or Jianghu, on the mountain. The world was so strange. Everyone who wanted to watch the fun liked the fight between rivals and was willing to pay more attention to it. It was not a good thing for someone to be alone early on and leave others behind. The kiln supervision office's responsibility was actually very big. Yuan Jingding was very envious. One was to guard against thieves, and also to catch thieves. The small town's 4 families and 10 clans, Song, Zhao, Liu, Li, Chen, Shi, and so on, all had the power to supervise. On the surface, this office only supervised the production of imperial porcelain, but in reality, it could manage everything. The Yang family's shop, North Peak Cloud Mountain, Linlu Academy, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Luopa Mountain, all the immortal mountains to the west of the small town, the school opened by the Qin family of the Dragon Tail Creek, the large and small civil and martial temples in the county, the city god pavilion, city god temple, Tiefu River, Chongden River, Xiuhua River, Yuya River, Red Candle Town, the officials of the border, the noble families, and the lowly ones. Even if it was a cultivator, as long as Supervisor Chao wanted to investigate, he could investigate. Dolly's Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Rights would not and did not dare to pursue the matter. It was just that this Supervisor Chao appointed by the late emperor seemed to have chosen not to care about anything. Yuan Jingding was happy and worried. He was happy that his neighbor, who was originally going to be Dolly's mortal enemy in the future, was so useless. He was worried that the ambitious young emperor found this Chao Gingxin to be an eyesore. If he ran out of patience one day, he would not even give face to the Chao family and just replace him with someone else. In the future, after Yuan Jingding was promoted to the provincial governor of the Dragon Province, he would become a great official of the border who truly possessed great power. However, he would instead become restricted. After all, the lessons of the past were still fresh in his mind. As for that silly Yuan Bao, he was probably sparring with the silly Qin Yuanji at the top of the mountain again. Li Baoping came to Luopa Mountain to borrow that horse. Her martial uncle had brought it back from Book Slip Lake and had been raising it in Luopa Mountain all these years. Her martial uncle was always so nostalgic. When Pei Qian heard that Sister Baoping had arrived at the mountain gate, he immediately ran over with Xiaomi, who was rubbing her ears. More than 100 steps away, Pei Qian stomped on the ground and leaped up high. He floated down and stood in front of Li Baoping. Zhou Xiaomi carried a Shaojin pole on her shoulder and held a walking stick in her hand. She imitated him and suddenly stopped, squatted slightly and shouted softly. However, she did not expect to use too much strength and ended up squeaking in midair. She directly crashed towards the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed her back to his side. The little girl in black stood up shakily and laughed. Li Baoping pinched Xiaomi's cheeks when she saw Pei Qian's quick reaction. Then, she bent down and patted Xiaomi's cheeks with both of her hands. She pinched Xiaomi's cheeks lightly, and the black-clothed little girl's thin yellow eyebrows immediately rose and fell, making her look very comical. Under Yuan Lai's lead, Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu went to the mountain temple. It was an ancestral temple with almost no incense. Qin Yuanji and Yuan Bao were, as Pei Qian had guessed, exchanging punches in the square. The 3 youths were sitting side by the railing in the distance. Zhang Jiajun only took a glance at the two slender and elegant elder sisters when they retracted their fists and left them alone. She turned her head and looked at the mountains and rivers outside Luopa Mountain. Coincidentally, there was a large flock of birds flying by. It was like a snow-white river hanging in the air, swaying and flowing slowly. When Zhang Jiajun was working as a waiter at the Great Wall of Sword Qi wine shop, she had asked Mr. Chen a question in private. Mr. Chen's knowledge was so great. Was Mr. Chen's knowledge personally taught by the sage of literature from the beginning? The storyteller who had finished telling the story of the mountains and rivers and carried a wooden stool and a bamboo stick walked side by side with the youth in the streets. He smiled and shook his head, saying that it was not like that. In the beginning, there was a school in my hometown. The teacher's surname was Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi said that the truth was in the book, but the person was outside the book. If you have the chance to go to my hometown in the future, you can go to that school. If you really want to study, there is a new school. The teacher's knowledge is also not small. At that time, Zhang Jiajun muttered those words about the truth and books. Mr. Chen raised his hand slightly and pointed into the distance. He smiled and said to a child who had never studied before, these words to his ears were like a mountain of gold and silver appearing out of thin air. The road was a little far, but he could see it. Carry a chopper, carry a hoe, carry a wicker basket, and earn big money. All of a sudden, it gave people hope. It was as if there was finally some hope that there would be a day when they would not have to worry about food and clothing. In fact, the youth remembered many of Mr. Chen's words that had nothing to do with the truth. There were also many poor people in the world. The so-called good life was to be able to put up new door gods and spring couplets every year. The so-called well-off family was to have extra money to buy a lot of door gods and spring couplets. However, there were only so many places to put door gods and spring couplets in a house. It was not that one did not have money and could only covet but could not afford to buy them. When the youth finally arrived at Mr. Chen's hometown, Mr. Chen was still far away in the youth's hometown. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Li Baoping brought the young girl, Pei Qian, and the two young girls, Chen Wanchu and Zhou Mili, to lean against the railing and look at the scenery. The tall ones did not need to stand on their feet. The shortest one, Zhou Mili, was hanging on the railing. It was as if in the next moment, they might suddenly see a returnee with a walking stick and a bamboo box on his back. Then, when he looked up, he would smile and wave at them. Pei Qian asked softly, "Today, the moon shines on the river. Tomorrow, the stars shine on the plains. Then, will master return home the day after tomorrow?" Li Baoping said, "Youngest uncle seems to be busy working for someone else. From the first day he left his hometown, he has not stopped. It's good to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. Just treat it as a rest." Chen Wanchu smiled and said, "I heard that there is a wine shop there, melon seeds, and a big bowl of yang chun noodles." Zhou Mili swung her feet in the air and nodded vigorously. Yang chun noodles are delicious. The bigger the bowl, the better. At the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingan, who had left the city for the second time and returned to the city, had changed into a clean set of clothes and was sitting at the table. He ordered a pot of wine and ate a bowl of yang chun noodles alone. Although he had told the child's father not to add chopped green onions, he still added a small handful of chopped green onions in the end. It was rare for the second shopkeeper to come here, so the bowl was not big. However, the portion of yang chun noodles was enough, and it was more appropriate to add more chopped green onions. The two children, Feng Kangol and Tao Ban, were sitting at the table next to him. They looked at the second shopkeeper's back as he bent over to drink. Chen Pingan turned his head and raised the empty bowl in his hand. He smiled and said, "One more bowl." Remember not to add chopped green onions. It's not necessary. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.